You are watching the Vodka stream.
Hey! What's happening, guys? Ooh, a little phlegm in the throat there. Hopefully not. No, I'm good. It's good. The weather is freaking weird right now, I tell you what. On this Friday night, I mean, it's getting cooler, which is great. It's getting cooler in SoCal, but this weather can't make up its mind. It's like drizzling outside. It's very strange. It's like, where the hell does rain? The rain just comes out of nowhere. Okay, you can have a weather app in Southern California. It doesn't matter. You're never going to know when the rain's going to show up because now there's like rain. Like earlier today, it was warm. I did feel a little humid when I went to the store. So I was like, oh, yeah, I guess that does make sense. So anyways, guys, what is happening? What is going on? How we doing out there? All right. So yeah, I started a half hour later. I mean, 7 o'clock might be. I might actually push it to 7 o'clock. It seems like it might be, if I'm changing things up a little bit when it comes to the channel, I might push this to 7 o'clock, or I might keep it at 6:30. I don't know. But I just needed like a little bit of extra time. I mean, there's a particular reason, but I just needed that little bit of a half an hour, just to get that. But yeah, no guests tonight. We'll do a panel again. And then I thought I'd go like a little bit old school, like vodka stream. So I got my glass right here. It's with bourbon. So for like the first 20 minutes or so, let's just I'll say hi to you guys, of course, but for the first like 20 minutes, just ask me anything. Let's just chat for a little bit before we bring some people on. We'll talk about, of course, the David Goyer interview that he had. That had some interesting things to say about that when it came to him and Zack Snyder trying to start a universe like the DCEU and everything. And there's one particular thing I want to Zack Snyder-esque that I want to go over tonight too, with the panel or whatever. Zack Snyder related, something interesting that came across the feed. So we'll do that. We'll talk about Tim Burton. You guys already heard what I had to say about Tim Burton. And his comments about the Flash and things that happened in the Flash. I did a video about that, or I talked about that earlier this week, but we'll get everybody's opinion on it when it comes to the panel. And then, of course, we'll talk about the Marvels and that whole budget thing. Aquaman, Willem Dafoe. I mean, James Wan talking about Aquaman. Anyways, guys, so cheers. Welcome to Friday. So good. So good. All right. How are we doing here? We got Patrick. Rewatch Smallville. I said James Gunn and Peter. Okay. Interesting. Oh, can you disagree with him? What's going on, Phil? Good to see you, buddy. What's cooking? Well, I had a nice little chuck steak earlier for dinner that was pretty delicious. So can't complain. Ahoy, ahoy, Mr. Jason McKenzie. Good to see you. Cheers. Miss Jackson, what is happening? It's good to be back, right? It's been a while since I've seen you in the chat. And, of course, we got Mama Film Junkie right here, which, of course, we'll be seeing her tomorrow. We're going to the Dodgers-Giants game, which, not like there's any kind of excitement for me at all. There's no kind of excitement. The Giants suck. They just hit a wall, and they're completely just done. They're done for the season, so there's not going to be anything that's happening. When it comes to the Giants, they're out of it. They shit the bed. They can't freaking win anymore. I mean, they win every now and again, but so it's not going to be anything exciting tomorrow. So I'm just going to wear my black Giants hat where you can't really see it. So that way I can, make sure that some of those rowdy Dodger fans don't like get all up in my business, So Antonio, I like Tim Burton back in the days, but you shit on the studio that's paying you good money for a sequel from 35 years ago. I was kind of wondering about that when I was like, isn't Beetlejuice isn't being distributed by Warner Brothers? Maybe, I don't know. What's going on, Lane? What's up? Big thought to my beautiful oh man, well, here, let me raise one up for your grandma, man. Sorry to hear that, Lane. Cheers to you, man. Yeah. Sucks. That sucks. That sucks. But hopefully she lived a long, full life and you learned a lot from her. What's going on, Abel? Good to see you. We got Brian as well. Saying hi to everybody. We got JD McGray. What's going on, Walter? What's up? Nicotina is here. Okay. Who else we got? We got Game City Savior. I wonder what Zack Snyder's top 10 Smallville episode if he used to watch it with his kids. He said, "Oh, okay, that would be interesting." Again, that's one of those shows that I just didn't get into. I need to eventually just go back to it. I just didn't get into it when it came out. I could not accept Clark and Lex going to like high school together or whatever. I don't know why. I don't know. It just didn't gel with me. But then, of course, when Gotham came out, obviously so many years later, I got into that, which that was kind of like taking the approach to, the similar approach to Batman. And I got into Gotham, but yeah. What's happening? Good evening, Dave. I have no other option for snacks, so I'm just gonna make me a nice grilled cheese sandwich. Nothing wrong with that, man. Nothing wrong with that. Rain. 7. Yeah, I mean, I might do that. Just seems like it's like a nice round number, you know. Like I said, making a couple little changes to the schedule of the week. Like I kind of and if you guys want to become a member, by all means become a member, or if you want to just be part of the Patreon or whatever the hell, because I did post the members only stream that I did on Wednesday, and I think because things are just so they're slow, and there's not it's not how it was at when I first started doing Film Junkie lives and everything's just kind of like slowed up, and things have like changed, and God knows what's going to be happening with the strikes and everything. Everybody's like fingers crossed. There's been like word that might have been resolved, or maybe it's going to be announced tomorrow. Who knows? But yeah, I was just like thinking, I was like, okay, so maybe I'll just do a Monday Film Junkie live, do a Wednesday stream, just like a Wednesday members only stream. I don't know. And then I might move the Vodka stream to 7. 6:30 is like almost seems like it's like, oh my God, how much time do I have? So I don't know. Alakazoo, what is happening? You clapping cheeks, Dave? No, 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 not clapping cheeks. No, just my own cheeks, my own. Sorry for the Giants. McCubbies might be having yeah, that's right. I mean, yeah, when it comes to wild card, yeah, I mean, you guys are up there still, right? But yeah, the Giants just keep shitting the freaking bed, man. I tell ya. Andrea, what is happening? Can you somehow get Mike Kolanowski on the panel next time you speak with Zach? He is such a huge fan, and he never had the opportunity. He even recently said he one of his dreams to work with him. Okay. I've tried to hit that guy. I've hit that guy up before. No answer. I think I've hit him up once or twice for him coming on the stream. Never got a response. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe I could try again, but I don't even think I follow him on Twitter. But I don't think we follow each other. But I could try. I know who you're talking about. I know he's been on but sometimes it's hard to get those the people that are up here when you're down here. Try to get them to like, hey, you want to join this little stream that's called the Vodka stream? Hey, we got Miss Nighthawk here. What's going on, staff? Okay, Tessia. Yep, go Dodgers. Well, if the Dodgers, I mean, they're having a great season. If they don't go all the way, then what's the point? As Brad Pitt said, playing Billy Bean. So I guess what Billy Bean said, if you don't win the last game of the season, when does it matter? Except for rubbing in my face. So, come on. Well, they had a good game. They didn't have a good game last night. They struggled last night, but the game before, when they came back in the second half, that was pretty sweet. If they paid me that kind of money, I'd be grateful instead of ungrateful. Are you talking about because of Burton? He's got enough money. the Giants. Oh yeah, I'm sure that's gonna happen. It's gonna. I already told. See, I always have a bet with my dad. $20. It's not that bad, but of course we're doing the $20 thing again. I'm like, this is a bad bet. You guys are gonna probably fucking sweep the Giants. It's gonna, I have no faith in the Giants. No faith in my team. That's a true fan right there. Okay, I mean, maybe they'll squeeze out a win in this series, but I have no faith. So I'm already like, all right, so I gotta pay my dad $20 for sure, because there's just no freaking way. There's no, I don't know. They've been rebuilding for so long, and it's like I thought something was going to happen with them. It just felt like it. It was like, okay, you guys are bringing up some young rookies, and it's all you're making the team, and it's like, just they're going to be rebuilding probably for a little bit. But I will say though, for rebuilding this year, I mean, they've put up a fight, but now it's just at the end of the year, they're getting hurt. They're just not performing at all. So. Hey, we got Stephanie T right here. Happy freaking Friday. Cheers to you. There were 10 good episodes. There were 10? Jeez. Giants wasn't winning that game last night versus, The Niners. You want to talk about a San Francisco team that's going to be probably going all the way. Niners are looking damn good. As long as they stay healthy, they're looking pretty damn good, so. They didn't go to school together. Lex was older. Oh, okay, that's right. A mentor. That's right. I don't know. Yeah, see, I mean, that's probably what's going to happen. I think I kind of like that too. Have all the stuff at it. Not the 6:30 thing was like the middle thing, so I'll probably move it to 7. Seems like that could be just like a nice, even though it is nice, and then maybe not even go as long. Sometimes, we go like 4 hours plus. It's like, all right, maybe not do that so much. Keep it to 3 hours. I'm a phone junkie. Why can't your Dodgers lose another game or 2 so my Braves can have the best? Yeah, that ain't gonna happen. That's right, the Braves. And didn't Acuna just freaking like he just had a historic night, right, Acuna? Because Kuna Matata, no, he has 40 home runs, 60 stolen bases, 100 and something hits. I don't know. He's having a hell of a fucking season where I think he's like only like 4 other players have had a season that he is having right now. So that's pretty sweet. So let's see who else we got. We got Ryan. What's happening? And like I said, guys, start asking questions. We're doing this old school, okay? I'm sipping some bourbon, not sipping vodka, but we're kind of before we get the peeps on. Let's have a little, we can have a little Q&A thing right here. And as soon as this is done, and there's still quite a bit in there, if you've seen that, there's still a little bit in there. So until this is done, keep on. Let's just ask questions. Let's just ask whatever, Ooh, love me the bullet. Oh, sorry. Didn't know that. Thought you guys knew each. Nah, we didn't know each other. Yeah. Be real. Yeah, I know. Yeah, that would be good too. I've had Robert Meyer on. Robert Meyer, and I tried to get him on again, but unsuccessful. But I've had Robert on the when he came on, which was like a couple of years ago. We had a great conversation. We were going. I love it when I have a guest on and we just start talking about random shit or talking about old shit, or we get nostalgic, because Robert and I, we talked a lot about, we talked about John Woo movies and 90s action movies. We were just talking about like those movies, and great conversation with him. Very intelligent guy. Would love to have him on again. Hopefully I can get him on again, but been unsuccessful the last time I tried to get him on. What's going on, Chuck? Dodgers fan here. Boo! I've seen this before. They kick all season for them to get their ass kicked in the postseason. Go Lakers. See, that's the thing. I mean, the Dodgers, that's one thing my dad is worried about because he's just, and even my neighbor over here, who's a big Dodgers fan too, they, and a lot of Dodger fans, as happy as Dodger fans are right now because they're killing it, they get worried because the playoffs are a whole different beast. I still remember, what was it, 2013? Was it 2013? I think it was 2013 when the Giants barely made it. They had to play a 1-game playoff to barely make it into the playoffs. So they had to play 1 game to get the wild card spot, and they ended up winning the whole fucking thing. And it was like, there it is. Playoff team. Of course, that team is not around anymore. It's like we got one guy that's left from that team, which is Brandon Crawford. He's the only guy that's left, and I think he's retiring. I'm pretty sure he's retiring after this year, which, kudos to him. I mean, yeah, he should. He's up there, and, he's not moving he still moves pretty well, still does some good things, but yeah, that was pretty sweet. I remember, like, they barely made it in and they won the whole thing. They won the whole fucking thing. It was great. Bring in the fences? Maybe. Well, in some parks, but I like how they're all different. We're going to have to do that Dodgers Giants bet next season. Well, I have to be confident in my team. I don't want to owe my parents money. Yeah, it's money. Yeah. I'm going to have to be confident in the Giants. To bet both my parents. Clark Kent and Lex Luthor being in high school together is okay. Yeah. Okay. So, but they weren't exactly in high school together. It was like slightly older. I don't know. It's all weird. Love your panel shows, Dave. Appreciate it. It is really refreshing to see friendly debates without people screaming Wookiee. I mean, I'm sure there's like something there. So, yeah. I'm sure there's something there. I don't know what exactly that joke is. Maybe it's about another panel. Who knows? 40 home runs, or home rows, we should say, and 68 stolen bases. Yeah, Acuna is he's a beast. He's a beast. Hey, I don't doubt that. Where'd you get it from? Prayer for my tooth to heal. Oh, so you got a bad tooth going on. Okay. Will you be seeing? Oh, fuck yeah, dude. I cannot wait. Cannot wait for The Creator. Seeing all the praise, seeing all the online reviews for The Creator. And I think it comes out next week. Comes out next week, right? So I'll definitely be seeing The Creator. And we'll go over on Film Junkie Live. We'll go over some of the reviews and stuff like that. And see what people are talking about. But it's just I've seen nothing but praise. Gareth Edwards pulling out some original sci-fi. I mean, that's the thing about 2023 this year. It's just such a weird year. Such a weird year because of the strikes, because of just everything. And then, coming out of COVID, I mean, let's face it, the pandemic and COVID it's all still lingering, which is interesting. But it's just the fact of the matter is like the top movies, if you want to look at like the top movies, if you want to look at it just box office or box office to budget, the top movies are not any Marvel movies, DC movies, or nothing. Superhero genre is dying down. All right, let's just face it. It's dying down. And, Barbie's the big one, Oppenheimer, Super Mario Brothers. And then, you got these little horror movies, and hopefully The Creator are also just like making profits because they have small budgets and whatnot. So it's just crazy. I love it though. I love it as much as I love the superhero movies and all the superhero shit. Obviously, you could see it all around me. I love it. But at the same time, I also love just movies, and I love it when original movies, even though Barbie, Oppenheimer, and they're not technically original, but there's something different. There's something different. Yes, it is indeed. Very, very tasty. How about DC Studios finding a new HQ? How wonder what the sets. Oh yeah, because they got the over in London, right? They're going to be building that studio, permanent residency, kind of like what Marvel already had, right? See, again, regardless of how you feel about James Gunn, and I get it. People they're not fans. I see it all the time on my timeline. I know there's people that are just not fans of Jimmy Guns. Okay, I get it. I don't love him. I don't hate him. I think he could do something. He could do something hopefully pretty special when it comes to DC, the DCU. I think he could definitely do something because he knows the source material. He's made some great movies in the past, and I watched Guardians 3 like a few weeks ago, and it was a good wrap up for that. But regardless of things are happening in Warner Brothers, and especially DC, that should have happened a decade ago or over a decade ago. If they were really serious. So we're going to talk about, obviously we're going to talk about, David Goyer's interview, especially when he was talking about the fact that when they were working on all the shit, like when he's been there since Batman Begins. I mean, he was working with Nolan when it came to him working with DC. So he was constantly there where there was just a revolving door of execs. And that's one of the things that he said in this recent interview. It's like, there's too many people just coming in and out so much. They're hitting microphones and shit like that. Like, my God, no, but like it was just like a revolving door of just execs. So not like a clear idea of what to do. And then obviously when Zack came in and Man of Steel was a success, it was like they were just going, we need our universe. So that instead of doing like just a standard Man of Steel 2, where they could have started laying the groundwork for a new universe, they were like, let's go right into it. And so, but it's so funny because one of the things that I was thinking about after hearing what David Goyer had to say, even though some of the stuff that he said we've already known, but when he was talking about the fact that they wanted their MCU, I'm like, okay, as much as I was like, man, yeah, so in another alternate timeline, there is a Man of Steel 2, a Zack Snyder Man of Steel 2 that's just a Man of Steel 2 sequel, a Superman sequel. But at the same time, the fact that they pressured, they were like, okay, so let's get to Justice League as quickly as possible. Zack Snyder did in such a great way. And that trilogy, I can't complain about that trilogy. I mean, I love that trilogy so much, the Zack Snyder Justice League trilogy. So it's like, as much as like, yeah, it would have been nice if they just had some breathing room to actually build this universe. But the fact of the matter is like Zack, and not just with Goyer. I mean, obviously Goyer was part of BVS, but then Chris Terrio came in. They all work together to make something that's pretty damn special when it comes to a universe that was not like the other universe, So, all right, who else we got? I had Robert Meyer Burnett on my. Oh, there you go. Yeah, he's a nice dude. He's the only reason. Yeah, exactly. Apparently, like I saw Campea. Speaking of Campea, I saw that he got kind of screwed over by Cast Media. I didn't realize how deep this scam went. And this is when it comes to this world, I've been hit up by networks or whatever too, like, hey, we saw that you do this, would you want to be part of our network, when it comes to podcasting or live streaming? But yeah, Cast Media or whatever the hell screwed over, like they stole a bunch of money. It was like a big scam, like, because I listened to a bunch of comedian podcasts, and they got a bunch of the not a bunch, but they got a few of the big comedian podcasters, millions, and then of course hundreds of thousands. And apparently it happened to Campea too. Like he posted, I saw somebody like posted, or I saw on my timeline that he posted a video saying that he got like $100,000 stolen. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. What is the over under? That's Zaslav making it to June. I would take the under. It just seems like yikes. It just seems yikes. Dave, I always wondered if Zack Snyder was the one who pushed for Seasons, this the Chris Cornell song in Man of Steel, or was it Hans, the shirtless scene where he got out of the I know what you're talking about. It's a beautiful fucking song. I love that riff. Yeah. It's a great song. Love that song. And good for Chris Cornell. I mean, it was funny because the year prior, he did a song for the Avengers movie. Like, he was like on top of his game. May he rest in peace. Such a unique talent that guy was. But yeah, Chris Cornell did a song for the Avengers movie. You don't really, I don't even remember how that one went, but it's in the credits, the ending credits. So he did a song for the Avengers movie, but I just love that riff for that song right there. Dodgers don't have postseason pitching. Uh-oh. Yeah, and they lost one of their pitchers, right? Apparently he has a temper. He has a temper. Have you seen any extra footage from Rebel Moon? Wink, wink. Nah, I've just seen shots. Yeah, like, it's funny because I was wearing the shirt at Full Circle before I went on with Zach to do the commentary with Zach. He showed me a couple of anytime that you see Zach on his phone, and there's actually a picture of this too. I think I have a picture of this. But when we were getting ready to do the commentary for Man of Steel, of course he's like looking at his phone. And anytime that I see Zach looking on his phone, especially when he's been on the stream, it's like, oh boy, is he gonna be what's he pulling up? Sure enough, he just goes like, check that out, and he just like, showed me some shots, still shots. That's it. That's it. What was 2014? I rewatched Skins. Okay. What part of DC Studios would you work in if given the opportunity? Casting, writing, what's your dream? I would say writing. Writing would be fun, I think. Coming up, because we all do it. We're all nerd boys and girls, and we all think of ideas of certain things. And I've had ideas, Batman story ideas, Superman story ideas, Flash story ideas. It'd be cool to do that writing process and then just like dive into like the source material. Just try to try to piece that together. It'd be pretty sweet. I think I'd definitely go for writing. Brian, they're selling WB in 2025. Now, as far as Zaslav goes, okay. So apparently we got an exclusive scoop here. They're selling WB in 2025 okay, for my Giants. There you go. Zaslav wants the Giants. That's fine. Did you catch? Oh, you know what? I haven't yet. I just have not. I've been working a lot over here and then over here too to try to I have not caught the new episode. I meant to watch it today, but again, I got swamped with trying to get as much work done because sometimes I work on the weekends and I have, tomorrow is kind of busy and so I'm like, all right, so I just didn't even want to work this weekend. So I was trying to make sure I got as much work done. So I haven't watched it yet. And I know I saw the shots because people can't help themselves. They just fucking post like spoilers like right away. I mean, I get it. Now it's a couple of days. Sure, fine. But I mean, it's like always right away. And I saw the stuff that happened with Ahsoka. Hey, Ted is here. What is happening? Not in Smallville TV show, only in comics. Seeing the creator this Tuesday. Nice. Next Friday, sweet. Who else we got? It is woke. Oh, for some reason I thought Wookie. Okay, woke. Yeah, that's right. When you have like the people that are like constantly saying everything's woke, I get tired of that too. I hate that word now. Netflix takes to me teens show acted. No. Have you ever read Superman for Tomorrow? It's the first full comic I've read from my high school library back in 2005 and 2015. I own it. I have not, but I've been it's been recommended to me, and I definitely should. WB needs to sign Gareth Edwards, possibly. The fact the creator has I almost said Super Bowl. I don't know why I thought that. Super low budget compared to other sci-fi films and superhero movies being made today. It's still, I know, and that's the thing. Look at that. If that's the case, that's what studios need to start doing now. Do that. Talk to me. Yeah, exactly. And I still need to watch that. Talk to me. Because it had like a super low budget. It had a super low budget, and it made like 3, 4, 5 times the budget, which is what you want to do. You hear that? Marvel with the Marvel's budget release, 130 million, and then all of a sudden it jumped up to, actually it was 170 or 274 million. And then we did these cuts and things like that because we shot it in the UK and blah, 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 blah. So now it's 220 million. So it only has to make 430. And I'm like, bullshit. It has to make 430. That's not the rule. They try to make it seem like, the Marvels can make under $500 million to, break even. It's like, no, bullshit. It has to make a little over. Your math is off. Ooh, that's right. See, I'm starting off the stream sipping some fucking bourbon. That's why I'm going to go to this next, because I'm sipping some bourbon. So I'm getting a little ranty. I'm starting to see a lot more mixed reactions from more serious reviewers about I haven't seen those yet. Doubt that it is a classic. Okay. Well, that sucks. I know right now Zaslav is not giving animators enough credit in terms of Animation Guild, which is kind of upsetting. Yeah, I think as much as I was like, all right, Zazzy Pants coming in, he's going to help do some shit. And he's done some good things, but I would not be surprised if we hear that he steps down beginning of next year. He was there writing Blade. Oh, yeah, see that too. You're talking about Goyer. Goyer's been around. I know. I've seen some Goyer hate. I don't get it. And I get it. It's like, okay, maybe he's not like the best. But I'm like, the Goyer hate I was like actually seeing today and this week or since that. It's like, fuck, what the hell? Why all of a sudden we hating on Goyer? The guy has been all over the place when it comes to this nerd shit. And he was right there at the beginning, like when it came to Blade. BVS should have happened after Man of Steel. Well, it did. I think you mean Man of Steel 2. They did it right. Okay. So you're saying they did it right. They just didn't follow up. Okay. I was like, are you talking about Man of Steel 2? Because I know some people think that, and again, yeah, I'm with you on that. I actually like the fact, because instead of just getting like another Superman movie where it's like, yeah, they could start laying more foundation. Sure, I get that, but I just love the fact, and even Zack himself has said that, when they were talking about all this, is all, well, what if Batman technically is the villain of the next movie? Ooh, I mean, come on. What if we have that? Because obviously we know that he loves Dark Knight Returns. So let's bring those elements into this whole thing. So you need to get John Roca on the stream with Zach. Okay, why? Okay, so you're telling me people. It's like, I've had Roca on too. We had a great conversation as well. He said he was going to invite me on his stream, but that didn't happen. I'm just saying. Sometimes that happens. I have these guys on. We have a good conversation, at least I think. And then all of a sudden they're like, yeah, we'll get you on my stream. And then it just doesn't happen. I'm like, all right, did you really have it? Did you really enjoy yourself out here? I thought you did. But anyways, he was one of the rare ones defending and advocating him from the movie bloggers. Yeah, I know he did, which is good. He really loves the man, and deserves to speak to him for a little. For sure. But I mean, it's not like I'm like, I can't just go like, hey, Zach, do you want to talk to so-and-so? It's like, but if it plans where maybe I can get a panel of like these guys on, sure, we could do that. But it's not like, it's hard enough to just even get Zach on just regularly, he'll pop in maybe. So that's right. Harloff even got screwed too. Wow, jeez. What's going on, Shemagic? Good to see you. No, I didn't. I wanted to, but things have been just a little too and football starting. So like, I have not seen a movie since Blue Beetle in the movie theater, which sucks. I was, and then I was like, when it came to this week, I was like, you know what? I'm gonna go see a movie this week. And then I'm like, what's that? What's coming out this week? Oh, The Expendables 4. I don't need to see a movie this week. Yeah, I did want to see this because I like the other two. I like the other two movies. So I wish I would have saw this movie. I should have just went and saw this movie. But, you know, anytime like a movie's already been out, I'm like, eh. So I'll have to catch that one for sure. So, David, have you heard anything on Thundercats? I have not heard anything. Soundgarden. Okay, so it was actually Soundgarden. Well, technically, still Chris Cornell singing it, right? Love to rise for the, yeah, there you go. What's going on, Tony Movie Chappie D9 Neil Blomkamp fan? I was trying to say that. Yuck, the Avengers. Yeah, it hasn't aged well. It's doesn't feel as cinematic as it did at first. Midnight Walrus, you change your name. Charlie Hunnam is showing up to my Comic-Con. Well, there you go. Charlie Hunnam, will it be? Definitely not a Jossie song choice. What do you think of the new Godzilla movie? Oh, I think that's going to be something. That's going to be pretty sweet. Yeah. Can't wait for that. That's going to be cool. And I can't wait for the Monarch series. That's going to be sweet as well. Heard anything about the quality of Rebel Moon? Really wish. Yeah, I mean, if you're disappointed in Army, I mean, I liked Army and I liked what he tried to do there. But I mean, you see that trailer. I mean, there's quality. And yes, I had a conversation with somebody who saw clips for sure. Barbie beating the Avengers for biggest box office made me happy. There you go. Soka was yeah. See, I still gotta catch it. Oh look, we need the Film Junkie family of channels. When's it happening? I don't know. Who knows? I have a dope idea for a Batman movie. There you go. It's obvious, Dave. They're losing money. No scooper. Just yeah, I know. Can't even do the scoops anymore. Jose, yo, what's happening? That's right. Jose is joining the festivities tomorrow when it comes to seeing the game. He's going to be my, he's going to be my enforcer, my protector. You know, anytime that, if a Dodger fan, it's a little too drunky, wants to give shit to because it's always funny because I'm always like, all right, going into the Lions Den, let's do this. Let's just have a good time or whatever. My brother on the other hand, there's sometimes where I'm like, I'm not with him. I'm like, what are you doing? Shh. Just let it be. You know, let's not be one of those that gets kicked out of fucking Dodger Stadium. Yeah, he does. He does read comic books. I mean, some media is woke, but I'm getting tired of the word. It needs to go away. Yeah. Well, you got I was even thinking there was something that came about today where I was like, oh yeah, it was at McDonald's. There was like a thing that people were getting I don't even know what the fuck it was even about, but apparently like Japan McDonald's posted some kind of animation that showed a family eating McDonald's and it became something. And I went, what the fuck? Why is this even something? And what I gathered was people were suspecting that the woke people were upset about it because it showed a traditional family. But then I was like, I don't see any of that. So is it the people who are just calling out the people that are woke but not, that didn't really happen. So, but they're already calling it out. And I don't know. It's all weird. Like sometimes, like when it comes to the right and the left, it's like, yeah, the left will go after people and want to, and do the thing that they do, but it's not, but sometimes they don't. And then it's sometimes like the people on the right are like already like jumping to it, like, oh boy, here they come. And I'm like, where? So it's like you got both sides that are just like jumping on some kind of cultural thing. And it's like, well, who's jumping on it first? But I don't know. It's always very weird. $500 million lost this year by WB. Well, it's because of the strikes. And don't think that Disney and all them aren't losing money too. The Continental came out today. Yeah, I've heard not great things about it. Crazy. Take the flop though. All right, we got Mr. Debbie Downer right here. Jesus Christ. Not every film can get away with $100 million. Yeah, an $80 million. Yeah. I've been in Expendables mood lately. I rewatched the first one, solid B level action. Yeah, I mean they're fun movies to watch, but I just was like, I didn't feel like going and seeing it. So DC Studios moving to the UK. Does that mean James Gunn will move? No, I think it's just like they're gonna have like a, because they're still gonna be, obviously you're still Warner Brothers here, but when it comes to like shooting big sets and whatnot, they're gonna have to go over there, which is fun. I mean, like Marvel has a London studio, yeah, it's just the fact of the matter is, well, let's face it, California sucks when it comes to the economy. That budget for that movie makes me giggle a little. What's going on? Shamagic, always great to see you. $274 budget. That's dumb to have that kind of budget. Yeah, I think they're incorporating some marketing budget in there too. So I don't know if it was like fully that. So, but they're trying to, I mean, the first reporting, they said 130 million. And I was like, bull fucking shit. Why is the UK? I think I don't think it's going to be like the main thing, but it's probably going to be. I mean, they shot Justice League. A lot of Justice League was shot in the UK. So it's just again, they're going for what's the cheapest. Okay, they're not going to build a studio in fucking California. I guarantee you that, because it's not cheap over here. Because this state is just going sinking into the Pacific fucking Ocean. Don't hate Goyer, but I disagree with him on his latest take. What latest take? You're talking about the not combining everybody together? Is that what you're talking about? The Goyer hate's been there for a while. I remember one time some guy got on him for apparently saying only virgins know who the Martian Manhunter is and the She-Hulk's a porn star. Did he actually say that? Ooh, not a fan of Roka? Apparently he's not a fan of me either. Even though we had a great conversation, but whatever. I love David Goyer. I think he's good. Yeah, I'm not saying he's like perfect, but he's been in the game for a bit. So smoking a J, listening to the Vodka stream. Good night, Gustavo. That's what I'm talking about. Shit, I know. I should get me a joint myself now. If I did that, I wouldn't even know. I'd be staring at something on the screen. I wouldn't even know what to do. All right, guys, getting to the end of this. This went longer than I thought it would be. I thought it was going to be like 20 minutes to a half an hour, but I forget. I don't shut up, especially when I have bourbon in me. So I got like one more drink left. So get some of these questions in before I start inviting the panel. And as a matter of fact, I'm going to start sending out invites to some of the peeps that are going to be showing up. So let's see here. Let me just let me do this first, and then we'll do our last little round of conversation here. See, this has been kind of fun. I thought about this like a couple of weeks ago. I was like, yeah, let's get back to me just like shooting the shit with you guys and talking about things before we bring on a panel. Get back to old school. Boop, boop, boop. All right, here we go. And then one more. All right. Should be good now. All right. Let's see. David Goyer is one of my favorite writers working today. There you go. Yeah, I know he does. I kid. Talk Star Wars writer never. Okay. You should have Zach and President Kennedy on. President Kennedy? You talk about RFK? You're already like saying that he's gonna win. RFK, man. Some people don't like him. Why dude's jacked. Anyways, why everyone act like their fan ideas are the best, but want director to stick to the can't exactly. And there's that too. The old name is coming back. I have to wait about 10 more days. Oh, is that what happened to your name? Oh, Antoine Fuqua, right? Yeah, would make. Oh, I know exactly. I know he was like up for that. And even like when Cyborg was like going to be a movie at one point too. What's going on, Desert Eagle? Welcome. Just doing a little one-on-one with the chat right now before we start bringing in. Is there a gnat in here? I swear to God. It's like I try to keep my doors closed as much as possible, but sometimes you got to take the trash out. Or sometimes you just want to go out on your balcony and all of a sudden these fucking gnats or flies get in here. The director of Godzilla vs. Kong is making animation. That's pretty sweet. Wish Zack would stick to film for his movies. Zack on digital, not so much. Well, you got to do what you got to do. It's still movies. Still a big giant movie, you know. What happened to Ray the Flycast? Well, I found out last week that he completely deleted his Twitter. He is exclusively on Threads. Yeah, I know. It's like I said, I mean, it's things change. Things change. When it comes to Ray, yeah, I mean, he needed some peace of mind. I know he like where he was with his job, he got promoted, so it was very difficult for him to even like when that happened, it was difficult for him to balance some things out. So yeah, it's been a bit. And I don't know. We'll see. Hopefully we can get Ray back on one of these days. But yeah, he is no longer on Twitter, and that's usually where I send the invites and communicate with people. And so, and that's the bad thing. It's like, people jump ship because they're not liking the captain of the ship. They're not liking, Musky Pants. They're not liking what he's doing, so they jump ship. So it's like, well, if you still want to come on here, I mean, just send me, something so I can message you, So, but hopefully we'll get Ray on there soon. Nothing from Whedon aged well, and everything he did have the same problem. Fake fight between the protagonist and that came. I mean, I will say, like, I mean, yeah. I mean, I don't like the guy, and yes, the first Avengers movie didn't age that well, but he's still, I'll still give him props for actually doing that, bringing all them together and doing a good job of balancing it, because it was like the story was essentially still an Iron Man story, because that's the biggest star of the movie. You're going to have that. And I thought there was like a good balance when it came to certain things, but yeah, when you watch some of the stuff, you're like, that doesn't look as good. It's like everything's very, I don't know, TV like, but that's where he comes from. Zach P, any status on the full frontal? I know, right? Hey, I've been working out, been trying, and I keep it up, been keeping it up, but apparently I don't know if I'm gonna show up in Rebel Moon. Well, he's already shot part 1 and part 2, so maybe part 3. We'll see what happens. Wasn't Antoine Fuqua going to direct Black Panther until he stepped down as director? I don't know about that. Army was interesting because it didn't have a lot of gore, and it's a zombie movie. Good movie, though. Yeah, it had a lot of other interesting ideas and concepts. To be honest, that's what I liked about it, is it had different concepts. Have you seen the Super Bly show? All I can say, Super Bly? Clark is okay. Lana's. Are you talking about what? You talking about Smallville? But I haven't gotten into the new. Oh, you're talking about yeah. I have to catch up on that one too. My Adventures with Superman. Yeah. So the word on the street is that Rebel Moon might be good. Is that the word on the street? I don't know. It is awesome to hear. Also, was not a fan of it. It was a mess. I don't agree with that. I liked the concepts that Zack was going for when it came to Army of the Dead. I really dug it. So I don't agree with that, because I'm like wondering, because it made me want more. Like what is happening? Like, what's the source of this whole thing? What does that have to do with aliens and time loops and all this kind of stuff? So it was just like a lot of different things where I was like, what the hell? So Doing Bill O'Reilly saying woke and dizzy. Is Garza still active? Yeah, he's not that. I mean, he wrote his book. And big congrats on doing that. It's not an easy task, but he did write his book, and that's pretty sweet. So, but yeah, I think he just he's been just quiet. He'll tweet every now and again. Oh yeah, there feels like zero hype for creator. I don't know about you. I see a lot of hype. I've been seeing a lot of hype, but then again, Gunn is also shooting Legacy in Georgia. Yeah, see, so it's well that full on studio is that's not gonna be ready for a bit, probably for a couple of years. So it's an $80 million budget. That's not a flop VOD, and some legs can make. Yeah, there you go. You're talking about this weather. I know it's actually been kind of nice, because we had some hot weeks. We had some hotness that happened when it came to Southern California. My God, did we? But it's been nice lately. It's actually been pretty nice. UK have a long tradition of making movies. It's cheap, but they are professional. Also, taxes cut. Yeah, see, that's why they do it, because taxes over here, especially in California, are just fucking ridiculous, man. I was asking William. Yeah, do it. He says right there. Yeah. Ray's still doing his podcast. He's just not on Twitter anymore. So, by the way, I don't get the hate for Expendables 4 is getting right now. It's like, what are you expecting? Oscar type movie? Seriously, it's a B-level action movie with some over the top and cheesy one-liners. Yeah, that's pretty much what it is. Well, I think it's just because I don't know. And people don't like Megan Fox. That's what it is. That's what it is. They don't like Megan Fox. I got it on Amazon. I did get it on Amazon, so you can find it on Amazon. So, oh, you meant the Superboy show. Okay, I was wondering what the heck you were talking about. All right, guys, this is the last drink of bourbon, and we're just gonna start bringing some people on. Delicious. All right. Let's see who wants to join in on some conversations. We got everything ready. Let me do that. All right. First, we got Andy, and we got Steven. What's happening?
Hey.
Hey, yo.
I know. I need to get. I didn't have the drops prepared. I should have drops. I don't even have an Andy drop yet, but I had a Steven drop, of course.
I can leave and come back.
Right. Could do that. I know. I just didn't even think about it. I was like, oh yeah.
Wait a minute.
Can too.
Oh, geez.
What? Oh, there she is. Amanda. And Amanda's here too. I was like, what was that noise? Oh, that was, yeah.
You just like called that behind them. Good Lord.
Hi, Amanda.
Hi.
How's it going?
I know you didn't send a link to me.
Do you want a link?
Dave.
No, my setup's not set up.
Oh,
I
okay.
mostly just wanted to be around people.
Aw.
Again.
You haven't been around people?
You're people.
I'm people, but I mean, it's not physical, but hey, it's something, I guess.
Works.
It works.
This is fine.
Yes.
Hi, Andy.
Hi, Amanda. How are you?
How do you say your last name?
Babakt, but you can just call me Andy B if you want me to.
Babakt.
Yeah. No. That was a lot.
Did I fuck it up?
That was a new one. No one has put that emphasis on K before. So no, Babakt. It means happiness in Farsi.
It means I can't hear because my husband steals the headphones.
Steals. I stole my headphones that I put on my head when I.
It means happiness.
It's either happy or happiness. Like it's one form of the word. So
that's so cute. My first name means beloved, but it was definitely a joke. Go back. Get back here.
What?
I'll go away.
You need 2 sets of headphones.
Steven is the brains of our marriage, and I am the fun.
I mean, I'm
sure it's a good balance. It's a good balance, right?
He's fun too if you like brains, which I do.
Well, I mean, I've hung out with him twice now, so. I do like talking to the man.
I do
In
too.
person, I should say. I've talked to him many times, but yeah, in person.
I like
So.
talking. I like doing a lot of things in person. with
Okay.
him. I'll go now.
Let's get there. Let's
See,
get
this
there.
is why I'm not around people anymore.
No, it's fine. I'm just wondering, like, Steven's like, oh shit, don't say anything else.
No, this is what he's doing right now.
Oh, it's
What are you
fine.
doing?
It's fine.
Look.
Nice talking to you, Amanda. Bye.
Bye.
Okay, yeah. When you get
I'll
your
miss you guys so much.
get set up, and well, you can't hear me now, but
Oh, I have to go. I have to go.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. No, I was saying, like, yeah, we should get set up. You know,
I like literally can't really. No, don't do that. I can't fully use my arms and wrists and shoulders like trustworthily yet. To set up
yeah,
my
I know
own
you're
shit.
having some issues
And I'm-
with the joints and stuff.
Yeah, I'm good. It's not
Okay.
the kind of joint problems I want to have, you know.
Of course not. Nobody wants that. But get well soon. All that.
Look, can we do the Gen Z thing where they do the?
No.
The what?
Wait, am I doing it wrong?
They do the heart thing. Is that what it is?
What is
Oh,
it?
they're the ones who invented it. Of course they did.
Oh, we're married.
Wait, hold on. Hold
Whoa,
everything.
Whoa.
Hold everything. Steven,
What?
what the hell are you? What were you holding?
This?
Oh, Andy wants one of those.
I've been there for 4 years. Why have I not gotten one yet?
It was an editor's gift a few years ago.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
put in a word for Rob. Like,
Yeah.
Mom just like my tweet. Hi, Mom.
See, Mama Film Junkie liked her tweet. That's good. Always good. Anyways, gentlemen, thank you for joining. And of course, we also got Phil joining up too. What's happening, sir?
What's up, gentlemen?
How you
y'all
doing?
Ah,
You're pretty good. Doing
ah,
pretty good.
yeah, that's good. That's good.
Yeah, but you know, just I got a good buzz going on already because I decided to just drink that for about 45 minutes, 50 minutes. Now I'm on to the pussy stuff. Topo Chico.
It's funny. I went to a punk show on Wednesday with a friend of mine, and I had like 2 blackberry ciders, and he was like, "What? You don't want a White Claw?" I was like, "No, White Claw's fucking trash. I'm not a fan of White Claw." The chick right next to me ordered a White Claw. She's looking at me like, "Really?" And I was like, you were ordering a White Claw. I'm so sorry. She was like, "No, it's fine. Cider's trash." I was like, "Oh, okay. That's fair. That's totally fair."
Trash. Yeah, when it comes, I mean, nowadays, Saturday mornings, I've had too many bad hangovers where I'm like, all right, gotta like hydrate my alcohol. I don't know.
Water.
It's just, yeah, I do that too. But yeah, sometimes if I'm just like sipping vodka or sipping bourbon all night, yeah, I don't wake up happy. So that's why I'm like, all right, I'm gonna start doing these with the other.
I did that thing where I like accidentally quit drinking,
Oh,
and then
What is accidentally quitting?
I just like cut way back because I was doing a bunch of different stuff and I didn't quit. I just kind of slowed way down and then felt so much better. And now it's like, well, do I really want, like, I could have a few beers or like I could feel great. And I do every once, like I do from time to time. So it's not like I'm like anti-alcohol now or anything. It's just weird how like lifestyle just changed to the point where I was like,
listening to Dr. Huberman too much. That's what happened.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
I have the opposite problem. Like when I used to drink, like whenever, like I could get super wasted, and then the next morning, like there's not even a hangover. Like for my for a senior party in high school when I was 18, I remember anything, but what I know is that I went in there with $200. The next morning, I woke up with only $5 left.
Oh.
So, but and they were like, "How are you not dead?" I'm like, "I don't know." Like they're like, do you have a headache?" I'm like, "No." "Are you tired?" Like, "Yeah, my feet are tired," but that's because I was apparently dancing in military shoes. So
That'll do it.
it was a jungle theme party. So I went as a hunter or something. Not Craven the Hunter, good, because I could never look that good. But
I don't think anybody could. I don't know even how that guy does that. Jesus Christ, it's ridiculous. It's like, how many abs do you have? Jesus Christ, what the hell is going on right there?
yeah, I had to zoom in just for science reasons.
Dude's got like 18 abs, for fuck's sake.
I was gonna say like 20, but yeah, you're right.
Yeah, something like that. But anyways, yeah, thank you guys for joining. One of the things I wanted to start off and get you guys' opinion, because I was kind of talking about it right now, is like the whole. I mean, well, first off, who's seeing The Creator next week? Yes, right. What, Andy? You're not going to see The Creator? You're not looking forward to it?
I don't get time.
You don't get time to go to the movies? Take some time for yourself?
No, I'm doing school and work at the same time, so it's yeah. So
I also like how both Phil and Steven raised their hands. It was saying like we're in a classroom. It's like Scott's not here.
Scott is not here yet.
Right? No, but
I'm
okay.
sure he's seen it.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I think I said on one of Steven's tweet X post, whatever the hell it's called, I was like, Steven mentioned something about seeing The Creator, and I was like, that is on the list for this week. And Scott said, no, that is the list for this week.
Oh yeah, we're all looking forward to. I mean, original sci-fi. Everybody's. I know some people in the chat were saying like, oh yeah, they were starting to see some people kind of not like it, but I've seen just mainly positive stuff. I don't know about you guys.
The social reactions didn't smack of the normal like. You can kind of read the like lukewarm social reactions from like legitimate social reactions. I feel like usually where it's like, oh, it's a Marvel movie and everyone's just kind of gently applauding versus like, oh, this is top 10 all time. And it's also not like just critics. There's also like
influencers,
like not just influencers, but there's like other filmmakers and stuff that have seen it that are like no, this is if I could make one movie in my lifetime, it would be this movie kind of stuff. And plus, it's Gareth Edwards. Like it's liable to get some of that like somewhat snooty criticism. But like if you've seen like Monsters, or I mean Rogue One, I think is probably like the best Disney Star Wars movie. But if you haven't seen Monsters, like watch Monsters. The movie was made for like $600,000, and he did the VFX in his bedroom in like 2005 or something.
That
like
movie is insane. It's insane. Like
it's just Scoot McNairy and
there's some other actress. I can't remember her name.
And I didn't even realize this. They basically improvised most of it.
Really, I didn't know that either.
The script they wrote the script in. They ended up writing it because in order to do the budget, they just went like to a bunch of places, like mostly in Central and South America. And they would travel to a new location, and they just asked locals, like, what's visually interesting? And they'd be like, oh, there's a protest over there, or there was a flood over there, or there was a train wreck over there, or whatever. And they would just go, and then they had a script, and in the script they wrote structural things, like physical things that needed to happen in black ink. And they wrote emotional things that needed to happen in blue ink. And so, like, all the black ink stuff was like, oh, we need to say these lines or do these things, like someone needs to get injured or whatever, the plot line is. And so they will do that at this location. And then the blue stuff, they would just kind of go to a street festival and like shoot a conversation that fit the vibe of what was in the blue. And then he edited it. And then he'd go and just add visual effects. He'd add monsters in the background and and
it's a movie where like these two are just on a journey, and then it's in a world where these big huge monsters are just roaming around.
Are we thinking of the same movie? Because that's not the monster that I remember.
Not Monsters Inc. I'm talking about.
I will talk about the Patty Jenkins movie. Is that
Monster?
That's Monster.
Oh, fuck me. Never mind.
Monsters. It looks the monster in it looks kind of like the Stranger Things season 3. The
big one, right?
The big one.
I forgot what it's called too. Yeah, the big spider looking one. Big one.
But I still love that Stephen thought I really meant a kid's movie when I'm like, no, I'm an adult too. I know adult things. Ish.
The Mind Flare, I think.
Yeah, I think it might be the Mind Flare.
I think it might be the Mind Flare. Yeah, that sounds right.
Sounds like a magician's show. That, anyways, Chris Angel. Anyways, no, but like, yeah, watch that movie if you have not. I mean, that's why when it came to him doing Godzilla 2014, I was like,
Yeah,
I fucking love that movie.
that movie's
Yeah.
amazing.
it's the best one in the whole series, to be honest. And it looks like the Monarch series that's coming out is really going to take heavily from. I don't know. Probably not, but I'm just saying, just by what it looks like.
I'm excited for Monarch because I watch. It's the type of thing where I watch it. I'm like, oh, maybe this will get people to actually rewatch Godzilla 2013,
Please.
right?
2014.
2014.
2014.
And because so much of, like, if someone doesn't like that movie and you ask them why, they'll say things like Cranston isn't in it for long enough, or it's stuff that's like expectations from the trailers, where like that was on the height of Breaking Bad popularity. They were expecting this like Bryan Cranston versus Godzilla movie, and I get like Aaron Taylor Johnson, like, falls a little bit more monotone as a lead, but it's functional, and the Godzilla stuff is amazing.
Amazing.
Yeah.
The skydiving sequence is just Jesus Christ.
I can even go back far a little bit further, because I remember, because my first Comic-Con, because I was lining up just for the Man of Steel panel, I didn't even know there was going to be a Godzilla panel, because suddenly in the Hall H presentation, the entire room goes dark, and they start playing, this teaser trailer. I don't think they have even filmed yet, but they had like as almost a proof of concept, and Godzilla's scream is just heard in the entire room, and I'm like, shit, they're making Godzilla cool again. So, do you guys know which teaser I'm talking about?
No, I don't think I saw that. It was a panel at Comic-Con?
Yeah, like it was like a surprise. Like nobody, apparently people didn't know that Godzilla was going to be.
I didn't even remember.
I think I know what teaser you might be talking about. I think they were just like certain established shots that they might have shot, and then it ends with like you see a door closing, and then you see Godzilla, and then you hear the roar. I could be misremembering that. That might have been a different trailer, but
So it was the shot where we actually first see him in the movie yell.
I just sent it to you.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Well, there was also
What's up, Steak?
hey, Seek, what's up, buddy?
Hi, Zeke. You're muted.
You're muted. You're muted, Steak.
Yeah, thank you. No, I was because I was listening to you guys talking about Godzilla.
Yeah.
So, yeah, thanks for having me on. Hello, what's up?
What's up, man? How you doing?
Good. Godzilla sucks. Fuck that movie. I mean, it doesn't have enough Bryan Cranston in it, honestly. No, I'm kidding.
Why wasn't he Godzilla?
Number one complaint.
Apparently, Bryan Cranston, I remember like in an interview, he even talked about how like he thought that the narrative of that happening, he actually wasn't a fan of that either, which was kind of funny. Because I think it's just because like what Steven said was the fact that it's like a lot of people were like, oh, this is a Bryan Cranston movie. This is coming off of obviously Breaking Bad.
If you remember that first trailer, that was it was just Bryan Cranston. There is something they're not telling us.
Yep.
And like it was like, if that's the way you sell the movie, and then he's dead like 15 minutes into it or whatever.
It wasn't that quick. It was like
halfway.
It was like about a half hour or so into it.
But like
it was in the second act. Like
it's a little bit of a rug pull. I get it.
Yeah.
And like, Aaron Taylor Johnson didn't exactly fill his shoes, but like that hardly ruins the movie for me.
Yeah.
So
it doesn't ruin the movie, but then of course there were some people that were like going, why is Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch kissing?
It's so funny because
please Mark Millar.
That movie happened before Ultron. I found that to be just the funniest thing. They went from being husband and wife to brother and sister.
Yeah, it was a little strange. Like, and I know a lot of people were like, "What the hell? Wait a minute. We already know that these two are going to be brother and sister, and now we're going to watch them." But it was just like, so I think some people had some issues with that too. But yeah, you're right though. It's like, yeah, Aaron Taylor Johnson. Yeah, I mean, is he going to be leading man? Is he lead? I mean, obviously we had Kick-Ass.
He's Kraven the Hunter, guys.
I know. That's what I'm kind of like.
It's odd to me because he seems to have some roles that he does where he's like pretty charismatic and like very interesting, and then the roles that like you would and then the roles that you would like expect him to kind of carry the energy a little bit are the ones where he's just like, oh yeah, no. And I don't know what that is, because it's not that he doesn't have it, and like you see it in like his smaller parts where like he's totally got that, and then he's got these other movies where he's just like very bland, and I don't quite understand it because it's not. He's got more in the tank.
Seems like he does, but it seems like he's better as a supporting character. I don't know, like you said, Bullet Train.
Yeah,
Seek,
Bullet
and,
Train.
and he was great. He was great. You know, going off of, I forgot what the other actor's name was, but their whole chemistry was great. His chemistry with Brad Pitt was great. His character was great. I mean, I love that movie. But at the same time, I'm like, is he leading man? I mean, that's what I guess we're gonna find out when it comes to Craven, because he's supposed to be leading that movie. When it came to Kick-Ass, it just
watch the trailer to Craven. The answer is no.
No, probably not. Yeah,
well,
when it came to
Kick-Ass, like, but that's one of those weird examples too, where like he's got the look for Craven, and he can pull something. Like he just needs to like, I don't know. I don't want to say try harder because that's such a low like. But like you watch Craven, and you're like, dude, just put a little bit more mustard on your voice, and like, you're there. Yeah. And then you watch the trailer, and he's like, just kind of like mumbling, and I don't.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
I hear you. I mean, it might boil down to like who he's working with it from a director standpoint. Like it might just be the director being able to pull a great performance out of him or not. Again, it just kind of depends on the director. But to your point, I mean, when seeing him as Craven, he looks like Craven, but the voice, it's the voice that's just like.
And it's not even. I can even get by like, I don't know. I think I'd prefer an accent for Craven, but like he doesn't have to have an accent. Like I said, it's just.
They're like they saw Age of Ultron. They're like, no, don't do it, don't do it, Rush. No, sorry. Go ahead, Steven.
Oh yeah. So Dice said, Steven is describing he thinks he's Tom Hardy, which is accurate. And
see, but Tom Hardy has a weird way of just being like, I think
he's got a different voice every movie though.
He goes
have you guys seen that new Netflix?
Yes, I
Animal
saw you post. That's what I was getting at. Is like you post like another voice.
That cheetah is in the hunting its prey. Like.
And I don't know how he does. And it's funny too, because when you watch Tom Hardy, I mean, he literally likes to transform.
Well, it's funny because it started with the Bane voice. Everyone was doing the Bane voice, but then you literally just pop in any Tom Hardy movie, and it's like, oh wow, no, that's like something entirely different.
Yeah.
And Inception is something different.
He'll do like the mannerisms. I mean, like he goes for it. And then he's like in that new movie, what is it called, The Bike Riders or whatever, which. It's a weird one because when I think bike rider, I think of a bicycle. But no, he's in that movie with Austin
Butler.
Based
on a true story.
Or that's like a great example of like if we're gonna contrast like Craven versus like look what he does in Venom. Imagine what Venom would be if it was like just Tom Hardy being Tom Hardy, whatever that even means. Like
what does that mean?
He's like method acting this like just kind of weird dude. I don't like for Venom, like I don't.
He made Eddie a loser. Like Eddie's just kind of like this.
But that's just a little bit of a loser. Like he leans into it hard.
Yeah.
Like and he like the lobster tank. Like he's giving. It's like a Nick Cage level. Like wow, dude, you're like you're putting everything you got into this.
He's committed to the role. Yeah. Because that movie could be like like Morbius or Craven. Like if you get an actor who doesn't. They pick a lane, and that's the thing with Tom is he'll pick a lane. You may not agree with it, but he pick it and he devotes to it. So
do you have is your microphone not working, or because it sounds like you were like you're talking into a cup? I was like, check your settings.
He's doing his own Bane voice.
Yeah,
it's funny. I saw the Dark Knight trilogy last Saturday.
Yeah, check your settings because I don't think your microphone
is that better.
There you go. There it is.
Oh man, I'm sorry. I wish you told me earlier.
Yeah, no. I know. I was hearing it, but I thought maybe like, oh, maybe he's not. But I was like,
I thought it was just me.
I was doing a Tom Hardy voice. I'm sorry. I was doing my Tom Hardy voice. No, my apartment flooded yesterday. I don't know if you guys saw
I know you had some stuff when it came to that. So I thought maybe that was a part of it.
Yeah, so nothing was like plugged in or nothing. So I was like, oh, I got to set all this up because I saw your text. So Yeah. Sorry about that, guys.
No problem, man. No, you're sounding great now. You're sounding great.
Good.
You're not doing the Bane voice now. I was born in it. Yeah.
I was born in microphones.
It is not 1947 anymore.
You barely plug your microphones in. I have one in my voice.
It's built into my throat. My
We both know I have to speak now, right?
By the way, can I just say, I know I don't want to derail because I know you're talking about Godzilla, but and Gareth Edwards, which I am excited for creator. That movie looks amazing. But I had such a blast on Batman Day. And I saw Phil did too, and it lit me up like a Christmas tree seeing his posts about rewatching the Nolan films. Like I just loved it. And I loved everyone's posts on that day. I think Zach eventually posted something about Batman on that day, and like there was I think it was Zach, right? He talked about how like what Batman means as a character.
Did he?
I thought so. Someone
it might have been a
someone
recycled one.
Okay, yes, yeah,
it might have been a recycled thing.
So,
yeah.
But it was cool to. I mean, it was just cool to see everyone kind of celebrate the character, and and I loved it. I had a blast. I recently sold a big comic book collection, and they gave me a bunch of store credit, and I went in on Batman Day and just went nuts. I was like, I want all kind of Batman stuff. Like they're like, oh, here's the free stuff, and I'm like, no. I got store credit. I want more Batman stuff. So yeah, I had a blast. So I just wanted to say that you guys' posts were awesome that day.
Yeah, I was trying to post, and then of course, I mean, I was hoping. Yeah, I don't think Zach really did post anything. I was kind of like,
it might have been an old one. I didn't. Pay
attention.
I
think it was an old one. But I was hoping. I mean, I think a lot of us were hoping, but he's a busy dude. And
he's got
it could also be that he's trying not to raise people's expectation. Be like, make the Batman movie.
Obviously, if he posts something, obviously it's gonna start. What?
Yeah, everyone will be like, oh my God, he's gonna do Batman again. Yeah,
well, exactly. We all know he wasn't posting anything because he's under NDA. Right? Clearly, if he wasn't under NDA, he would have posted.
I can't tell if Steven is joking. I can't tell if he's joking or not. What are you talking about?
What are you talking? You can't tell if Steven's joking.
I'm always joking, except for
he was just taking a sip. That's just, I mean, his
punchline indicator.
Wait. Is the narrative online that the reason Zach didn't post anything is because he's under some sort of NDA?
No. I'm just using fan brain to explain.
So no brain.
Yes, exactly. No, but I mean, it's fun, but I like that Matt Reeves was like posting stuff and retweeting people's stuff. Didn't have anything new, which is fine. And then Muschietti posted his shots, and I did find it interesting. I was like, you posted that Batfleck shot. Okay, did anybody else find that a little more interesting? Because it's like you have all this you have a whole scene with Batfleck.
I mean, he didn't film that much. That's probably one of the only few things he had left that he could share.
Yeah, but I mean, he shared it.
I wouldn't look deep into it.
I know I wouldn't either, but I'm just saying. I know I'm not saying that.
Don't overthink it, Dave.
Right? I'm just saying. Like I was looking in. Just the fact that he shared that shot.
Yeah.
Behind the scenes green screen Batfleck for the deleted the now deleted scene. It was interesting because he could have just chose like a shot on the bridge or something like that,
sure.
But I don't know. Yeah. So it was just interesting to me. That's all.
Also, I mean, then we would have seen an ugly Batsuit again.
This one was a little different. That one had a silver Bat logo on it. I'm actually kind of curious to see that suit in motion opposite.
That one I like. That's why I'm saying the one on the bridge. I'm happy he didn't share any photos from the bridge or anything because that suit was.
Though behind the scenes images of that, it did look better than how it looked on the film. I think it was again like going to Mr. Lensman over there is like the fact that how it was shot. It just kind of, I think that's what's the combination of how the Flash was shot with the lens choices and things. Just I don't know.
Yeah, it's a choice.
I know we've talked about it a little bit, Steven, but yeah, there was something about how it was shot that was like mainly what was kind of messing up things. I guess.
Yeah.
Not so much the VFX.
Yeah, it was weird. Well, I thought the Corridor crew did a really good breakdown on it.
Ah, that's true.
That, where there was, although I was waiting for them to mention the lens, but they didn't. But with the because there's so much of it that just looks wonky because of the wide angle lens. But then, then I don't know. There's kind of, but the bridge stuff though for me was just like wildly
Jarring.
weird. It wasn't quite like there was not an it felt like TV, like just lined people up, and like I don't know, there was like no cinematography going on.
There was someone who made and when the film came out on digital, someone made an edit where they actually did it with like similar Snyder colors. And I'm like, oh, now I actually like this way better. I still would want him to get out of that suit because I'm like the suit is like, it threw me off the entire time when that is happening. I'm like, it looks horrible, it looks horrible, it looks horrible, it looks horrible, it looks horrible. What is that? Why is there so much things
Saturation.
on it?
There's a lot of saturation in the cowl and within the cowl, and that's really what kind of doesn't work for me. The suit itself, downward from like chest down, I think looks fine. It's the cowl that really kind of kills that shot for me.
It's because mainly all the action shots are the stuntman, and they put his head on it.
Right.
So that's the thing is like, yeah, that's why like, yeah, there's something off when you see like, especially like the close-up shots or whatever, or even some shots you're like, yeah, there's something that seems a little off when it comes to that. And it's, yeah. And then finally, of course, when we get the, Wonder Woman showing up, which, yeah, that does, it feels like it was a last minute thing too. Like that whole, where she just saves his ass and everything. And then of course we're all like anticipating, like, oh yeah, remember what Ben Affleck said? He said he figured out the character and he had the scene with Diana and it's gonna be so. And then that was the scene, and it was like, oh shit. Really, Ben?
I was like, what the fuck was he talking? I love Ben Affleck, but that was one of the few times where I'm like, Ben, what were you smoking? I don't get what you're talking about here.
Too much Dunkin' Donuts coffee. He was just too caffeinated. That's what happened.
Joker.
Yeah, I know. Did you see that? The joke. Those commercials are great. I wouldn't recommend drinking those drinks because they have like 1,000 grams of sugar. But I'm just saying, like those Ben Affleck commercials are pretty freaking great.
That's what's funny to me is like Ben Affleck loves Dunkin' Donuts, but really he just loves black iced coffee.
Yeah,
Dunkin' Donuts.
Yeah. If you saw his orders during the pandemic, they weren't sugary fucking. Let's condense a donut into a drink kind of thing. It's like you have to watch that sugar, people. That's for sure. But, he's part of that now. And hey, Casey, what's happening?
Hi. Hey, how you guys doing?
Handsome guy.
I know. I should have did the drop.
Look at the smolder. Like, let's go.
I was talking about Steven, but
yeah.
I'm sorry. All I see is that cup. So it's fine, Rob. It's fine. I know you don't love me. It's fine.
Anyway, how's it going? How's it going, Casey?
Good. How's it going with you guys?
Good. You have your camera on, which is good.
Last
couple, you've been high. So, and of course, people love that you're in 4-3.
Oh, I didn't even know. Yeah. I thought it was just like
that's actually to hide my lamp, which is right here.
He knows his lenses too. He knows his shots, so he's hiding that. But thank you for joining, Casey. Appreciate it. We were just talking about we were briefly just talking about those Ben Affleck Dunkin' Donuts commercials that have been happening.
Those are great.
Yeah. They're great. They're absolutely great. I don't recommend drinking that big, huge drink because Jesus Christ, diabetes right after. But still great stuff. And it just shows you how. Just shows like how what was I getting? Oh yeah, how funny Ben Affleck, really is. So funny dude.
Yeah, but I didn't like that he had Ice Spice in there. Like, what the fuck? That was so random.
Yeah. What are you talking about? She would be his Batgirl. Got the hair and everything. Oh my god,
that movie should be canceled.
It's like Ben Affleck photographed with anybody who was younger than him, and it's like, oh, they could have been Robin.
Yeah.
That was kind of the thing that was going on back a few years ago. Like, wasn't that the thing like with Anna?
Still going on. People are like, Ice Spice could be Robin, and it's like, what?
or his Batgirl because that's
or a Batgirl,
or like
Carrie Kelly,
Kelly,
yeah. Or like when they first showed off the furry-versed image of Brendan Thwaites' Robin in Titans, people were like, "Oh fuck, he'd be great for Batfleck's Robin."
I mean, it is ironic that suit is very Affleck-esque.
Speaking of Carrie Kelly, I did get the Dark Knight Batman Jokerized on Batman Day. I was like, okay, that's freaking cool looking.
That is pretty dope.
Yeah, He's so tough. That version of Batman, that drawing where he's just as big as a mountain, man. That's so tough looking.
Yeah.
I love. I was watching the Batman. I actually love that cartoon. And there was an episode. There was an episode where they kind of do a Dark Knight thing where it's like
artifacts. I know exactly.
what
artifacts.
You're talking about. Yeah, where it's like Mr. Freeze and stuff, and they do like holograms of Batman. But yeah, it's cool stuff where he's just like really big and it's so awesome.
They do a couple different things with it. They have Dick is Golder, he's Nightwing, he's driving the Batwing. Barbara's in the chair, she's Oracle, and of course Batman is very much based off the Dark Knight Returns. It's a pretty great episode. I loved it.
So good.
That show is so underrated. I wish
it is.
I wish it would get more attention today. Like I almost wish it would get a more cult following today.
I'm thinking about doing like what Dave does with the Batman animated series for the Batman. I've been wanting to do that. So if anybody wants to partner up with me, let me know.
There you go.
Oh, there we go.
Buddy.
All right.
I love that show. I love that they got Robert Englund to voice the Riddler in that show.
That's
so
so
good.
That was fun.
All right, let's touch bat nips later and we'll work it out.
There you go. Ooh,
he said it, not me.
Hey, my nips are hard now. That's
all call HR. Somebody call HR. Sorry.
Love it. No, but of course, one of the big things that in the past couple of days that was talked about was David Goyer, of course, talking to what's his name,
Josh Horowitz. Josh Horowitz.
That's right.
Oh yeah.
Who talked to David Goyer. I mean, obviously David Goyer promoting the Foundation. Was it season 2? Or I don't even know what season it is. Is that what he was promoting? Right? Yep. Was the Foundation?
I was surprised he was even allowed to do that interview.
Well, he's a director. Directors can do whatever the hell they want. So it doesn't matter. Like that's why we hear nothing from directors. We heard from James Wan. We've heard from Tim Burton. It's only directors that can really just do. I mean, unless they have like an old interview, obviously, like
Nolan and Oppenheimer.
He probably also wrote that show though.
Oh, I'm sure, yeah. But I mean,
but as a director, he can. Yeah,
they get just like how Zach can still talk about Rebel Moon, even though he wrote it. Co-wrote it at least. So he could still talk about that, and just like Christopher Nolan, same thing. So it's always, but Goyer. I mean, some of the things we already knew, like Jake Gyllenhaal, Batman. Yeah, we knew that. How do we feel about that? Anyways, I wanted to ask you guys, Jake Gyllenhaal, Batman. Would that have worked?
I hear that so much.
He feels very Scott Snyder.
Very Scott Snyder.
Jake Gyllenhaal as Batman feels like a very Scott Snyder Batman.
Interesting.
If it was 10 years ago and they adapted Zero Year, I'd agree with you.
Oh yeah, 0 Year.
Yeah. I'm indifferent to that one because I've heard that so many times, even after the Dark Knight trilogy wrapped. Oh, Jake Gyllenhaal should be Batman, even for the Batman with Matt Reeves, and even now. For Muschietti's Brave and the Bold. I'm like, he's a great actor. He is, but I don't know. I just don't really see it as for him as Batman. Personally.
I don't see it. I do. I mean, I do, and I don't. It's weird. But then at the same time, it's like, I didn't see Robert Pattinson at first. And I was like, what? And then, and then it's like, same thing with Ben Affleck back then. I was like, what? It was like,
I don't think anyone saw Mr. Mom being Batman. Back in the day.
True. That's the thing. It's just like anytime they cast like a Batman, it's like, wait, what? Really? And then all of a sudden it's like, oh, okay, I see what you're doing. And that works, works for me. But I
actually didn't know that Jake Gyllenhaal was in consideration. Today was the first time I found out about it because I was pitching it to one of the news editors, and they mentioned to me like, oh, like this is kind of like sort of old information. I'm like, wait, really? And then I had to look it up. Like, oh fuck, this like. There were headlines about this back in the day. So I like Jake Gyllenhaal. I just don't think he would be a good Batman. Like, it's one of those things where, like, there's actors that could be good fit for Bruce Wayne, but they can't be a good fit for Batman, and then vice versa. I think he would definitely be a good fit as Bruce, but not Batman.
But like you guys said earlier, it does depend on what your take on Batman is also. Because you could make an act, like, you could create a Batman that's perfect for Jake Gyllenhaal. You just have to cater it to him, kind of how the Robert Pattinson, Matt Reeves did. They kind of catered it towards his strengths as an actor and his look, and it worked. I don't know. I think Batman. I mean, there's a reason he's been around for 80 plus years. So same with Superman. Like, he's malleable. He's clay. You can do certain things with him and make it work. You just gotta like I said earlier about Tom Hardy, you got to pick a lane and you just got to commit to it. And and
true.
sometimes that brings fans, sometimes it doesn't, sometimes it divides fans, but that's the dice you roll when you interpret something like as loved as these characters.
Just wonder what the Bat voice would have been like, because
That's my big
Gyllenhaal
thing.
doesn't exactly have a deep
voice.
you
Yep.
know?
Yeah.
I don't know. It would have been interesting, but I'm sure he would have found something when it came to. But it's just kind of funny because he lost out on Spider-Man and Batman. It's like,
Yep.
Yeah.
oh, But it's probably good for him because I mean,
I love
what
him
he's
as
done.
I love him as Mysterio. I wasn't prepared for because my sister was the one who I kind of grew up with his films, so, like with Donnie Darko and stuff like that. I'm like,
Yeah,
so when he got cast, I'm like, this is so random. But then I saw the movie and I'm like, oh shit.
After watching Ambulance from Michael Bay last year, I think he can do intense like very well. Like him and
Well,
Yaya.
have you guys seen Prisoners?
Or Nighthawk,
Nightcrawler.
Yeah.
Nightcrawler,
Nightcrawler,
yeah.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, you want to talk about intense? Both of those movies. Jesus
I mean,
Christ.
Nightcrawler is good evidence too that like you're saying, like what version of Batman would he be? And I think like you look at the Pattinson version, that's just this very kind of cold, steely, like the more detective mode. Like you don't expect him to be like a lot of yelling or growling. Just I can see him in that version. And then of course you've always got voice modulators and whatever. Like I wouldn't be
Sure.
like under the cowl is under the cowl. Like I think people. I don't want to take away acting prowess from having significance as Batman, but like also I think you got to worry more about Bruce Wayne. As long as you have a chin and can be a good Bruce Wayne, you can figure out.
Yeah. Bruce Wayne, I think, is the harder role to play. I mean, but then again, that's someone who's not an actor who's not looking at it from that angle. Some actors may disagree, but I feel like the Batman part is like, okay, you can kind of put together your Batman probably sooner than Bruce Wayne, which I think is Christian Bale and Nolan. I think they talked about how they wanted to nail the Bruce part first.
And they did.
And they did. Yeah. And it's like, so once they got that, they were like, okay, now we can figure out Batman. That'll be easier.
And Batman
is like, agree with that.
Like to get the character of Batman right, I feel like is almost more like lighting is almost more important. And like we're talking about like the bridge scene, if Batman's cowl isn't lit right, he looks ridiculous.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, just like the idea of like that costume, like if Batman is like in the wrong lighting, he's funny. And that's not just like making fun of any particular filmmakers. That's just like like this dude with these pointy ears and these pajama suit with a cape, like under broad daylight conditions might be kind of goofy looking, but like in an alleyway at night is terrifying as like
very true.
And so that's
it's like the Crow is really good at that, where they have very minimal shots during the daytime, because if you light up this guy in this clown paint, you might some killer or thug or something will be like, what? But you cast him in the dark where lightning's going off and it lights up his face, and it's kind of like a strobe blinking effect. You're like, what the hell's that thing coming at me? So yeah.
I think even Kevin Smith said that, like when it came to like the '89 Bat suit, you look at that suit in the proper lighting, it looks badass. Yeah. But he goes, you look at that shit in the daytime, you're like, you see all the fucking like, what the hell? Like, it just doesn't look right.
It's rubber.
Yeah. Well, your world around it has to make sense too, because when you're looking at Batman in the Tim Burton one, whether he's lit a certain way or not, you have this background of like these giant statues attached to buildings, and the world looks very, like exaggerated. And so then you can buy into, okay, this, because I mean, for me, like I love Batman, but doing live action, every time I hear a director go, well, we're going to go very grounded with this, I go, it's a guy in a bat suit. What do you mean you're going to go grounded with it? Like I know what they mean, but I'm just like,
I'm tired of that term.
Yeah, but I do get a little tired of it. I'm just like, hey, it can be fantastical. It's a guy in a bat suit. That's kind of interesting. Like, so make the world interesting around him. And so, but I think these takes that everyone has, like, I don't think any of them are wrong because they all have
No.
fans. All of them have fans. So it's like, so clearly something wasn't done wrong in the sense. So
and like then talking about going back to the whole thing of like how it's harder to do Bruce Wayne again, and and even during Batman Day, I watched Batman '89. I skipped Returns because it's a Christmas movie. I watched that during Christmas. I went to Batman Forever, and I'm just going, I know, right? No, but I just say like Keaton is the better Batman. Kilmer is the better fucking Bruce Wayne. I'm just gonna say that's
No, you're right. You're right.
That's fair.
I think he's a great Bruce Wayne. Like Kilmer just knocks it out of the park when it comes to Bruce Wayne.
When Keaton was coming back for Flash, because I was talking with some of my co-hosts, I was talking to other people I work with, and like because they were like super obsessed with Keaton as Batman. I'm like, guys, he's not, he's not that. It's not that special. Like again, because when he's out of the suit or in the suit, it's the same person. Like that's I could never when I look at Ben Affleck's Batman and Ben Affleck's Bruce, or Christian Bale's Bruce and Christian Bale's Batman, like I can buy the idea that people will not put two and two together that these are the same people. But with Keaton, I'm like, Keaton, you're doing nothing. You just put on a rubber suit.
I disagree a little bit with that, but
because I would agree with that on like maybe George Clooney.
Yeah.
But I don't. But I also I don't hate that. I don't hate that movie, but everyone else hates that movie.
Jesus Christ, he's a bobblehead.
Yeah,
hey, Preach.
He was
Batman.
He was a Funko before Funkos even existed.
Because I thought he was a great Bruce Wayne.
He was a good Bruce Wayne.
Yeah, So, but his Batman wasn't like he didn't become Batman. But I also wonder like what was the goal? Because that movie doesn't do a good job of really doing this is Batman as he's getting later in years and he's becoming more Bruce Wayne than Batman because he's looking at Dick Grayson taking over. Like they don't go that route. They just have Batman. The only connection you have emotionally to Batman in that movie is Alfred dying.
Alfred, yeah,
and those scenes are a great scenes. I feel, so there's some good in that movie, but I would argue that Keaton does transform a little bit between Cal and Uncal, but I feel like Clooney didn't.
I think to add to that, for me personally, I think Keaton does a better job as Bruce Wayne in Returns more so than '89.
Yeah, there's a little bit more for him to do there.
Exactly, and he's also acting opposite Michelle Pfeiffer, Selena Kyle, and they're both kind of going.
Christopher Walken too. Come on, Bruce.
That's true. Yeah,
I got it.
Bruce Wayne.
I got a power company sucking the
Where did the eyeshadow go?
Yeah.
Wayne, I will not tolerate any mudslinging in this office.
If my assistant was here, she'd already exit you out.
Selena Kyle.
I love Dave Grohl's story about doing SNL.
Yes.
The
Foo Fighters.
He's like, where's the emphasis? And he goes, oh, it's on Foo. And he's like, oh, it says the Foo Fighters.
Foo Fighters.
Foo Fighters.
Yeah. Oh, right. Gotta love Walken, right?
Oh, dude.
Good old Max Shrek. Yeah, but that was again interesting. Again, when it comes to Batman Returns, a lot of choices, but at the same time, some good shit in there. Burton was doing his Burtonisms like crazy, and now Elijah Wood looks like almost like Danny DeVito's Penguin when it comes to Toxic Avenger.
Toxic Avenger, yeah, I saw that. That was interesting.
People were like, he looks like Gallum, and a mix just like a cross between the characters. Like it's like,
that's fun.
But people are also praising the shit out of that too. Like, have you seen the internet reaction to Toxic Avenger?
No, I mean I love the original ones, but I've only seen the pictures. I think saw you retweet them the other day. So
they people are just going. Yeah, it's basically from what I gather, people are gonna love and hate this movie. Like apparently it's
like
very
with most
gory.
films.
Like the what?
Like with most films.
But I mean, it could be a new.
You made it sound it was like something very special, where like it's never happened before.
No. I think there's a certain way that people are going to approach this because it's like, I see what you're saying, but at the same time, people are going to like full on be like, this is the most grotesque, thing that we've ever seen, and this is how dare they make this, and apparently it's going to be like one of those like it's a hard R. It's raunchy and it swings for the fences apparently. So I'm like, all right, it's fine by me.
Yeah,
I don't even remember watching the originals. I know I have seen them, but it was a long ass time ago.
I'm more I'm like, I don't, it's I don't really care. Like when people get like the other day, so this Resident Evil DLC came out, and of course it was like you had the people that were mad that you had to pay $10 for it because they feel like it should have been included in the original price of the game when it came out in February, and then you had the people that were like defending it, saying like, oh, back in the day you had to buy a PS2 version of that game to get that DLC, and it's like this. It's just both people making the same points over and over, and I don't know. There are days where like I'm a fan of a lot of things, but there are days where I just go, man, fuck the fans. Like seriously, like I go, you guys get on my nerves so much. Like, stop dying on every hill. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Just let people have their opinion, and don't get pissed about it. Like unless they tag you in it and they're like trying to start a conversation or debate or argument, like who gives a shit? Like I don't understand. I know that's people go, but that's the point of the internet to call people idiots for having a different opinion. And I'm like, it's not. It's so yeah. So it's funny being back on Twitter. I'll just watch people like just give their opinions on stuff, and then someone else quote them and go, well, you're a stupid idiot for thinking that way. And I'm just like, God dang, it's like
you can't win.
Who cares?
There's
Like
no
who cares? Like at all.
Yeah, that's kind of how I had to do with the Arrowverse fandom eventually, because eventually they just complain so much about everything that I'm like, you guys will never be happy about anything. So like I just I don't care.
Yeah, but that show's not good though, Andy.
I said Arrowverse. I talked about the whole franchise.
Yeah, I'm talking about all the shows.
No, a lot of the shows were.
I'm kidding. I know. Yeah. I'm just pressing your button, dude. I know. I love it. No, I love the first two seasons, or the first season of Flash a lot. It kind of lost me after the first season, and Arrow I liked up until season 2 with Deathstroke. Like, all that stuff on the island was great, I thought. And Manu Bennett's a great Deathstroke. Oh, Andy, oh no, oh no.
I stand with my union. Go watch Heels on Stars.
I'm gonna just slowly raise my hand and say I actually kind of like Gotham Knights.
I like Gotham Knights too.
That's fine.
I haven't
I'm not here
watched
to
it.
shame anyone.
I haven't watched it.
Andy.
It had a great ending. Got cut.
Did it?
Too bad it got cut short.
Also, I was just happy for Natalie Abrams just getting to thrive in the DC world.
Natalie,
Leslie's wife.
No way.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great. I didn't actually know that. I don't think. That's cool.
So now I'm gonna send all the clips. I'm gonna send all the clips of you tracking the show to Natalie and be like, "Here's what he said." I'm kidding.
Hey, remember Seek? Well, yeah, I've never seen the show, so yeah, it didn't appeal to me.
No, she worked on Batwoman for about
3 seasons.
3 seasons, yeah. And then she went on to Gotham Knights with Chad and James, and yeah,
that's awesome.
So Gotham is, I would say, even though like I know people were like not really feeling it, like it was better than I expected it to be. So it
was better than it had any right to be. It was it was a fun romp for CW DC show.
No, I know.
Like I said,
I was like surprised how people gave it such a positive, because the trailers look like.
But that's the thing. CW, they don't know how to market or edit anything. Like that's the thing. All trailers for almost any of their shows, because like after the Flash, most of the trailers for like their pilots, whatever, and so on would be almost became very generic, and that's why I'm like, don't buy what you see from just 2 minutes. This it's more than that, and then of course. Again, it's like it was a long. It was a.
What are we looking at here?
I'm sorry, my dog Ace the Bat Hound.
Oh, okay.
He's in the
There's
dark.
Ace.
Yeah. Hey, buddy. He's been sick. He's about to have a surgery again. Another surgery. So. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Yeah.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
No. Fine.
No, but yeah. So I, CWD again. And once I saw the first again, because I burned through those 6 screeners that I first got, and I'm like, and I never do that usually. Like I try to like pace myself. I'm like, oh shit, this is good. I want to see more. I want to see more. So yeah, it's
that's why, like, because I said this on your show before too, like Dave, where it's like I even if I don't watch an interpretation of a character or even like an interpretation of a character, like Andy's introduction to a lot of characters were from those shows.
Yeah.
So I'm like that's for me as a DC fan. I'm like, yes. Like if that gets Andy to check out more comics and check out other stuff and gets him to be a fan, that's all I want. Like I just want more people to like DC stuff.
That was the effect for me when it came to because I started reading stuff from Flash before the show started, but like Black Lightning, the TV show, like got me to buy some Black Lightning comics and just go back and see. Yeah. Batwoman, the same thing, and
That J.H. Williams Batwoman stuff is amazing.
Well, that's what
his
artwork. Like Batman the Animated Series did that for a lot of people, and
Yep.
you know,
Yeah,
Scott and I have
exactly.
talked about that numerous times. Like, I mean, I was into Batman. I watched the old TV show. I had some comic books, but I didn't dive into it until Batman the Animated Series when I started going, oh wait a minute here. Look at, like, he's got some. I mean, it's not just Riddler, Catwoman, Penguin, Joker. I mean, look at the fucking rogues gallery this motherfucker has. Stuff that you just don't even really think about or know.
Egghead.
And not to mention, that was in '66. He was in '66.
I'm a Vincent Price fan.
It's,
No, but
it's ironic because that's what both got me into and off of Arrow. Was like the first season was starting, and I went back when I read, what is it? Is it year one? Is that what it's?
Yeah,
one.
one.
You have
Yeah.
a year one, and then up through even a bunch of the older stuff, like the with Hard Traveling Heroes. Is that the one with?
With Green Arrow and Green Lantern.
Green Arrow and Green Lantern.
Yeah.
That's amazing. And then
Phenomenal.
Longbow Hunters and
Longbow.
and you know, a bunch of different stuff that was like real good.
Wait,
and
Steven, did you read Snowbirds Don't Fly?
Sounds familiar. Which one
That's
is that?
That's the infamous Roy Harper drug storyline.
Yeah.
I believe so. Yeah.
Really good.
Did you read Quiver from Kevin Smith?
Yeah.
Oof.
Quiver was good.
Imagine if Mark Guggenheim had just invited Kevin Smith onto Arrow.
Oh,
yeah, and it's weird. So that got me. And then the first season or whatever, and I was like, oh, this is, you can see where it's going. And then I think it was like after specifically the Deathstroke stuff, and then specifically,
Ra's al Ghul.
What I realized was that after he died, and then when he came back in the very next episode, after the Ra's al Ghul stuff, I was like, oh. I've got a lot of issues with this show, but I've got a lot of issues with what the show was just doing, the story wise at that point. But that was the moment where I realized, oh, this format will not tell any stories beyond what they've already done, because they have to have Oliver Queen on the salmon ladder by the 15-minute mark of the next episode, or they're gonna lose the audience.
Right.
and that's just the way the show works, right? Like the story is whatever they need to do to get Oliver Queen on the salmon ladder, every episode, and so therefore the best story is the one where he's gone for 5 episodes or something, and they got to figure out, and they do that on an HBO show or something like that, and on the CW, that's just never gonna happen. And so I kind of, it's for what it is, it's fine, but I quit caring as much at that point. And then I actually got up and turned it off when Felicity stood up and walked out of the room from her wheelchair.
Yeah. Oh God.
I had a weird relationship with that show. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, you got.
I think we all did.
I was up and down with it. I did season 2 the most probably, but then by season 3 with Raish, then season 4 with Damien Dark, I was like, no. But season 5 with Prometheus, I actually really dug.
Yeah.
Then after
actually,
that,
they did a good job with that. Yeah.
That was the last season that I saw.
Yeah. Same.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, anyone who knows me knows that is that my toughest relationship I've ever had in life, because Arrow is, again, because God forbid, because I love Black Canary, because I became a pariah to the shippers, because I'm like, God forbid that I didn't worship Olicity, even though I had no problems with Olicity as a character, I was like, I don't like this pairing because Oliver is shit. Felicity can do better, and also because I want a live action version where Oliver Queen and Diana Laurel Lance fuck each other and get together and live happily married after.
How weird is it that the toxic shipping
so weird.
would center around a character who's not even in the comics?
Yeah.
I'm so uninvested
so
in ships
weird.
in general, but it is weird to me that show, in all of comics, for the people to rally around this relationship. Normally it's the comic relationship that everybody's like, this is the only way it can be, and
Yeah, I don't know, because
there are people that like that.
Green Arrow and Black Canary to me aren't destined to be together. They just aren't. If you know their history in the comics, they're worse when they're together. They're not a good couple. They don't bring out the best in each other all the time. And there's a brokenness there. It's almost like Batman and Catwoman. there are people that want them to be together, but if you just look at their history, it's like it can't happen. It just can't. They're
Some people just love chaos.
Yeah, just want to watch the world burn.
Yeah,
watch that world burn.
Yeah, but yeah, like when they killed off Laurel in season 4, that's when I'm like, okay, like this is the last. You know, I stuck with the show. I stuck. I mean, then Flash had to go and save them literally 2 episodes later, being like, "Oh shit, the rains are dropping and people are mad," and or it was more so that the death had kind of been leaked in months in advance.
Which season was it when the Arrow subreddit went on switched to a Daredevil subreddit?
I think it was season 4. Because
that moment
that happened.
That moment in pop culture history was like one of my favorite things. The entire Arrow subreddit, in full revolt, like started doing a watch through of Daredevil, like episode by episode, and stuff.
Wow.
And like
it was so funny.
That's hilarious.
Yeah,
that is hilarious. But we got somebody joining right now.
Scott!
Yeah, I had his drop. So
hey, what up, Scott?
He doesn't have a camera on.
Oh.
You guys know at this point that Friday nights is just Sans camera. I'm too damn tired to be on camera. What can I say?
And he's not clothed.
Yeah, he's.
I am clothed. See, I am clothed.
Sitting there. Yeah, sitting there smelly. Anyways, what's going on, Scott? How you doing?
I'm doing okay. I am grateful today that car trouble that I had started getting serious yesterday got really bad this morning, and it was a $10 fix, and I was so happy.
Oh, shoot!
$10 fix. What was it?
Everything's coming out Millhouse. Spark plug.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Yeah, my
$10 fix for that, huh?
The spark plug cost $10, and because it was when the problem lasted long enough for me to go to an Advanced Auto Parts and get them to plug the code reader into my computer, it brought up a code that was cylinder 4 misfire. So I'm like, this could be as simple as a spark plug. That's all it was. And I was like, yes.
So just one spark plug.
It was the cylinder 4 spark plug. That was it. So all you had to do was take the cover off.
Yeah.
Unscrew the spark plug, screw the other one in. My car cranked up and was purring like a kitten.
There you go. That's pretty sweet.
Nice.
Well, that's good.
Love to hear it.
Yeah, it's a good day. No, we were just talking about we veered into CW territory.
I noticed when I
interviewing Andy
about Arrow, and I'm just like,
I hate it. It's always me who brings up the whole CW-ness. I'm just like, oh fuck, I'm never gonna get away from this.
That's what I loved about you, was that your passion for that stuff. Like even when I'm like, because you would sometimes write me or call me, and I'm like, I don't care what's happening on the show, but I would just hear it in your voice, like how excited you were, and I'm like, again, like there's a DC fan of me that just wants more people to like DC. It's like the one pure part of me that's like buried in there. And so like when you come out and you'll talk about these things, I go, you know what? Listen how happy he sounds. Like I miss those days where I was that happy about stuff. Like,
I'm just happy. I'm just happy that the last 6 episodes of Doom Patrol actually exist.
Yeah,
and will be there.
Yeah, because I found out from your Twitter.
Well, I saw I was sitting at my lunch. I was on my lunch break, and I opened up the YouTube app, and there was the trailer. Oh. Now, the only thing I haven't watched the trailer yet because I haven't watched the first 6 episodes of episode 4. I was waiting for when the last 6 were going to drop to watch the first 6 because I was not going to get screwed over. And is my understanding, because I didn't actually watch the trailer because of this, that they're just going ahead and dropping all 6 episodes on October 12th?
No.
The first 2.
The first 2.
Yeah.
So they are doing a normal HBO Max, release. They're not burning them off.
October 12th till November 9th.
Okay. That makes me feel better because I was afraid they were just going to like dump them all on October 12th to be done with them. But I'm glad.
I think is such a weird thing because it's like, is Netflix going to start? I mean, Netflix is like the only one that does really that. Or does Amazon do that too?
No, Amazon does always does like the first 2 or first 3, and then 1 a week. That's what
Okay.
Amazon does.
All right.
So Netflix really is the master of, here you go.
Right.
Go forth and
The
binge.
binge drop, yeah.
Yeah.
Sandman.
so-
Sandman, perfect example of that.
No, yeah, well, Sandman was interesting where it's like, here you go, and then wait 2 weeks and go, oh, and by the way, here's 2 more episodes.
Yeah, there you got some bonus shit right here. But no, but with how this all started, we were talking about the David Goyer
Oh yes.
video, or like his interview that he had, which didn't have. Well, I'd actually want to ask you this, Scott, and I don't think I got your take on this too, Casey. It was like, how would you feel about a Jake Gyllenhaal Batman? Because apparently Goyer was really pushing for that.
I love how you don't wait.
It's weird because he actually is. He's one of those actors that I feel like as the years have gone on, he's just gotten better and better.
Yeah.
I never like judging an act. It's like me watching Josh Hartnett in Oppenheimer and going, damn, son, when'd you become this? It's like I give an opportunity because sometimes it's like, wow, people can grow, people can improve. And I'm like, a Jake Gyllenhaal Batman. Honestly, I haven't seen him in anything so recently to like go, because he's always so young in my mind. It's like
he's always had a baby face. That's the problem I have.
Yeah,
that's the problem I've had with him, like being Batman. Is like, I just don't know if I want somebody that that can. But I don't know.
Well, I guess it also depends on when in his career, because I mean, even Robert Pattinson has a very young-looking face,
True.
but
Yeah,
but it's not a baby face.
but he's got a good jawline and chin. I mean, so does Jake Gyllenhaal, I guess, too. But I don't know.
It's not my first thought that would pop into my head, but once again, I'm also the person, kind of like how Seek was talking about. And no, I'm not naked. Damn you, sir.
You just noticed that.
I just noticed that. There's also the beauty of not being on camera. Is that I don't actually have to look into my camera. I can just kind of like my eyes can wander wherever. But I never want to like toss something into the rubbish bin until I've actually had an opportunity to like try it, because I don't want to be one of those fans who like complained about Keaton, complained about Affleck, complained about Ledger. It's like haven't we learned that you can't just automatically like poo on it?
No, you can't. That's what we were talking about before you came here too. Is like, no matter what, it's like anytime there was like a casting, even though I remember thinking like when I heard Christian Bale was cast, I thought that was a great idea because I had just seen American Psycho and I fucking fell in love with that movie. And I was like, American Psycho guy, I'm like, I could fucking see that. Like, I think like when it came to, I mean, obviously when Michael Keaton was cast, I don't even remember that whole thing, but I just remember going and seeing the movie and falling in love with the movie and everything. So, but we're having a gender swap.
Hi, Amanda.
Hi, Amanda.
Why would you phrase it like that, Dave?
I don't know.
He wants to get canceled.
I know that's what I look forward to every.
I'm literally gonna cry.
Don't get canceled, Dave.
Good
we need
job,
you.
Dave.
I know, right?
You made Amanda cry.
I know. See, that's what I get.
Why do you hate women, Dave? Why do you hate women, Dave?
No,
Gotta
it's
keep
fine.
it fresh.
Dave can think whatever he wants of women. We don't think much of him.
Hey.
I'm not looking at Scott, but hi, Scott. Hi,
Amanda.
Najee. I just haven't seen Najee's face in a really long
Yeah,
time.
it's been a while.
Najee is so beautiful when you look at him after a while. You haven't seen him, you like legitimately cry. I don't think people know that.
Is that why his camera is off? He doesn't want to make us cry.
Yeah.
No, Scott doesn't want to make us cry
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yep.
because Scott's crying.
Yeah. There's no crying in baseball, by the way.
Great movie.
Scott was not crying happy tears after watching that Aquaman trailer, though.
Anyway.
Poor David
Well,
Goyer.
there was an Aquaman trailer?
We can't. Yeah.
There's some
Oh
Aquaman
no!
trailer.
The only movie thing that I know right now is that Tycho, why?
Yeah,
TD?
why?
Yeah,
why?
exactly what we think.
Why?
We think like, why? Why is he making?
I won't
Taika,
get a
why?
chance to watch him fondle his balls in his own movie again, and I'm just so sad about that.
What do you think of Jake Gyllenhaal as Batman?
What do I think? I haven't thought about Jake Gyllenhaal as Batman, but give me a second.
Fair enough.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. This is what the
Which
current
Batman? Which kind of Batman?
Well, he was going to, recent
Replace
interview.
Pattinson?
No, it's he was thought of to be
Does this have
Batman
whiskey
before
in it?
Christian Bale.
Darn.
So
Before Christian Bale.
it was
was Brad Pitt, wasn't he? During Darren Aronofsky's?
Okay, Brad Pitt
That
is an
would've been
absolute
awful.
no. No, Aronofsky stays far away from everything I love.
Yeah.
Aronofsky and YTD are literally like neck and neck for the most narcissistic directors that have ever existed.
Oh,
and
you saw
Howard
Mother, you did not
Hughes.
like it.
Shut
Oh,
everything, Dave. Shut all your
I know,
orifices right now.
I know where this is coming from.
And Howard Hughes is on the list of narcissistic directors, a man who killed people while filming. I just need hello. Darren Aronofsky needs to never come. You know what? He needs to look in a mirror until he dies. I'm so happy for him. I'm so happy.
Damn.
Like Dorian Gray. That's awesome.
Fuck, he's gonna do Dorian Gray. Fuck. Oh God! Don't speak these things out loud.
I mean, he almost did Batman, back in the 90s. So.
I know. I don't. It's not.
Before
no.
Nolan, I
So
think.
no. So
And
no.
he wanted
to-
Joaquin Phoenix, right?
No to Aronofsky ever touching Batman. No to Brad Pitt ever being Batman. What
Yeah,
the
that's
heck?
that. Yeah.
Well, his take was amazing. He's like, he'll be Batman in the last 10 minutes of the movie. I'm like, oh yeah, that'll work.
No.
Okay, John Peters.
What? So the movie is not
right.
about Batman. It's a Batman movie
It's-
where
it's-
Batman
wanted-
isn't in it.
It's called
He wanted Bruce
Wayne.
Wayne to work in a soup kitchen or something.
Yeah,
I remember
yeah.
that being a part of it. I was like, oh,
But he wasn't even he didn't have his fake fortune or anything like that. And
no. And the whole bat insignia was actually from a ring on his
You
finger that had
can't
the
have
W
Batman
on it.
without the billionaire. What the fuck is? He's just a guy. He's
Well,
just a guy
that's
with
the
all
bad
this
part.
money.
Well, that's the
I
bad part.
could
is,
fucking be Batman. What the
there are
fuck?
some creators. There are some creators out there that just go like, I want to do the exact opposite of what's expected. when
It's
it
an
comes to these
Elseworld.
Okay,
characters.
that's totally
Yeah.
fine. Write your own fucking character.
Yeah.
Jesus. Write your own fucking character. Like, this is not like, oh, I'm doing an inverse universe in which he lived a totally, no, write your own fucking character. That's an interesting story. A billionaire who forgoes his own fortune. Like, I feel like we've seen it before, but interesting. Good for you. Good for you. That's not Batman. I'm sorry. You've taken away all of the, tenets of his origin. Why am I here still? This is the first time I've interacted with people in far too long, and if I'm holding
I'm glad
my
I was here
hands
for it.
like a mannequin.
I want to
Or
hear
like-
Can you pitch us your Batman movie real quick for us?
No.
Oh.
I don't know that I have one. I actually don't mind Pattinson. I think he's great for the tone
Good.
of the Batman that they're doing.
Yes.
Jake Gyllenhaal, I really don't actually mind as a Batman. To replace Christian Bale is no, but that's just because how do you get better than Christian Bale? I don't know.
Good
Sorry,
point.
Jake.
also, we have to think about it's Jake from the early 2000s. He wasn't the
he
Jake
was
that we know.
way younger too. See, that's the
It's-
thing.
Yeah, very young and legitimately still a good actor. He was a good actor then. He's an even better actor now. But I just think Jake Gyllenhaal, I don't, even though, okay, here's what it is. The only way I can buy Jake Gyllenhaal snapping is Nightcrawler. Nightcrawler?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Nightcrawler.
Is that what it's called? Yeah.
Yes.
That. Legitimately, oh, you're bad. You're not good at all. And I feel like you can't have a Batman that is actually 100% bad 100% of the time and doesn't get at some point pulled back to his youth. That's literally what Alfred is. Like, Alfred is his tie to humanity. Again, if I have Barbie hands, I'm sorry. Anyway, it's because I'm a Barbie. And we don't think about Dave. He's just Ken. We can talk about Barbie movie. Can we talk about the Barbie movie?
Yes, please.
It's so
amazing
good.
Movie.
So
Yes.
good.
It's more than good.
Billie Eilish's song came on last night or this morning. I'm looking over at Steven. He's off screen. Anyway, it came on this morning, and I was like, turn it off. And Steven's like, what? And I was like, I can't. You don't even know. He still hasn't seen the Barbie movie for everyone, so I'm not seeing Oppenheimer
I haven't
until
either.
he sees the Barbie movie.
Yeah, I haven't either.
I haven't
We
seen
are
Barbie.
at odds.
Barbenheimer War.
The Barbenheimer.
There's a
War,
division
no
in
one
the house.
expected.
Yeah. It's going to go nuclear.
and I'm the one who went and saw Oppenheimer and then took my wife. I asked my wife to go see Barbie with me because I was going to go see Barbie anyway. And I was like, come along, honey. Come see Barbie with me.
Yeah.
It's not like it's a feminist opus. Also, like,
Yeah, it's just so
it
entertaining
shouldn't
and
be.
so
It's
funny.
Barbie.
Yeah.
If they took it themselves, thank you, Najid. If they took themselves way too seriously, then it actually would really fall apart and it would be bad.
It would.
be
And
Yes.
when I was
worthy.
watching it, I was like, "Are they taking this a little too serious?" And then, like, I
And
think
then
like
they
20
did.
minutes in, I was like, "No, they are fucking making fun of like,
And don't even
everything."
control the railways and the means of production. It's so good. And a lot of the stuff in it that people were like, I don't get why they have this. I was like, you just don't understand. But
Yeah.
that's kind of how I feel about most things. Probably because I'm pretentious and self-righteous. I don't know. I'm flawed.
That's why we love you, Amanda.
I would have
you.
I would have thought one thing about Jake Gyllenhaal if he did
That's
get
why we love you, Scott.
if Jake was cast as Batman and then did Dark Knight and Heath Ledger was Joker, the whole time I would have been like, I've seen
Brokeback Mountain.
Yes.
Brokeback Mountain.
I didn't even think about that.
It's literally Joker again.
Why can't I quit you?
Don't save Rachel, save Joker.
Yeah.
There's your ship. There's your fanfic.
Wow. Didn't even
That
think
would
about
actually
that.
make so much good fanfic. And
Did
it
not
was
even
also
think
it
about
was right at that time
Yeah.
too. Like it would not have been enough time in the
They could have filmed two movies
collective-
back to back. Yeah.
Okay, so
Yes.
hey, concept artists, where are you? Make some
Yeah,
concept
dude,
art.
Batman and
Yeah.
Joker as with the cover of Brokeback
Brokeback
Mountain.
Mountain.
No,
Yes.
but now hold on.
Zach will put
And
it
instead of a
on
horse, you
Vero.
got
Hold on. Okay.
driving.
Then let me
Yeah.
ask
It
this.
has to exist already.
I'm
But
sure.
then
might.
this
Somebody
brings up
find
a
it.
really important question. This is hardcore important.
All right.
Yes.
Who is top? Who's bottom?
Oh.
Well, if you watch the movie,
Yeah. In Brokeback Mountain, it was
but-
Heath Ledger, but in this movie would be Jake Gyllenhaal.
Okay.
Would be
Yeah, to the top.
top.
Yeah, because Joker's a power bottom.
I may be extrapolating the actor onto the character too much here,
Okay, fair enough.
but
Yeah, okay, that's cool.
you might be right. Actually, I'll give it to you.
That would be the angriest sex in cinematic history.
For who?
Like,
oh, serious.
for Batman and Joker, if they were boning
Joker
each
would not be angry.
No,
Do you
Joker,
want to
he's
know how I
laughing.
got these scars?
He just opens his mouth.
Why
I don't
so
know. Yeah. He's like, "Where's the money?"
Swear to me.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, let me
that's
give you your mother's pearl necklace. I'm sorry.
Hey,
Oh.
oh wow.
Wow.
Hey, Batsy. Hey, Batsy, you want to do the 69 in the Batmobile?
And you better
And then-
believe he's got toys.
And then Tom Hardy's Bane breaks in the door. So I was wondering what would break. Oh my god.
He's like,
No, that's a threesome right there waiting to happen.
Oh wait, and now I'm just thinking about Killian
Alfred is
Murphy.
just back in the corner.
You want to see my mask?
You want to see my
That would be Alfred in a nutshell.
Will you boys need tea after this?
oh man.
Alfred would be
Your
like, well,
Afternoon
it's-
exertions.
He'd be like,
You need
well,
more lube.
Wait. We could have a Watchman Owl moment, but instead of Hallelujah,
God.
it could be Afternoon Delight.
Gonna find my baby, gonna hold her. Gonna grab
instead
some
of the owl.
afternoon.
That reminds me. At work the other day, Dolly Parton's 9 to 5 was playing, and I like to do this thing where when songs play, I like to look at my coworkers and go, "Name that movie, where it's from." And one of my coworkers was like, "Oh, this is from." They go, "Yeah, just Scott already gets the joke." She's like, "He goes, oh, it's from 9 to 5," and I go, "Wrong, it's from Deadpool 2, idiot." She's like, "Oh, I thought I got one right for once." I'm like, "No, you did get it right."
Nope. You gotta think nerd. You gotta think nerd.
Exactly.
I'm sorry. All I'm seeing. In my...
Hold on. Can everyone close their eyes just for a second? Jensen, can you repeat that line? Everyone, I would like you to think.
Jensen.
Yeah, I'm going with it.
Yeah,
Steven,
cool.
Steven,
Jensen Batpools.
Hold on.
This is fun. What's going on over there in the
I love
Colbert?
that she called me Jensen. It's amazing. I got the tattoo. So I
need you to repeat really any line. That line is great. Everyone close your eyes and just think Ted the bear.
Okay.
What line am I repeating?
Wrong. It's from Deadpool 2, you idiot.
Oh, gotcha. All right. Everyone eyes closed?
Yes.
Wrong. It's from Deadpool 2, idiot.
It's not quite right. It's not quite right, but it has the attitude.
It has the attitude. It doesn't sound McFarlane-esque as much,
No.
but a little bit.
It was the inflection.
Sometimes people, when they close their eyes, they think I sound like Charlie Day sometimes.
I can hear that, yeah.
But not right now.
Wait, can you do it again?
What, Charlie?
No,
you gotta get
line
hard,
again. Give me the line.
And I gave all my motherfucking money to motherfucking Jones. Yeah. Which I love him in Horrible Bosses. That line
is from Deadpool 2, idiot. Wild card, bitches.
Yeah. There's a little bit there. There's a little bit there. I hear it.
The thing is, I've been there's dehumidifiers and a bunch of stuff in my apartment that is screwing with my voice. So I'll probably have to leave soon, but I wanted to get a little bit in because I promised Dave for like 3 weeks in a row now I'd try to make it. And even tonight I denied. I said, dude, I can't come on. And then I was like,
yeah,
fuck it, I'm coming on.
Yeah, of course, now that we're talking about McFarlane, all I can think is, I want some whipped cream. Whipped cream? That's what I said.
I'm sorry that you wrapped up your time on the vodka stream with me making a pearl necklace joke.
You know what?
That's what the vodka stream's all about.
That's what it's about. You know,
there are no filters here.
Yeah, if I didn't get that, this night wouldn't be as memorable. So
exactly.
Yeah.
I never thought I would be
They're gonna remember this night because of my pearl necklace joke.
I just never thought there would be a time where I would be on a stream where I could literally talk about Batman and Joker like wanting each other's pussies.
I know. I wouldn't. I didn't think. That wasn't on the bingo
Bat
card tonight.
pussies.
Yeah, it was on my bingo card. I'm glad I brought it up.
Bat pussy.
Broke Bat Mountain.
Yes. Yes. Broke Bat Mountain. Fuck yes.
All right. And
Broke Bat Manor. Broke Bat Manor. Broke Bat Manor.
Yeah. There you go.
He could be like Joker could have a fetish for wanting to get carded by Batarang or something. It's like, oh yeah, a little bit deeper down.
Well, in Dark Knight Returns, Joker basically plays their relationship as if they are in an actual romantic relationship.
He goes like,
absolutely.
You complete.
I mean, in his head, they are.
That too. Yeah.
That's how Joker sees it. Yeah.
But
that's why I think Batman probably has to be top. I think you're right. You're right.
Yeah.
Because remember in Dark Knight Returns with Frank Miller, it's like, darling.
Yeah, I love that.
Oh,
darling. Yeah.
I feel like Margot Robbie is on the side being like, what am I?
She's the
chopped liver? Like, what
she's
the
poison
fuck?
ivy.
She has poison ivy.
She got poison ivy.
Or like the it's also in the book in the movie, but like the scene when like Batman and Robin are flying to the circus and the Joker's goon is like, boss, I think, and Joker goes, it's him.
Yeah, that performance, by the way, in the animated movie between
Michael
Robert
Emerson
Kraft
and
Michael
Peter
Emerson,
Weller.
yeah, and
Yeah.
Peter Weller, like it's so good. That's
Yeah.
cast so well.
Oh yeah.
Actually,
Yeah.
you know what? That should be an entire. I know that's kind of what Fanimated Stream is, but like legitimately, yes, the movie Batmans are interesting to talk about, but animated Batmans
Yeah.
probably are like the Batmans of everyone's childhood. Like that's the nostalgia. That's the like, oh my God, that's their voice. The number of times I walk into a room and I go, oh my God, I know that voice. Just because like a version of Batman animated in some ways playing from some time period.
Yeah.
It's cool.
I think I told
Well,
this
anytime-
before, but go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, like, anytime that I'm reading a Batman comic book, I'm hearing Kevin Conroy's voice, like in my
Yes.
head.
Yes.
It goes back and forth for me. Depends on which story it is. Because sometimes I hear Bale, sometimes I hear Affleck, sometimes I hear Conroy, and I'm just like, it goes back and forth.
Conroy.
I
you
always
know,
hear Conroy.
Last time
Yeah.
I read Batman Noel, I heard Bale's voice.
Oh, Batman
Oh,
Noel.
okay.
Oh, Noel.
Batman Noel, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But then
that's cool.
when I read Dark Knight Returns, Peter Weller immediately comes to mind.
See, I still
for
hear Ironside.
Oh yeah,
Well,
yeah.
I hear Bruce when what's his name? The guy
Bruce
who did
Greenwood.
Greenwood when I read Under the Hood, Red Hood.
Oh yeah, 'cause Bruce Greenwood
yeah.
is amazing
He's really
in that
good.
movie.
And then he came back with Young Justice. That's also cool.
But
Yeah.
there's a story
Yes.
once, like this
Young
story
Justice.
is from it was Dietrich Bader who did Batman's voice on Brave and the Bold, which I
Yes.
love that show.
Oh, it's
And
a
Harley
great
Quinn.
show.
Yeah, and he talked about how like playing I told this I think on the show before, so I'll do it quick. But like he talked about how like he's like, yeah, every time I get a role, it's just a role. It's nothing like I don't think too much of it. And he goes, when I played Batman, I was like, okay, I get there's a fan base, but I didn't think too much of it. And he goes, until he did the episode of Chill of the Night, where I think Kevin Conroy was there as Thomas Wayne, and they had a scene where they kind of reflect on the origin story. And Dietrich said, he goes, in the recording, I actually cried. And he goes, and my acting coach and my agent always tell me, never get too attached to a character, so that way you can move on to the next role easier. And he goes, but that was the first time in my entire career where I felt what the character felt. And he said, and he goes, and I never would have thought. He goes, and he said, that's the power of Batman. And I said, that is a great story. It's
Well,
such a great story.
it was also the episode that was written by Paul Dini.
Yep.
And Mark Hamill is the voice of the Spectre.
That's right. The
Yeah.
Spectre. Yeah. It's a great episode.
It's a great episode.
It's so
really good
good.
episode. Yeah,
Yeah.
I love that. I love that show. And he also voices Batman and Harley Quinn too.
Yeah.
Yes, he does.
I'm glad they brought him back. He does a great job.
I think like Harley Quinn is some kind of like not necessarily a sequel, but like a spirited sequel, if you will, to
Spiritual
Batman Brave and the
successor.
Bold. Spiritual successor. Thank you. Those are the words I was looking for. Yeah.
That's cool.
A more adult, like, yeah, you're right.
Oldish,
Because
yeah.
when you watch Brave and the Bold, I mean, they have everybody that shows up, but it's not to be taken seriously.
Oh,
obviously.
not at all. It's
Yeah,
a wink at the
so-
camera.
Same thing when it comes to Harley Quinn. It's like, yeah, you don't take any of this seriously, but it's very adult. So at Brave and the Bold, just more of a, yeah. I mean, there could be some secret little innuendos or whatever the fuck that could be peppered through there, but for the most part, it's just
All those Shrek-isms.
Shrek.
Yeah.
There you go.
Because
Or
I was
Pixarisms,
that was the
Pixarisms.
age when like they instead of going like this, they went like this.
Hey guys, did you guys hear that they used
Hold on, I'm
archival?
gonna gender swap again.
Okay.
They've used archival Adam West dialogue in Batwheels
No shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
because they bring him in as the 1966 Futura Batmobile.
That's awesome. I love that.
That's interesting.
Yeah, but they have they have unused recordings of Adam West doing dialogue, and so they basically just constructed a script with the lines they had to allow the 66 Batmobile to interact with the other Bat vehicles in that show. Because if you haven't seen that show, yes, it's like preschool.
Yeah, it's
like,
a fun, super
but
young
it's
kid
so cute. It really is a cute show. Ethan
I
Hawke
like
is
it.
Batman in that show. So.
Yeah.
Is he really?
that's
I didn't
right.
even know that.
Yeah, Ethan Hawke is Batman. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
How
I
cool
didn't
is
know
that?
Oh hi, Steven. Welcome back.
That'd be a really
Alright.
fascinating list. Is like all the people who played Batman that you didn't realize, because there's
Yeah.
like some
Keanu
surprising-
Reeves.
Some strange ones.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hawk.
Keanu Reeves, Ethan Hawke.
Yeah,
Oh,
those are like the most like
Me? No.
yeah. I've played
a
Batman
a
and a version.
Baldwin,
Yeah.
one of the Baldwins has been Batman.
Yeah.
That's right.
Baldwin?
Yeah,
Right.
Yeah, Crisis
Which
on Two
Baldwin?
Earths.
that's right.
Oh, which Baldwin was that? Billy?
Opposite.
No. Yeah, somebody have to look that up.
Duncan Baldwin.
I
Duncan
do remember that
I'm kidding.
it was opposite James Woods because James Woods was Owlman.
Owlman.
Yeah,
yes.
Owlman. He was Owlman. But I was
Yeah,
like,
Crisis. Oh,
It was Stephen Baldwin. I think.
Steven.
Baldwin.
Yeah, it was
Baldwin.
Steven.
Yeah.
It was Steven Baldwin. It just hit me right now. I was like,
James
okay,
Woods as Owlman is amazing.
So freaking fast.
Amazing.
It's so great.
amazing.
See, that
The way
that's
that
a
he talks.
movie that because it was originally constructed when it was written by Dwayne McDuffie, it was originally supposed to be a transition movie from Justice League to Justice League Unlimited,
Right.
and so I always like to watch it in that vein. That even though they had to change some things when they made it a standalone animated movie, I still think of it like, no, this is the story that happens in between season 2 of Justice League and season 1 of Justice League Unlimited.
Nice. Well, I love that Young Justice folded in Green Lantern animated series. Into
Yes.
its continuity in the last season. I was like, genius.
I love Greg Weisman as a creative individual
Yeah,
because
me too.
his interpretation of the DCU, he was basically like, look, things happen in the DC universe that are canon. He pointed out like Catwoman hunted, while not necessarily in the Young Justice universe, it runs parallel with things that have happened in my Young Justice universe. And I'm just like, he gets it.
Yeah,
Well,
no,
the
I mean,
man-
Greg
the man-
Weisman.
Go ahead, Andy.
No, what I love about Greg Weisman, because I've interviewed him, he was like the first interview I ever did for the Flash podcast 9 years ago. But I remember telling him that what I loved about the way he does stories, whether it is Spectacular Spider-Man, or if it's Young Justice, or Green Lantern, is that
Gargoyles.
is the fact that he managed to tell stories that you would see in a 1 hour live action drama, but for animation, and because that's what I feel
In
like
20
a lot of
minutes.
in 20 minutes, yeah, and that's why like for a long time, like when did all talk, there was all the talk about like who's gonna run DC. I'm like, shit, can't we just get Greg Weisman? Yeah, can't we get Greg Weisman and Brandon Vietti to like do something?
I love those guys. Brandon's such a nice guy
yeah.
too.
They are
Brandon Vietti
lovely.
directed Under the Red Hood.
Yep.
Right, which is what really brought Bruce Greenwood from Under the Red Hood to be
Into
Batman
Young
in Young
Justice.
Justice.
Yes,
Right.
Yep.
Right.
So
Heck yeah.
Hell yeah.
Excuse me. Sorry. What were we talking about?
nice Kite Man reference there, Phil.
Right, I know.
heard what you did.
Hell yeah.
Oh yeah, I have
Brand-
not seen that trailer.
By the way, I do want to mention before I go, if anyone has Comixology or goes and shops for digital comics, they're doing a crazy awesome Batman digital comic graphic novel sale right now, where you can get like the entire run of No Man's Land for like less than $20. Like you could get, the entire Nightfall for less than $20. There's so many cool books out there. So if you're a DC fan, you want some cheap digital comics to read while, to catch up or check out stories you never checked out before.
It's
I'm
funny
gonna
you
plug
mention
them.
those. It's funny
Yeah.
you mentioned those because I'm looking at both those stories on my bookshelf right
Yeah.
I've been thinking about doing a deep dive into Nightfall, just like a full, go in every issue by issue.
I need to do a full read of the comics because I've read like the arc of Nightfall, but then everything else was filled in by. I read the Denny O'Neil novelization.
Yeah, that's
there
a good
is a
novelization.
That's an
It is.
excellent
That's good.
novelization.
You should read No Man's
have
Land next
that?
by Greg Rucka, by the
Oh,
novelization.
that's right.
How has No
Really
Man's
good.
Land not got an animated movie yet? That's what I'm shocked about.
It needs to be 3.
It's a big one. It
needs
would
to be a
need at least
trilogy.
3. Yeah, it would need to
Give
be a
it time.
trilogy.
Give it time. They're gonna
You got to
adapt.
do Cataclysm, and then you got to break up No Man's Land into 2 stories.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah,
agree.
but
Yeah, you got a long Halloween.
I've thought about this. Trust me.
Yeah.
But that's
Well,
also-
anyway, I gotta go.
Yeah, you
guys.
got to go.
Yeah.
I know you got to go.
Yeah.
And I know Phil, you got to go too.
I
so
do.
go ahead.
Yeah.
I love you guys.
I love you too, man. Thanks,
Yeah, thank you.
for
Thanks
joining.
for having me on.
Venom
You guys take care.
Vlog, Geek.
You guys are Knuff.
Thanks.
Thanks, Amanda.
Thanks.
Right.
See you guys
All right.
later.
See ya.
Much love.
All right.
Bye.
Take it easy, Phil.
So
I have a
want to bring
question real
up.
quick.
Okay.
Batman is the one with like the radiator in his chest, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah.
With the flying suit and the boots.
Yes.
Well, he's had that. He can be Iron Man-ish.
He's looking at me like he's genuinely like, after this week, I don't know if she's joking or not. Do I need to check her temperature? It is very hot under these lights. Jesus, do you just sweat down
No,
here?
these lights aren't hot. It's just warm down here. You're
Oh,
wearing
the
a hoodie.
AC's off, and I'm wearing a hoodie, and the
Yeah,
AC's
doesn't
off,
help.
and I'm filled with inflammation. And wit.
That's a triple whammy. Is that what they call that?
Anyway.
Triple
The
threat.
hat trick.
There you go. Oh yeah.
Hi, Scott. You're still alive.
I am still
Are
alive.
you still married?
I am still married.
For now. Sorry, that's
It's all about the
fucked up.
dark side statue, right? Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah.
Well, hey, there is a Patreon episode coming where Ray, Tim, and I discuss the fact that she found it, and all Ray can basically say for like 30 minutes to an hour is, "How the fuck did you get away with this?"
Wait, what is it? Wait,
That kind of just shows you how Ray's relationship's going.
Yeah.
Wait, what
Okay.
have I missed?
Okay,
Do you have
Andy.
a picture?
Okay. Oh,
Well-
Andy. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you aware?
Think of the biggest shit you've ever taken, Andy. Okay. Now multiply that by like 50.
Well, I just lost my appetite.
Scott had that shipped to his house.
All right.
Okay, Andy. I'll give you the Cliff Notes version. Have you seen the Weta Workshop Darkseid statue?
Yeah.
I bought that.
He got it.
I got it.
That's awesome.
Right. My wife didn't know.
So
You skipped a certain stream.
Oh yeah, I was even on the Vodka stream unboxing it with Ray Porter and Zach and Debbie. All of this going on, and my wife took 343 days after it arrived at her home to find out that it even existed in the house.
Almost a year.
Okay. I'm trying to understand what is the big deal? Like
It cost like a lot.
$1,300.
Yeah.
A lot.
life is too short. Do whatever you want. That's my philosophy. No, I am again like I mean, if I was married, and maybe this is why I'm not married, but like I would be like, you know what? If I want this cool shit in my house, I'm gonna get it. So
No, here I'll even show you. I'll share the
Okay.
clip, which is kind of funny because this is when Zach and Debbie actually came in right here, which was pretty
my
funny. So
God.
it's in the. You can't do a full screen. It's like in a short, but this was it right here. So yeah, look at he's like unboxing this. This is all happening
Well,
while
Hiding in his dungeon away from his
yes,
wife.
his
Like
dungeon.
a scared
Yes.
little bitch boy.
You better believe it.
Please
I've been married
turn
for
your,
14 years,
attention to
Amanda.
the screen. Zack Snyder is here, guys. Zack Snyder is here. What a
Nice.
surprise.
Hello.
Hey.
Zach. As you can see, the man of the hour is having a workout trying to get this statue out of the box. Yeah. How's it going,
Wait,
Zach?
does this mean we all have to start making clean jokes?
Nope.
No,
Don't
don't do
do
that. By no means.
But-
humid.
There's
Hello.
Debbie.
And-
Hi.
Deborah.
There's Debbie. Hey, Deborah.
oh, hey, Debbie. Thanks for joining
Look
in
at
on
how
the
far
fun.
they've been on the air for 56 minutes.
Exactly. Yeah, I appreciate
Exactly.
that. I always enjoyed that ball-breaking
How
moment.
long is it taking?
There we go.
that is
Yeah.
awesome.
My
Oh,
first
yeah.
styrofoam out of the box. Jesus Christ. So that was the night right there. That was pretty funny. That was pretty funny.
So the takeaway is that his wife got mad.
No,
For
she didn't
buying
get
all-
mad.
Okay,
That's
she
the
didn't get
beauty
mad.
of it.
Okay.
That's the point of Ray's story.
I
on
would
Patreon.
maintain that you will find out your comeuppance at a future point in time.
Yes.
Wait, who are you talking to? Just
Are you
Scott?
talking to Scott?
Scott.
Yeah.
Like all of a sudden she's gonna want to purchase something, and then she's gonna be like, "Wow."
Yeah, this
Well,
will.
well,
this,
well,
like,
good for
I-
her.
you- this
Life is
will-
too short.
If you think you have gotten away with this, one day you are going to realize you have not gotten away with this.
Just forget the next anniversary and you'll see.
I mean, we'll see.
I mean, I spent like $200 on like a Green Arrow and Black Canary statue like years ago, and like, you know, I remember that's when like my mom freaked out. I'm like, Mom, it's my fucking life, my money. Stay in your lane. So you know what, Scott? Like, you know what? If you want to spend $1,300 and that statue makes you happy, God bless.
Appreciate it, Andy.
I was like,
Noted.
because you guys made it sound like it's like, oh, like there was this whole drama and everything, and then like
No, there was the funny thing was that over at Squadcast Media we had like this ongoing series of updates called Scott is the Dead Man, because the whole point was I bought this, I didn't tell my wife, I continued to not tell my wife. It arrived when she wasn't at the house. I was able to get into the house when she wasn't there. Like there was subterfuge going on here. Let's be honest.
What I want to know is, did you tell her that you bought it 343 days ago though?
I didn't say shit. I just let her comment on the fact that there was something scary in the basement.
You should have
She's
said
like,
that.
Well, see, I mean, another thing too is like, I mean, literally, when they delivered the box, they put it right in front of Scott's garage. Okay, like he sent the picture, and I remember I even sent the picture to Zach. I'm like, "Hey, guess what's happening tonight?" And I sent the picture that Scott took because they put it like right, so he got it out of the drive. It was like, it was right in front of
my
your garage,
driveway.
right?
Yes,
yeah, in the driveway. So he had to like get it into the house before she showed up. So then all could be clear, but that was I mean, like Scott, like posted. I don't know if I think you posted the image on Twitter.
I posted the image.
You also sent it to all of us, and then I sent that to Zach, and I think that's what got Zach to be like, "Oh yeah, I want to see this shit." So that's why he like popped in, because he saw the box, and Zach didn't get one of those statues, which is ridiculous. Which is and neither did Ray, who played the fucking character. It's like, good God,
sounds like Warner Bros. In a nutshell.
Yeah,
right.
Like, yeah, I don't even like, but then again, who knows the logistics when it comes to, what a workshop, working with them. I mean,
well,
obviously,
usually a lot of those things that are made through Burton and so on, it will also go through the publicity team at Warner Bros. So they will actually send out some of those stuff to press and whatever and whatnot. And so they do have some control. We know that Warner Bros. Is the pettiest studio in the world when it comes to the Snyders. So.
Yeah. Yeah, but even Ray Porter didn't get it. It's like, goddamn.
Yeah.
But anyway,
but
I don't know
what
what's going on
all
with
that.
Porter.
And what did I not get? I didn't get batteries.
Yeah, did not get batteries because the eyes light up, right?
Yes, the eyes light up. Yes,
the eyes light up.
Hey, you sent me a
batteries.
photo of the statue, like where it's standing, and so because I never seen that statue like unpacked.
I have to find I have to find this. Like,
you don't even know what a statue is?
No, I mean, I'm looking. I have a catalog of photos on my phone. Like the fact that I went 343 days and her not seeing this thing's like 60 pounds. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Dude, he was sweating. Like if you watch that entire like the opening, I mean, shit you not. I mean, yeah, I know Zach made the joke of like it's like 55 minutes and they still haven't got out of the box. I mean, he started unboxing probably like 20 minutes in. So, but it was still like it was noticeable that Scott was having a workout because he was sweating. Like you could see the shine on his forehead. For
$1,300, I'm sure he was trying to be delicate too, because
you better believe
Fuck
it.
Yeah, he was. Oh yeah, like everything
man.
was like. But it's
can
like,
you imagine how viral you would have gone, Dave, if he had broken it on the stream?
Oh,
Why, Stephen? Why? Why?
It would have been
that probably would have been viral. Yeah.
Coming soon exclusively from Screenland, a what if story by Stephen Colbert.
Podcaster breaks expensive Darkseid statue in front of Zack Snyder.
No, it will be an exclusive novel produced by Screen Rant under Stephen. He will write what would have happened to the world if that statue had been broken on the stream.
No, but Scott was like being extra careful. I think that's what made it harder for him. It's because you can't just like, and it was like he needed another person there. He needed another person there with getting stuff because
Christ, that is.
I'm
bad.
sending Andy the pictures right now.
It was a picture of Darkseid, right? Okay. Anyways.
Yeah.
Oh my god! It covers the whole door.
He's only seen the box so far, by the way. He's.
Oh, I'm gonna zoom. Not look at your collection. I love these things.
Yeah. People love it when I when I reveal like what my basement looks like because everyone's
Listen,
like,
I'm autistic. I I get so visually distracted by stuff that I'm like, there's a cyber side.
Can't stop looking. Can't stop looking. Yeah.
Oh, what are those omnibuses? Like, there's a flash.
He is like, now we've lost Andy.
We've lost Andy. We've lost Andy.
We've lost Andy. We've lost Andy.
You have Doom Patrol, you have Teen Titans, Green Lantern, Supergirl.
Andy, do you not know me? I have a.
What is it?
Taking a little bit.
That's Legion of Superheroes, I think. I wonder what Flash collection that is. Ooh, there's DVDs on the floor. Hold on. But hold on.
We have officially lost.
Homicide lies on the street.
He's obsessed with your picture.
Alabama Crimson Tide. Okay. Oh, is that Blade Runner?
Yes, this Blade Runner.
You have the Superboy TV show. Lois and Clark. Oh, there's another film. I can't see the rest. Sorry, what were we talking about?
We're talking about Darkseid statue, stuff like that. Anyway.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh, shit.
But,
that is huge.
Okay, so zing. No, but going back to the Goyer thing, and one of the things I was talking about when I was just here by myself was like, one of the things he said, of course, was that obviously he was in that world, obviously, when Christopher Nolan was doing Batman and stuff like that.
I mean, he was there with Blade. I mean,
he was there with Blade too. I mean, the Blade as well. Yeah. So but I'm just saying, like, when it comes to Warner Brothers and the revolving door of execs, so it was always like constantly changing. But then, of course, naturally, when Man of Steel comes out, it's a success. Now they're like, MCU, we want the MCU. And then he was saying it was a bad idea to do all that. It's like one of those things where it's like, yeah, I understand where he's coming from, because if you're going to build something, a little slower, it's like, oh yeah, they should have just did a Man of Steel, a Superman sequel, started laying the bricks for maybe an expanded universe. But the fact that we got BVS second and then all right into Justice League and how it was all crafted, I mean, and it wasn't necessarily with David Goyer, let's face it, but I'm just kind of one of those, like, yeah, I understand that, but at the same time, I love this trilogy that we got. This Zack Snyder Justice League trilogy,
It's, I don't know. I hate when news like this comes out, because then you get all these people that come out and start. Yeah. I get everyone has the reference or whatever, their preference, but like there's a lot of, oh, if Zack had just been allowed to make Man of Steel 2 instead, and like the movies that we got are amazing.
Yes,
and the 5-part arc, I'm like all in for that. It's not missing anything. I didn't need a Man of Steel 2. Sure, a Man of Steel 2 would be cool. It's not missing a Man of Steel 2 for me. And the notion that people would to say like, oh, this would be received differently if they had been allowed to do the MCU model. No, it wouldn't. Like that would.
And
no.
Zach knew this.
The solution to having people not hate on this franchise was having someone other than Zack. The solution to having somebody, or to having this received differently, was having someone other than Zack Snyder doing it. So to suggest like, oh, the haters wouldn't actually hate it if it wasn't, if they'd been allowed to do what they wanted. No. Like there is no fixing this in a way that the reception of it was any different. So don't try to reverse engineer or relitigate what the best way to like win over all the opponents of the franchise is. You got the movies that you got, and they're amazing. And there's not an alternate past that fixes that, unless you want all the movies to be like the solution to that was, for what Warner Bros. Did was bringing in Joss Whedon. Like that would be the version of the DCEU from the beginning that like gets everybody on board. So it's cool that like Goyer said that. Like I'm not like mad at Goyer or anything. Yeah. But everyone goes back with whenever a quote like that comes out to behave as if like, oh, if only they'd been allowed to do it this way, Zack would be on top. No, that wasn't going to happen. Zack was going to make movies that were divisive, because people are not on board with that vision, and that's great. That's awesome. That's why it's a classic franchise. Like the version of these movies that are palatable, that everybody gets behind and loves, and the version of events where it's structured in a way that people like, that isn't divisive, is the MCU. Like, do you really just want the MCU with Zack Snyder's name slapped on it?
Nope.
And
No.
like people need to embrace these movies and quit trying to like unless you legitimately wanted, I'm not gonna say if someone wanted Man of Steel 2, great, you wanted that, but people need to stop trying to find a way to like twist this into what would have been necessary for the audience to get, because the version of that is not what we have. You're not going to have these versions of these movies, and that is a worse timeline in my book.
No,
Man
I
of Steel
agree.
2, oh, sorry.
Sorry, that
No, I
was a
was
little bit of a
just
rant.
gonna say, No. I agree with you. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, yeah, I understand like where he's coming from, but at the same time, it's like, well, then we got this great trilogy that, of course, needed 2 more movies to finish the 5-part arc, which we wish we would have gotten. And that's the thing is like, so when Zach was like asked to like, hey, we need you to build up to the Justice League and do something crazy, he was like, all right, fuck it, let's do this. So. And he did it. He took it upon himself. I mean, obviously, Goyer was part of the beginning, and then, he did help write BVS, right? And then,
Chris
but then
Terrio
of course
came
they kind of were like, well, we're bringing another writer in, and then of course Terrio came in, punched up the whole thing, and then of course wrote Justice League, and then of course probably wrote even the sequels and everything like that. So it's like. Yeah, I mean, I get it. Like when people were saying, like, "Oh, if they would have just, yeah, sure," but at the same time,
that's also because the
look what we
internet
got.
thinks
Look
everything
what we got. It was, I mean, I love the fucking trilogy that we got.
It's also because because the online will always think that all these fans these days, they think they know how business is made, how movies and TV shows are made. I'm not trying to put myself on a pedestal saying that I know anything. I might know 5% of how things are made because of I'm friends with writers, I'm friends with directors, whatever, so on. But it's like when I see again, every time these quotes come out, like Steven was saying, like there's all this conversation that goes on. And again, I didn't even know that some of it that he brought up was even like old stuff. Like I didn't know that they'd already considered Jake Gyllenhaal for Batman years ago, and apparently Leonardo DiCaprio is Riddler, which I'm like, that would have been so weird.
Anybody remember that being a big rumor at the time?
Oh yeah, I remember that.
I remember it being a big rumor at the time.
I saw that come up. That was fun. Everybody's reacting to that today. I was like, wow, I feel old, because this was like movie news chatter at the time,
in like 2009.
Yeah, that was like, yeah.
I was starting high school, so I missed it all.
Oh yeah,
I kept seeing Eminem as Riddler at that time. It was so much like every.
I don't know what you guys.
My name is Edward Enigma. Oh, sorry.
Riddle me this, riddle me that.
Yeah, exactly. No, it's ridiculous. But I know it was like that was another thing too. Is like, yeah, I was like, well, that's old news. I mean, so was the Gyllenhaal stuff. It was like, yeah, we knew that too. And I mean, a lot of things that Goyer said wasn't like it was like new, but I mean, it was like just to hear it again and hear like his side of things, and then of course when he talked about Man of Steel, and there's like a scene that was like that
one thing was new.
Yeah, that was the one thing that was like the debate was like the fact that it's like, all right, we have a scene where people might have accepted the whole,
No, they wouldn't have.
Yeah, I know.
What scene?
Put that in the same bucket as my previous rant. That scene being in the movie would not have changed. Would it have been better or worse? I don't know. I'd need to see the scene in there and execute it. I'm not opposed to that scene being in there, but people need to stop being like, this would have been the silver bullet that made everybody love. Like, no. These movies were going to always be so challenging that they weren't going to let him finish. And that is the legacy of this franchise. Own it. It's awesome. Like how baller is that like you're too hardcore for people to keep up. Like just own that for the
what scene? What are we talking about?
I watched Talk to Me yesterday, and it's the A24 horror movie, and there was a scene very similar to this. Like there was a deer that got hurt by their car, and the teenager couldn't finish that. So that kind of plays within the theme of the movie by the end, and I feel like that scene being in the movie would have made that Zod killing a lot more, impactful. But obviously,
Well,
it wouldn't be for
explain
the
the
general
scene.
audience.
Explain the
But
Yeah,
scene to
explain the scene
Andy.
because Andy and I have
So, yeah.
no idea what you
So-
guys are talking
Yeah.
about.
So there was a flashback scene where Jonathan is hunting with like 14-year-old Clark, and Clark hits a deer, but it's still alive. So as you gotta finish the job. Like that's the
Yeah.
humane thing to do. And Clark struggles doing it, and so Jonathan takes care of it, and they have to talk about the importance of knowing when to take a life or something like that. Which that sounds interesting. I
Sounds like a good scene.
based on that, like the way that I just described it, feels too heavy-handed to me. But who knows how it would have been executed in the movie? I'm not.
And
it's probably kind of like that horses drowning scene in BVS.
Yeah.
so, and this is something that now people online are being like, "Oh my god!"
People are saying
only-
if this was in
Yeah.
there, then people would have
No.
accepted the Zod snapped neck. Like no,
Like, no, they wouldn't have. They wouldn't have.
Yeah, this sounds like a good deleted scene on a Blu-ray DVD set, but like for me, like it wouldn't make or break the movie one way or the other. I mean, I remember like I was when I saw the death scene, the snapping the neck scene initially, I'm like, I had to think. Of course, I had to think because I'm like, this is a new territory for me as a Superman fan. But like, I didn't need. But then eventually I accepted it. But like, there was nothing that I didn't need anything more to be able to justify it happening. So I don't know why people are getting so worked up about that.
I don't know. I mean, I was around, like I was on the internet at the time, but and I knew Superman, but like it's weird for me that like I never even like the story. To me, it made sense in the story. So like walking out of the movie, there was the notion of looking at that as like you can't or shouldn't do this because Superman doesn't do that. Never really even occurred to me until
Me neither.
until it was something other
Yeah.
people said. And it's like, oh yeah, sure, but like this, like it's part of the story. Like that's like it was.
Yeah.
It was clear why it happened, and so the fact that like that doesn't normally happen was not something that like even hit my radar until I saw people making a big deal out of it, which is just I don't know.
I think it's
weird
also
way to
because
approach story.
I think right now people are so bored because again the strikes are delaying everything that we're gonna see, we want to see, and so on. So it's like I think people are like they just need to be angry or focus on something else until we get past this. I don't know if there's any news yet on the meetings today, but I think people
no deal.
Well, yeah, I figured it wasn't going to be done either way. They're probably going to meet on Monday again or something.
Maybe.
Who knows?
I'll
It's
be
all
honest with you guys. There were some jokes being made when the strike started, especially when the Actors Guild jumped in on it. They're like, "Well, I hope you got a backlog." It's like, actually, I do. So it's interesting for me is that I am even more tuned out of the. I'm using air quotes here, news cycle than even normal because I don't need it. I don't need to be fed by it. Like literally, it's like I've enjoyed finding things to binge. Like I'm going on my list going, okay, what do I need to catch up on? So much so that I had to get an email at work today to remind me, oh yeah, the Continental started tonight.
Yeah.
And I need to watch that.
I think that's a especially like on Twitter, the news cycle is very politicized, I guess you could say, where because there's so many writers and actors on there, and then industry people that are connected, that the image being painted is very the way they want to paint the situation. And I think that there's a large disconnect with the general audience, which shocker, people are disconnected with the general audience again.
What?
But
What
part
are
of why
you talking about?
some leverage that the studios have that people don't want to acknowledge that they have or don't realize that they have is exactly what you're talking about there because of the nature of streaming. They're going to be pressed for content soon. Like it's not like they're not being hurt by this, but I think that the threat, like the leverage, like the studios are way more leveraged on this, and I think people are really acknowledging. But hopefully there's a deal soon though. But
Yeah, I just saw online that their talks are continuing tomorrow. They're going to continue through the weekend.
over the weekend. Oh, interesting. Okay.
And I mean, it's getting to the point where the CEOs are just like, we got to be a part of this right here, and let's.
But don't you remember they were like, we're gonna get AIs, and we're gonna wait till these people when they lose their homes and shit like that.
Well, yeah, but once again, that's like
that's
we're I don't know, everything that's coming out about it is filtered through like how one side wants to make the other side look.
Exactly. You can't take it with like, you can't take what you see like just like, is that what they really thought? I mean, anytime that like, well, with
only there was a media blackout. If only there was a media blackout that these trades were sticking to, you know, we wouldn't have all these mixed up narratives.
But that's not the way it is now. That's the thing. It's
no,
like,
I know. I'm just saying it is. You know, it's shitty either way.
Shitty, yeah. Well, I mean, that's the thing. It's like anything that comes out, you really got to like go. You got to step back. You can't just like react to it anymore. I mean, that's the thing. You just cannot like, you know, like the AI thing. And they are, yeah, we're just gonna. It was like, all right, was that really a thing, or is that pressure that they're putting on them, and then they're putting on them? It's like it's almost like they're using the media to you know, help with like.
Well, and both sides are doing that. Also.
Yeah.
And like obviously this is very anecdotal, so I'm sure anybody that you know is from like SAG or WGA would contradict this. But like I have a friend who's in SAG who said that you know they voted for strike authorization, but like the initial proposal from the studios is like, so they'll vote on the strike, but then they don't get to vote on the actual deals. That's voted on by like the guild, the union, like leadership. And so they said like, I voted for the strike, but I would have taken that. Like if the members were given the option to vote on the first deal, I would have taken that one. And I'm sure that's, you know, gonna be different for each person across the board, but I think that's a really interesting. I don't know. You just get like a really weird. The way that this is talked about is just wild to me.
It really is.
Because or like even with that one, they were like, oh, there's none of the AI stuff is in that, and then like it turns out that there were some AI protections, and they stopped talking about AI altogether. I haven't heard anybody even talk about AI. It's all about the pay. Since then, and so like it's like everybody's goal now is just to find a way to end this and look like they won. Like nobody wants to look like they're the ones that caved, which is just like, I don't know.
There needs to be a compromise, you know, like there.
Yeah.
I mean, again, I mean, you know, from looking at what the writers guild have been, you know, asking for. Again, they're not asking for much, honestly, but like, yeah, I think that their needs probably is going to have, you know, whatever deal is that does end up being finalized is going to be, you know, it's going to look different from what they were initially asking for. But again, that's the whole premise of compromising, where both sides can walk away happy, because I think, you know, they realize that, oh, these two guilds they're not gonna step down. Like, you know, this is, you know, because again, this is the future of Hollywood in a lot of ways. This is gonna, you know, define how a lot of content is made for the next how many generations. So
yeah, exactly. Well, and like you look at like the streaming, the way the streaming is structured, like that entire situation, like that entire revenue model is broken, and that's what breaks the residuals. Because like, for example, like the reason that it's so hard to pay, to figure out how to pay for streams is because when you're talking about like box office and television, box office is easy, right? The bigger the box office is, the more everybody makes, because the studio makes more, and then the actors make more. The more tickets are sold, the more everybody makes. With TV, the more a show is seen, the more ad revenue it gets, the more money everybody shares. When it comes to streaming, particularly, especially the binge model, views have no relationship to revenue. So the more something is seen, that doesn't benefit the studios more. And so so what ends up, this isn't exactly why Batgirl got canceled, but it's the type of thing that leads to Batgirl getting canceled. Because what happens then is you have shows that end up costing more because they're performing well, yet not bringing in more money because they're performing well. So like if anybody knows, like has taken like an accounting class or whatever, you have to balance your assets, your liabilities, and your oh man, it's too late and there's one more word. Assets, liabilities, and equity. Thank you.
There you go. There
and,
it is.
And so what the streaming model does is it turns views, what typically historically views would be an asset on the balance sheet. So the more viewership something has, the more tickets it sells, or the more ad revenue it gets. On streaming, it changes viewership from an asset to a liability. And so it actually changes the balance sheet. So that's why you start to get these shows that are getting canceled, because the more they're viewed, the more they're costing. And so how do you fix that? Well, you have to change the revenue model so that more popular stuff brings in more money, and that way there's more money for everybody. You can actually, it's easier to agree on who gets to share what on that. The problem is, how do you do that? Well, you add ads into streaming shows. People don't want that. Or you do a pay-per-view model, which also, that's gonna be a problem also. So like
that would
the
be
binge,
much worse.
Yeah, but like the binge model fundamentally though, like or something maybe closer, like the Audible model might make more sense, where you have like a credit system, and then you can the way the credits are distributed can determine residuals. But the way it is now, if you link residuals to viewership, what you are doing is incentivizing the cancellation of high performing shows, because they are their performance is negatively impacting the bottom line without increasing revenue, and that's broken, right? Like you can't, like, you need to be able to pay the actors based on performance, and in order to do that, in order for that to be a functional system, you also need viewership to be tied to revenue in some way, and it's not right now.
Well, and also, it's weird how you would think at some point, because here's also what's part of the broken model, is that you want your show or your movie on your streaming service, and you want some level of exclusivity, because the original philosophy was the idea that you need them to sign up and pay to subscribe to your service to watch the product. Thus, the reason why home media releases of streaming shows and movies have been notoriously difficult, because then you remove the barrier of, you have to pay your subscription fee to watch the thing. But you're starting to see, like with Disney releasing the first 2 seasons of The Mandalorian and WandaVision and Loki season 1. And I just found out today, it was older news, but I was out of the loop, that The Sandman season 1 is getting released on Blu-ray and 4K. You better believe I pre-ordered that sucker the moment I found out that was something.
When is Army of the Dead getting a 4K?
Right?
Yeah.
Well, and it continues with Netflix movies with Criterion Collection, because Guillermo del Toro's Pinocchio is getting a Criterion release in December, which was a Netflix movie. So it's just because that would be another way. I know you've got liabilities with the cost of the physical production, but then also that's another, like, you can have someone who's a subscriber to your service, but then also will buy the physical media, and thus that becomes an asset. And I think something that you were talking about, Stephen, I know, granted, I'm coming at this from a biased perspective because I love physical media. I want the thing on disc.
Well, and you just saw your picture. So
I
want drooled over it.
So
make that a clip, Dave, of me just like, oh my god, all these things are so pretty.
But I can watch.
You said huge.
I can watch The Sandman on Netflix, but do I want to own it on 4K? Yeah. Now, interestingly enough, Netflix with Sandman is doing something that HBO Max did, where I remember when I bought season 2 of Doom Patrol, and it didn't have a digital code with it. And it was one of those. It was or like when we got Zack Snyder's Justice League, there was no digital code. You just got the thing on the disc. So that's still a stupid, weird thing. Like, they're selling Sandman digitally, starting. I think it was actually available the 18th. I heard, but you're not going to get a digital code when you buy it physically. Now, once again, it's shitty, but it's also a way like, hey, if you want best of both worlds, well, you have to pay for your disc and you have to pay for your digital season. Once again, you're creating revenue streams, which then becomes things that I think, Stephen, to your point, now, if you sell these things, then viewership, as in people buy, this gives them something to buy, which then you can judge how you can get your piece of the action.
Yeah, the popularity and of something and its revenue are now correlated.
Yes.
Whereas right now, stuff can drive massive viewership and have absolutely no impact on the bottom line because people are already subscribed and would have been subscribed without it and would have stayed subscribed without it. So like, how are you going to then increase if the cost of something is increasing because of how many people are watching it and no one signed up because of it, no one avoided disconnection because of it, and no one paid you for it, well, then you're going to can't get rid of that thing because it's just costing you money and not bringing you money. Or you're not going to greenlight more of that or greenlight season 2 or whatever. So it's, yeah, they've got a, it's a problem.
It's a
and
problem.
that's something that I don't think anyone even really talking about. And I would hope that any sort of deal would figure out how to handle that because that's not just a problem. That's a core issue in the strikes, but also a like just a fundamental issue with the streaming model that they need to fix for the long term.
Well, and then look what I mean. Even it was announced today that Amazon's going to be like having a lower. You can have a lower price, but it's going to have ads.
Right.
I mean, I've been saying this for I don't know how long, probably like for sure the past year or whatever. It's like they are now trying to turn streaming into the cable model. I mean, they really are like
because they need viewership and they need viewership and revenue to be tied together. Yeah. And ads is like one of the best ways to do it. I mean, I'm not a proponent of like I would rather not have ads, but like also the model kind of depends on it. It's like almost like a bait and switch where like they were able to survive on the binge model for so long, but like it was always kind of doomed to failure because of this problem, and that's why the prices keep on going up and all of that is because. As with any new technology, they can introduce it as a lower price point to get everybody hooked, but like down the road, in order to actually function, it's not going to work that way for long term. So that's...
but I mean that was interesting because I saw Deadline had a good one. It's not cable, it's Amazon. They posted that tweet, and I was like, wow, that's a funny tweet because they flat out was like, oh yeah, look at that, even Amazon, who has Amazon, I mean, that's what's always been funny about these streaming services is like when you have Apple and Amazon, they have Apple and Amazon other things. But at the same time, they're still trying to figure out the streaming, even with the fact that how big they are just in a whole, they still are going, well, we're going to try to do this whole thing like some of these other fuckers are doing. And then you had Max 2 days ago talk about, oh yeah, we're going to have a sports tier come in. So you pay like an extra $11 a month and you can watch sports on here, and Hulu's already done that. And it's just like, it's funny how streaming is now turning into cable. It really is.
Well, there's a reason cable lasted as long as it did.
Yeah. I used to work in the fucking industry. I get it. Yeah. I mean, but it's always funny because like when you had the different tiers, and I remember because I was a cable guy and talking to like these people, I mean, let's face it, you get a tier that has 200 channels. You watch fucking 6 of them. That's it. You don't watch most of them. I mean, that's the thing. You get all this, but you have the option, but you only watch a certain amount. It's such a funny thing. And I remember even thinking like, oh, soon you'll be able to pick whichever you want to watch and blah, blah, blah. And maybe it's going to get to that point and they're going to figure out a way that,
well, here's how it does. I don't know if like I did the math for myself.
Yeah. You told me about this.
It would be cheaper. I'm considering just canceling everything. It would be cheaper just to pay-per-view for everything than pay like with the amount that and my viewing habits right now are low enough that that this is the case. So at a certain level, it doesn't make sense. But like at what is it? Almost $20 a month for HBO Max, Netflix, Disney Plus, Hulu, Prime. You roll all those together, it's like over $100 a month for if you have most of the services, versus like, okay, so what does it cost to rent a movie? It's like, less, it's $3 or whatever to rent a 4K digital version of a movie. So what, you watch one movie a day a month? That's
But most people don't really know what they want. And what streaming does is it just gives you the options and it just pushes content to you. So someone is just, not even interested in something, they will just check it out because it's on the home screen.
Yeah.
No.
Which
That's
what
me in
a
a nutshell.
rousing sales
No
pitch for the
offense.
content.
but he's right. I mean, that's me in a nutshell. Like, I have Prime.
Zaslav needs to sign you up for ad sales right now. Like, well, people just watch it because it's there. So.
No, but it's like, I mean, that's literally how I do. I mean, I have Disney Plus, Hulu, HBO. I want to say HBO Max. I'm not gonna call it Max. It's the stupidest name ever. I have like 5 servers. I'm like, yeah, you know what? I don't know what I'm gonna watch in a month from now, but I would like to have the option of even to go next month and not have to resubscribe and do all the messy stuff and so on, and then be able to be like, oh, I can watch Suits on Netflix right now. I didn't know I wanted to watch Suits. But it's funny, like if I watched Suits like last year before it blew up so much this year, so I'm like, it's just funny that people are now finding
That's also another thing that people watch. Like even the weekly and monthly viewership numbers of shows, the top 10 most viewed shows are mostly the library content. It's not even the new shows that come out. So people watch shows like
Friends and
NCIS or
Friends.
Friends and stuff like that.
Yeah, it is weird because there is like a little bit of comfort food when it comes to that stuff, because I know like when it comes to old TV shows, like you were just saying, it's like, yeah, it's easy to just do that and you can just have it just play and play and play without commercials, which is great. You can have it on in your background, you fall asleep to it or whatever the fuck, and I think a lot of people enjoy that. But at the same time, it's like, well, people, I mean, one of the things I started doing, because I was like, why do I have all this? What am I not watching right now? I actually don't have a Netflix right now. I canceled my Netflix right now because I was like, there's nothing I want to watch on there. But I think maybe in like a month, I might check out that One Piece series that everybody keeps talking about. So I'll reactivate it and do that. But it's like, if I'm done with that, or if there's nothing else that I want to do, just cancel. I mean, that the thing that I like about the streaming services is they make it very easy to deactivate and reactivate, where you could just like, all right, just stopping, and then you could just easily just get right back into it. So, I mean, that's one thing they have going for them, but at the same time, they want to have you like the whole time. And then
Netflix basically owns me, because Netflix, Steven, I don't know if you have this thing too, where like, they decided to connect when they did the new press screener system. They connected to our regular Netflix accounts. So if I shut my Netflix account down,
you can't do it.
So it's like, I'm just like, well, I guess I'm married to Netflix forever. I don't know, Steven, if you have that same problem.
I barely get any press screeners, so it's not really a thing that I have to deal with. But yeah, when I do, they're tied to my personal account.
Yeah. I've had that too. So yeah, that's how they can get you with that, at least. But at the same time, well, at least for us over here in the state, I mean, it's a write-off. Let's face it. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's a write-off where you can I write off anything, because I'm like, I'm a YouTuber, so it's part of my job, and I utilize this so I can write it off when it comes to taxes and stuff like that. But yeah, it's just yeah, the model is they weren't ready for it. The pandemic just pulled it in way too quickly, and they weren't ready for it. And now, I mean, we're just seeing the after effects of all this, and people open up their eyes and being like, oh, wait a minute. Like when it came to residuals, when it came to just like, reruns and all that, people used to get paid. You don't get that now when it comes to just like how many times things are viewed on a streaming platform, because, there's no revenue really, because obviously if you go out like Nick at Night and you have Friends and all these old TV shows, there's still all the actors are still getting fucking checks for all that going through, but they don't get that on a streaming service. I remember, like Aaron Paul and Bryan Cranston said like, oh yeah, Breaking Bad on Netflix, even though it's like maybe like at one point it was like the most rewatched show on there, we don't get shit for that or something like that. So,
but I think about because while you were away, we were talking about Suits. You know how that show, how a show from
New Life on Netflix,
yeah, like 9 seasons worth of content, and those writers and creators are getting fucked over by not getting any of it. Like for example, I mean, I have people, this shouldn't come as a surprise for someone who does the Flash podcast, but I have people in the writers who work on the Flash that I know they're getting fucked over because I know Flash is humongous on Netflix whenever those new seasons drop, and they're not getting shit from it, and that is bullshit. So like, yeah, that's why I'm like, yeah, these strikes, they needed to happen, but I can also at the same time also admit that, yeah, I would love these strikes to end sooner rather than later, because it's people should be,
although
need to work.
I feel like that is something that becomes a little bit complicated because The Flash originally wasn't a Netflix original, so they don't owe these actors residuals. Because it was originally a CW show, and I bet that if it was running on CW, they would have to pay them. But Netflix just bought the show as a one-time thing, so I don't think they have they don't owe them residual for that.
Well, CW does. They owe them a percentage of whatever Netflix paid CW for the show, but Netflix doesn't owe them for the popularity on Netflix.
But isn't that what these two guilds are fighting for, essentially?
Right. Well, it is right. Well, and the reason that deal is structured that way is because for Netflix would never buy it in the first place if it was going to cost them money if it was popular, right? If they said, okay, we'll let you stream this, but if it's popular, you have to pay everybody more money. They're like, well, no, we're not going to pay for that then. Like unless it's going to be something that's like really popular, but because of the way that it's structured now, they just say like, okay, we'll buy the rights to stream it, and then the actors will get a percentage of whatever the licensing fee is, but not actual residuals from the streaming. So I don't know what that accounts to, but I don't know. But once again, so how do you fix that? Well, it's going to probably end up being more pay-per-view, more ads, more or tiers, or I don't know. It's not going to happen without the consumers paying more. Or being
maybe in the new contracts, whatever the new shows are being created, maybe in the new contracts they'll have to mention that wherever this is streaming, they need to get residuals no matter where it is, like even on the original network or the new streaming.
And writers and actors are gonna have to really don't just sign a contract, read it, take it in, go through it with a fine-tooth comb, I mean, because I'm sure there's just times where it's obviously if you have some actors oh yeah, or let's sign whatever the fuck, but they're now realizing oh wait a minute, maybe it's just read through this thing so I'm not making sure I'm not getting fucked over.
Only if they were something. Oh, only if they were legal protectors somehow. I don't know, something like. I think they used to be called lawyers or something. I don't know. If only there were lawyers that existed.
Yes, but you got to also remember that lawyers cost money.
Yep.
And something that I learned because I was listening. Thanks to Dave, I get introduced to Katie Sackhoff's podcast, the blah blah blah, and there was a incredible interview between Katie Sackhoff and Bryce Dallas Howard. And they get into this section where even the most successful actors, I'm trying to remember Dave, did you listen to this interview? Do you remember?
I don't remember.
It was they said that when it's all said and done, when you talk about taxes, agents, managers, whatever the big whatever dollar amount you hear about an actor making, they're only taking home about 5 to 15% of that amount because from that amount, everyone's getting their piece of it. So to your point, Andy, you could have a lawyer, but once again, that's someone else taking out
some of your
another piece
of your nut that you're getting
of
from
whatever
that.
you're getting. So it would be advisable, but once again, one of the things that has come up during these strikes is talking about the blue collar, the working actor, the one who they need the next job because they need the next job. Like they need the next job because they need that paycheck. And and you know, those are the kind of actors who streaming hurts them versus network work, where you get paid to do the job and then you get the residual checks every time the rerun, like, because that's another thing that doesn't happen anymore, reruns, because that's where residuals would come into play, was the rerun model.
Yeah,
so because we live in an age now where people want to be able to see the things they want to see at their time, that's the thing. Like I will use the Arrowverse as an example. When the Arrowverse was at its prime, like it was some of the highest view shows on the CW, like Flash, Arrow, Supergirl. They were pulling millions and millions of viewers. Now you look at the later years, they could barely get 1 million viewers in on a weekly basis, which is why I'm like, when Superman Lois premiered, I was shocked that it only got like a 1.5 million viewers like for the premiere. I'm like, this is a Superman TV show in 2021. How is this happening?
That point, but Andy, to that point, you had the CW app, which.
Well, the CW app has never been good though. Like but
Andy, to your point, but they had it. That's how I watch the show. I don't watch any of these shows live, because I don't have the time. Because when they air, if we're talking about the consumer, if we're talking about the viewers, my life is not designed in a way where if you've got a network TV show that's coming on at 7:00 Central Time, even if I want to watch it, I can't, because I've got bath, I've got bedtime, I have kids that I have to tuck into bed. And trust me, 7:00 might be your bedtime. God is smiling on me if they're actually like in the room and not coming out again by 7:30, 7:45. So I have to rely on, even if there's a show that would normally back in the 90s would have been appointment viewing, where it was like, everyone shut up, I'm watching this show. That doesn't exist anymore. I will wait till the next day, and I will watch it on the app. Whatever the app is where I can stream it, even with the CW app where there's commercials during the commercial breaks and the same stupid 5 commercials every time, I can still watch it. I mean, when it's convenient for me.
Yeah.
So so that's what happens. That's part of how the landscape changed, where when Arrow season 1 and season 2 were airing, well, if I didn't watch it when it was airing live, I wasn't going to get to see it until who knew. Well, once you have streaming, once you have apps, it's like, well, when am I going to see it? Oh, tomorrow, when it's convenient for me, because it's going to be on the app. I don't have to watch it live. And so that has also affected viewing habits, which has also affected, okay, so what counts as a rerun? How are residuals being calculated? I mean, part of what these strikes and these negotiations is, what do we mean when we say a residual? How are residuals calculated? Like, the problem is that you have an old system in a new world, and the two don't work together anymore.
They're not
meshing. And this has to be completely rethought, because the way the system is structured, the way contracts are being written, are screwing over these people, but that's not how we watch stuff anymore. We don't have reruns anymore to determine, oh, that episode aired on TBS over the weekend. You're going to get your 15 cents check or your $1.50, in the mail.
It's such a weird thing, because the only time that I watch anything that's like a rerun-esque is like when I've gone to Steph's house, Miss Nighthawk's house, like, on the weekend or whatever. She still has cable TV. I don't. I just have the apps, and I have whatever the hell I need just to watch whatever the fuck. I mean, I did get Sling TV because football season, of course, needed, something for that. But I'm just saying, like, it is interesting to actually go back and watch like TV, and like a lot of these channels are just playing reruns. That's all they're doing. Like it's like every night, like Nick at Night is just like playing a Friends episode, and it's always funny because they always have this like, oh, we're doing Chandler week, we're doing Rachel week, it's like, you guys really just like try. I mean, the fucking show debuted 29 years ago, and you guys are really trying to add something fresh to it on this platform that's got commercials, and you're just showing them over and over again. And like MTV shows what ridiculousness all day, every day. True TV shows the fucking Impractical Jokers all day, every day. It seems and other than that, it's like, oh, we're just going to show movies after that. It's like when you look at channels now, like what they were trying to be, they are not that anymore. I'm like, when I was done watching football, I was like, oh, is the Impractical Jokers on True TV? And sure enough, well, The Wedding Singer was on. I'm like, True TV is playing The Wedding Singer? What is that? Like it's just like they're just trying to fill all this shit on there because they know no one's fucking watching. Because everybody's on the streaming apps, but then the streaming apps aren't doing. I don't know. I can't even wrap my head around it.
That's why they need to figure out a new system that works in this new world, like that you were talking about. This old system is
well, and that's what Steven was saying, like the pay-per-view kind of thing, and it's like you almost think like that's gonna have to be,
or like Tubi and what are the free ones that are like ad?
There's Freevee, there's Tubi, there's Pluto TV.
Pluto are like the numbers on those services are actually like really good. And so I know that those have been, at least from what I mean, it's not, they're not pulling in like the numbers of Netflix, but like the actual revenue models, like those services are, I think a lot more credible than people give them credit for. In terms of like, I feel like a lot of people who like pay for subscription services kind of look down on some of the free ones. Like they're way more common. There's a lot of people who still don't have, they just don't have the money even to pay for Netflix or whatever. And for that, ad supported, like who's going to turn their nose up at that for a free? And there's some pretty solid stuff on some of those sometimes too.
There is.
The frequency with which I look up to see if something is streaming, I'm like, oh, it's on Pluto.
Yeah,
sure.
I had Pluto TV for a moment there when I was like, I don't need anything else. I need to cut down my bills. And I had Pluto TV, and it's like sometimes people just want something in on the background. They don't want to have to choose something. I know I get like that sometimes where I'm like, what should I put on? I'm like, fuck. And if you have just regular standard something that's picking it for you, you just go, I'm just going to go to this channel and just have it on in the background as I work. It's kind of nice. It's convenient. Like when it came to Pluto TV, I mean, they had a James Bond 007 24/7. They just played a bunch of James Bond movies. And I would like, when I had it, I was like, I'll just put that on the background. But then there were sometimes I'm like, wait, I don't think I've seen this movie, or I haven't seen it in a while. And I would just sit there and watch it. They would just have shit like that. Or it's like, oh yeah, you could have like a channel dedicated to a certain thing and just have it on, and it's free, but it's got ads, of course. And of course they play the same fucking ads over and over again. But at the same time, like you said, Steven, it's like they're the ones that are doing well during this whole thing. And like something like YouTube TV is doing well because they got the NFL ticket option. And apparently that's doing well when it comes to like people that subscribe to that. They don't have to worry about, I mean, and even when it comes to like regular cable, they're still struggling because at one point earlier, like a few weeks ago, like people who had certain cable companies didn't have the Disney channels, which are like ABC, Disney, ESPN, all.
You better believe Spectrum not having ESPN.
Yes.
Oh, yes. People lost their shit down here because they couldn't watch Alabama football.
Oh, that's bad.
Oh, there was chaos. There was rioting in the streets. It was
and that's always been a thing. Like when I was working in the cable industry, that was a thing too back then, but they always seem to resolve it. But it's gotten worse now because when I was working in the cable industry, and they would always let us know that was going to be a thing that was going to be maybe possibly happen. It never went forward, but now it's gone. It's gone forward where like now they just take those channels off, and people can't watch the channels. It never used to happen when I was working in the cable industry, which was, over a decade ago. It never used to happen. Now it's happening, and it's like, Jesus Christ, what the fuck
Disney
is going on?
Spectrum, that went on for 2 or 3 weeks.
Yeah, that never happened when I was working in the cable industry. They'd always be a threat to it, but it would never happen. It would never actually happen. It's crazy. Now it's happening. It's weird. But we've been talking about that.
So David Goyer. I'm kidding.
Yeah. Back to David Goyer now. No, what else? What else happened this week? Well, we got. I wanted to know what your guys' thoughts about Willem Dafoe not coming back for Aquaman 2. Is that going to affect the movie for anybody?
No.
Not having Vodka? Yeah.
Oh wait, no. They ruined Snyder's vision. I can't.
I love that. I could see the light bulb go up on you. Like, wait a minute.
I thought he was great, but like he wasn't. He was great in Zack Snyder's Justice League. He was okay in the first Aquaman. I never even considered the idea that he would be in the sequel until I saw news that he wasn't in it, and then I was like, oh, I didn't realize that was even like in the cards.
Is it bad that I thought that Volko died?
No, I think so.
That's kind of what I mean.
Like, I thought he died during the climax. I'm like,
no, he's still very much alive. It's just going to be interesting how they explain in the story why he's not there. It's going to be just like Arthur's going to say something.
I don't think they need to explain it. Like they could say nothing.
They're going to.
Nobody's gonna leave the theater. I'm just confused about what happened to Willem Dafoe.
So they're gonna be like, he was great in No Way Home.
Yeah, right? No, I think they have to do that thing because they know, like, oh, there's gonna be one person that we have to. It's gonna be just a line from Arthur saying some shit, and then that's gonna be it. It's gonna be like how he mentioned Steppenwolf in the first one. Oh, we gotta mention we gotta have some connection to Justice League. Jesus Christ, is somebody outside right now?
Hey,
it's Casey.
Oh.
Breaking news.
No.
Lauren Hobart gave a man whose name she didn't know, nor voting record did she know, an over-the-pants hand job in a public space around children.
What happened?
Just want everybody to remember.
Wait, what happened?
What?
Oh, we had a politician who got groped.
Well, I can forgive everybody who doesn't live in the United States. But
yeah, that's why I was saying, we're talking about a politician who got groped in the theater watching Beetlejuice.
No, she didn't get groped. She groped. She a man.
She got groped.
Over she got groped too, but she also. This wasn't her getting non-consensually groped, okay? She gave a man an over-the-pants hand job.
And she got an over-the-dress
titty job. They're not even her tits, so she bought them. It doesn't matter.
Sure.
Well, I guess they are your tits if you buy them. But anyway, long story.
So, yeah, there you go. That's what's happening.
Thank you. Welcome to American Politics. My name's Amanda. I have a bachelor's degree in political science and a minor in sociology. What else would
Politics
you like to know?
in the United States. That's what we're talking about.
Welcome to the U.S.
Yes. We have
also,
a president.
One of our Supreme Court justices is actively receiving funds from a partisan committee at the moment. And the mayor of Dallas was elected as a Democrat and is now switching his party to Republican.
He's transitioning. Hey, we got to be open to that. All right.
No, I'm pretty sure that should be illegal. Like, it's not, but I feel like it should be. I feel like it's voter fraud. I feel like it's election fraud. I feel like it's actually election
There's so much
fraud.
election fraud that happens.
It should be, honestly. You can't even fucking say that, like, you went to a university. Like, you can't be like, I went to school starting in April of 2004. Like, and if you started in May 2004, you done, bitch. That's election fraud. Like, that's election. So if you're gonna be like, I'm a Democrat, and then you're like, surprise, that's election fraud.
Trump kind of did that. He was always a Democrat when he was Trump. He kind of did that.
What?
That's that one guy, the big pumpkin head fucking guy.
I can't hear anything.
He was always a Democrat, and then all of a sudden he's like, I'm gonna run Republican, and then he got all the votes.
I just hear like.
No, I'm just saying, like he scammed
Who is he?
the
What is he
Republicans.
Dave, Dave, you
No,
need to,
you say Trump to some
What is he
people and they
talking
go,
about?
you know,
That
that's
guy
what
that
happened.
played Biff in Back to the Future.
Dave,
That
what
was
if
Tom Wilson.
I was
That was Tom
talking
Wilson.
guy
shit
that I
about
thought
Trump. I was not praising Trump.
No, here's
I
the real
swear to
story.
God.
I thought that the guy that played Biff in Back to the Future also played
tried to tell
Jim
me-
Carrey's. No,
She tried to tell me that Noah.
no,
Emmerich-
I didn't try to tell you. I tried to make you bet on something I knew I'd probably lose.
You knew you'd probably. You
She
did
wanted
not
to
seem like you
lose.
knew you were gonna lose.
Bitch, how long? We've been married 10 years. Why do you think that happened?
Hey, Dave.
Anyway,
Hey, Dave. What if Rachel Zegler became president?
What's that?
I don't know what I interrupted. I'm
What if
sorry.
Rachel
I just
Zegler
feel
became
very
president?
passionately about letting everyone remember
He will leave
that
the country.
Lauren Boebert is a slimy person and should never be reelected
There's a lot of people that
and should be kicked out of
reelected.
office.
Yeah, including the guy that's president right now. Anyways, what?
Also, Jonita's a bad person.
Who?
Like, what
He would leave the country.
Rachel Zegler?
Yeah, if Rachel Zegler became president.
I wouldn't, well, you know, I wouldn't vote for her. Yeah.
Let's talk about JFK, though.
Well, he's dead.
Did you know that Jackie picked up his brains from the back of the car?
Yeah, I
Yes.
saw the video.
Yeah.
I just love how Steven is just walking away. He's like, I guess
This is how we've been married for 10 years.
He understood the unspoken thing, which was, I'm the captain now, and he just left.
I'm the captain now.
Steven
I'm
understood the
Barbie.
assignment.
I'm Barbie, and he's just Ken. Hi, Ken.
He's Stevekin. Stevekin. Right?
Oh, you're
Steven.
Steve Ken. He's. You're Alan.
I'm
Oh,
No.
Why am
you're
I
Ken.
Alan?
I
Why am
don't
I
know.
Alan? Am I Alan?
Somebody's got to be Alan. No, who needs?
Why am I
We
Alan?
got to pick
Not
an
it.
Alan.
Not it.
Nobody wants to pick it, of course.
No, I have a. Where's
What's
the
wrong with
chat?
Alan? It's
Where's
freaking
the
Michael
private
Cera.
chat?
Why not?
I don't.
mean,
Well, I
Michael
don't like.
Cera's great.
I don't like Michael Cera. So
Why?
What?
Explain yourself.
I can explain his existence as an actor.
Why? What's wrong
He's
with
not-
him?
he's-
Explain yourself more. What is
He's
this?
not, I don't think he's entertaining. I find him particularly annoying in almost anything I've seen him in. But again, like when I heard he was in Barbie, I'm like, oh Christ, I hope he has a cameo. And it's just nope, it wasn't even a cameo. It was like he was in it for like at least 3 scenes. So but if people like Michael Cera, God bless you all. I just don't like him.
Got Pilgrim, great. Superbad, great.
I enjoyed Nick and Nora's Infinite Playlist.
Yeah, I did like that movie. That's a movie I didn't get annoyed by. What's her name? I actually
Kat
liked that.
Dennings.
Yeah. You know, usually like, you know, in the Thor movies and Two Broke Girls, don't even get me started on that fucking show. How did that show last 5 years? Jesus Christ.
Actually was 6 seasons. I watched that show.
That
I
show
can
is
tell you
insane.
why. Kat Dennings titties. That's why.
Not
I mean, I
enough,
love-
not enough for
And
me to
I'm
watch
a
that
married
shit.
woman. Man. Well, then you're not very straight, are you?
I guess not, because god damn it, the dialogue, everything about that.
It honestly it gives
Coolidge.
Big Bang Theory. Jennifer Coolidge is amazing, but on it, like even she was limited in that role.
That
even
Polish
she was
accent.
limited in that role.
plays
Well,
the
no, but
same
like
role.
it's not supposed to be good. Like that's the whole you're taking it way too seriously. The
What,
point
because
is,
I like to watch good things.
no, I'm not saying you have to watch it. I
Good
didn't fucking
sitcoms.
watch it. I didn't watch it for the freaking
They were
dialogue.
two broke
Okay,
girls,
I
but
didn't
they
watch
always
it for the
had, like, their
dialogue.
hair
They were
done.
two bountiful girls, and that is all I
Bountiful?
watched it for. Two
Nah.
bountiful girls, and that is
They
all
had
I watched
bad,
it for.
Bad
For-
dialogue. They look like they
for
were. They
if you
did not look
include-
broke. They were like,
Dude.
oh, but they're broke because they have a horse in their fucking house.
No sitcom ever does. That is a total bullshit argument, and we're throwing it out. Moving on.
Not to mention, they were waitresses.
I like.
They were waitresses, and they wore like one of them wore high heels and one of them wore high heel boots. I'm like,
Because
you
she
can't
kept
wear that
them.
as a
Have you ever
waitress.
tried, Dave?
Yeah, have
No.
you?
Okay, throwing out
But-
that argument. Moving on. Next,
If you were a waitress, you would not be wearing high
it
heels.
was.
Come on.
Can you just let me say this?
You'd be wearing comfortable shoes.
Or have you ever
Because
been a waitress
you'd be
or a
done.
woman? Have you ever worn high heels?
I'm thinking about it, but you know.
Have you ever been a waitress?
Yeah, but you would want.
Have you ever been a waitress?
If you were gonna work a 10-hour shift, you would
No.
not be wearing high
Okay.
heels.
Wow. Wow. Can't answer a simple question.
No,
also,
no.
it gives Big Bang Theory. It's not good. No one said it was good.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
I didn't say it was good. I said it
didn't
was
want-
there because of her titties.
Okay,
and I
okay.
don't
I could
fucking have a
also
problem with that.
talk about the wardrobe of Big Bang Theory. They lived in Pasadena, which is about 50 miles this way, Southern California, and they always wore jackets and long sleeves. No way that happens either.
Also,
I'm
people
sorry.
laughed at their jokes, and no way that happens either.
Damn.
I'm just saying the wardrobe choices in these shows.
Sorry,
I'm like,
Kaylee Cuoco.
they don't work.
Sorry,
They don't work.
Jim Parsons. Sorry,
Yeah.
the rest of you whose names I didn't bother to memorize. Sorry, my embolic. You're actually great. You're a neuroscientist.
I want
respect
to
you.
just clarify something. I didn't watch Two Broke Girls for its quality. It was just like, oh, this is just. I can just turn my brain off and just watch and giggle. Like it's all. I'm not saying it's some sort of like HBO.
You are admitting that you actually watched it though.
because like I was, I think I was sick one week and then I saw it was streaming somewhere and I'm like, like, oh, that's the girl from those Marvel movies.
So an unsick version of you would not have made that choice, is what you're saying.
I think Eugene is onto it.
Well, and once I was, not sick anymore, I was kind of like, okay, this show is dumb, but I'm like,
it is dumb. It was.
You know what? And I get it though, because that's how I binged like the first 4 seasons of Grey's Anatomy. I had mono.
Oh.
So it was just like Grays, Meredith, Christina, Dreamy, Steamy, go, everyone, bullets, cutting the LVAD.
Yeah.
Oh my God, there's a bomb
still
in his
going on
chest.
after like
No,
what,
that show's still going on
No,
because my
it's
wife
literally-
still
it's
watches
insane.
it, and I don't know why.
Crazy.
I
That's
don't know
crazy
why.
how that
By the way,
Because you hide
however-
statues in her basement, Scott. That's
But
why.
however, speaking of Grey's Anatomy, Kevin McKidd, also another great voice of Batman.
Orange hair?
Yes.
Daywalker. Okay, cool. Yeah, beautiful. I thought so. I didn't even know. Here's how I knew that. You said voice of Batman, and I was like, there is only one person on that show that could possibly have been the voice of Batman, and it is that unfortunate Ginger.
Yes.
Sexy. He is sexy. I shouldn't say that. I actually think ginger men are very attractive, but
There you go. That's good.
she's
love
had bad
it.
genes, and it's not their fault.
So Ed Sheeran, you're like all about that shit. Yeah.
No.
Have you seen?
But I
Conan
did date a
O'Brien?
guy who
Conan
looked.
O'Brien. Conan O'Brien.
Okay, Conan O'Brien, but that's because like sapiosexual.
Bill Burr.
So no. Also, he doesn't have hair.
But he's a
hasn't for-
ginger. It doesn't matter.
Has not had hair for a long time. My
Yeah,
high
it's
school,
been
I
like
dated a
5
guy.
years.
Will you stop interrupting me, Ken? I dated a guy in high school that looked
Alan.
exactly. No, you're Ken. I'm not gonna be that disrespectful. Plus, I already said in private chat who Alan is.
You did. Okay, that was you.
I dated a guy in high school who looked like Shaun White's doppelganger,
What? Oh wow.
but with braces, with like the surfer boy.
Oh, so he
hair and
looked like the
everything.
Shermanator in fucking American Pie. Remember the Shermanator? He had braces and he was redheaded.
No,
Ah,
like Shaun.
he looked
White.
like Shaun White a little bit.
You wear glasses, right? Okay, I don't. So
I'm just
it's
saying.
okay. You're just taking L's tonight, Dave. L.
Nah. Depends on
We
who
should
you
call
talk
you
to.
Lex Luthor.
Yeah.
L.
Call me Wayne.
Wang.
Wayne.
Wang.
This.
Bat Wang.
Or
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Wow.
Wang. That's my porn star name. This conversation.
Speaking
That's
of
why I
Wangs,
love.
speaking of Wangs, though, did you all see the
I
chicken
did
and
see the
waffles
wings,
pizza?
no. Yes,
did you see,
I did.
Scott? You saw the chicken and waffles pizza.
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. I
There's
would
a
eat
chicken and waffles pizza.
that. I would eat that.
Fine.
From where?
Pizza.
Where?
Heaven?
Okay. Yeah.
I don't know.
Something God gave. I'm gonna have to look.
I don't know.
at
It's
this
on.
here.
Go on my Twitter. I
Yeah, go in a
retweeted
minute
it.
on Twitter because I saw this. I was
Chicken
like, I would
and-
eat that.
I said Nashville hot chicken, 2 slices.
Well, I mean,
comma.
if it's not hot chicken, then what's the purpose of having
what the
chicken
I
and waffles?
agree. Look at Dave's face. He's like, I'm gonna vomit. I'm gonna vomit. These
Okay.
coastal boys can't take shit, man.
Chicken
Do
and
you live near a coast?
waffles.
No.
Good. Yeah, these coastal boys can't take shit.
What the hell?
Andy, do you live near a coast?
I'm not giving my location on the screen. Don't eat, and also I don't eat
Fair.
I don't eat chicken because I'm a vegetarian, so it wouldn't apply to me anyway.
Damn.
That is also fair. Seitan. Nashville hot seitan and waffles.
That?
Yes. But the chicken needs to be hot.
Of course.
Oh
it
my
does.
god, Dave, you're just as crazy as I am and have a bunch of tabs open.
Oh yeah, I always got a bunch of tabs open.
Porn. Zach,
Nah,
Zach,
no
Zach,
porn,
porn,
no
Zach,
porn.
porn, Zach, porn, Zach,
No
porn.
porn.
Zach
What
porn.
is that? What is Zack
Aqua
Snyder?
porn.
It
what-
kind of
what
looks
is-
like porn because there's all a bunch of X's right there because of fucking. You know.
What if Zack Snyder did a Batman porn film?
What is that
What?
on the pizza apart
No.
from the chicken?
Waffle. It's waffles.
Waffles.
With
He would
syrup
never
in it.
release that. He wouldn't release it because he
So
has
okay,
class.
sorry. Let me do
People
that.
do so much weird shit with pizza. I swear.
Yeah, America
They
is
do.
the land of freedom, not
Oh my
taste.
god.
So this is what it is.
We are free, not classy.
You know how you have like waffles and you make like these big Belgian waffles and they
And
have
they have
like
the
big
squares.
Yes.
So these are the individual squares that have syrup in them, and then of course these are fried chicken pieces, all on top of. I would eat this. I would not.
I'm
I would.
telling you, doesn't that look like a hangover cure?
I mean, I would.
But especially if the chicken was like super hot, like covered in Nashville hot sauce. Like I just,
See,
I want
but
the
yeah,
I want
you
the
gotta see
syrup
hot
to
sauce.
to be hot pepper syrup. And I want it with a beer mosa, just like a
Andy and I have the same expression right now.
That's fine. That leaves more for Amanda and me.
Exactly.
You know what my favorite type of pizza
Don't
is?
yuck my yum.
What's your favorite type of
I'm
pizza?
not-
I gotta
yeah,
know
what-
this. I gotta know this.
A margarita. So it's just
Okay,
the
so you like
pizza
all that
and the cheese. That's it.
And
That's not
tomato.
margarita
That's
pizza.
not margarita pizza. Margarita pizza is
Yes,
You're
tomatoes
just talking
and
about
other
a
things on it.
standard pizza. You just said
It's
Yeah.
cheese.
just tomato
And
and
yeah,
cheese.
Yep.
okay. So
Does
the
it have-
margarita
I like.
pizza has more shit on it, at least when it
You
comes
guys-
over here.
No.
Yes.
It's very plain over here.
Okay,
Tell
so
us
over
what
here
it
it's
is.
not.
No.
It's just pizza base with cheese and it has some tomato sauce in it. That's it.
That's called a
Just
cheese
tomato
pizza.
sauce.
That's a cheese pizza.
That's a cheese pizza. So,
So
a
that's what I
margarita
like.
pizza. That is nothing wrong with that. Cheese pizza is a solid choice.
It is a solid
Margarita
you.
pizza in maybe Italy, if I remember, but also in America, is pizza crust, cheese, fresh cut tomatoes, basil.
No.
That's margarita pizza. Yeah.
I do like chicken pizza, but not too much. Like I don't like too much stuff on the pizza. The less there is, the better it is.
Oh, see, for me,
Don't
it's
go to South Africa.
put all
They
the things
do
on the pizza.
Fucking weird pizzas. If you think our pizza is weird, South Africa is fucking weird about the pizzas. They literally have a pizza of mini pizza bagels on the pizza.
That's awesome.
No, like thank you, Najid. Thank you.
Nice.
No, not nice.
Yes.
Terrifying.
What the hell? You were just talking about waffles, chicken and waffles on a pizza. Why not?
Yeah,
have
but I
pizza
don't
bagels on a
need
pizza?
bagel on a like pizza bagel is already
Fucking
a
awesome.
pizza.
I'd
I don't
rather
need a
have
pizza
that
on a
than this.
pizza.
Mm.
God damn it. Chicago style pizza is better than every other style pizza. New York style pizza is a soggy wet
Steven
carpet.
keeps saying that.
I know she does.
It's not. Here's the thing. I wouldn't have a stick up my ass about Chicago-style pizza supremacy, but people literally don't understand what Chicago-style pizza is. One.
Well, they usually think it's the whatchamacallit, the reverse. What was that? Like where the sauce is on top and the cheese
sauce is on top. Which is deep dish Chicago-style pizza, which is delicious and awesome in its own thing.
Nah, I don't like it.
Not Chicago-style pizza.
Yes.
If you want Chicago-style pizza, I'm not getting into this. The point is, New York. I here's what it is. I'm not a Chicago-style pizza defender as much as I am. Oh, this is what it is. I won't cheer for a team. I'll just cheer against the Patriots. You know what I mean? I'm not going to cheer for anyone. I'm just like, I hate the Yankees, right? So I hate New York-style pizza. It is wet carpet. I don't understand why anyone would want a crust.
Have you been to New York?
Get a fucking tortilla and put some fucking mozzarella in it. That's a New York style pizza. You're welcome. I'm so sorry about all of your egos. Come for me.
Have you ever sat into
if you can get the fuck out of your hell city in the traffic. I'm sorry, Joshua. I love you. One of my best friends lives there. I love you.
But have you ever sat down in an actual like Italian style restaurant in New York City and got a fresh pie put onto your table? Have you ever had that?
You mean like actual Italian cuisine or New York style pizza? Those are two different things.
Well, it was New York style, but it was
I have never sat down to eat a New York style carpet.
Oh, that's some of the best pizza I've ever had right there.
Why?
Yeah. Because
literally I won't.
It wasn't
I
like I went to Mike. I didn't go down
temple.
to Mike's Pizza on the corner and just got like a slice that's been sitting out that they put in the oven for a little bit, to heat it up.
What are they not getting? Fundamentally, the crust is fucked. You can't. You're building a house on sinking sand, motherfucker. All other houses sinking sand. New York pizza crust is sinking sand. Scott gets it.
No, if you actually sat down in an actual restaurant, not like one of the corner places because they're everywhere. Yeah. So.
No, this is like telling me I'd like hot dogs.
Look at Alex Lopez.
All right. Let's go. Okay, I can't crack my knuckles because pretend I'm cracking my knuckles. Let's go, Ken. Let's go, Ken. Mr. Ken. You think you know pizza, Ken? Ask him if he can tell me the name of a restaurant that sells Chicago-style pizza.
There was a place over, I'm not gonna lie. It wasn't deep dish. There was actually a place where I used to live that actually did that, and it was really freaking good. So I'm not saying Chicago's bad. I'm just saying New York style is not bad either.
Notice no one has said a word about LA because
LA doesn't do.
You're not allowed to eat pizza there because then you'll get fat and everyone will.
No, you get pizza, but you have to go to a place called New York Pizzeria.
God, I'm so sorry for you. You're going to fall off the edge of the continent and you have to eat New York style pizza. Jesus.
No, it's really good.
Pray for you. It's not,
yeah. But
it's not
no,
Dave.
you're right about the falling into the ocean. I'm just saying, yeah, we're
I like the watch.
Yeah.
Is that glow in the dark? I'm serious. Is it glow in the dark?
What is glow in the dark?
Your watch.
No. Well, if it glows right there, yeah, sure. But it's,
You know the phones have clocks on them these days, right?
Yeah, but he looks classier.
He looks classy without a fucking watch. I'm like, just
analog. I'm analog. I don't want to have to.
I'm naked without a watch. I'm gonna be honest.
That's why he's not even on camera right now. He lost his watch.
Ooh, what's this right here? Oh, this is Birmingham pizza, huh? Scott?
No, this is Chicago style. This is a Chicago style pizza restaurant that's in Birmingham.
Oh, okay.
Wait, I actually think I know this one because I have a friend who I went to college with in Illinois, who now lives in Birmingham.
Oh, there's a whole video.
Oh, no, it's a whole. Look
at that. Oh boy.
Okay, that is deep dish pizza. And
I thought that was deep dish. That's the.
I need to try that.
It is very good. It also takes like a literal hour to bake. So.
Oh, it's forever.
Come hungry.
Yes.
Get the apps.
You call ahead. No, you literally call ahead.
Look at his little cubby hat. Oh. They're like, we can't get out of Alabama, please help. Everything in there is Chicago sports memorabilia,
No,
Chicago
they're making a killing over
Bears.
there in Alabama. What are you talking about? They
Cubs.
love it. Blackhawks, which will soon be
the Stanley Cup champions
2015, baby.
flag. Oh no, Steven and I remember. Steven, can you come tell the lovely folks about watching the Stanley Cup champions game in 2015? No,
Look at
that
that.
wasn't 2015. That was 20.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of like
Well?
that. The
You
deep-
can't eat an entire pizza by yourself. That one, right?
Yeah.
No.
It's too heavy.
Most American
Hey,
pizzas you
damn.
cannot eat by yourself.
Oh, you
Well,
have not
you
met-
should.
then-
Really?
I mean, if you have an eating disorder like me, you can absolutely tell.
Yeah, you can
I mean-
try.
I usually do, but this one looks too heavy. Like
It's
Yeah,
way.
no
too
way.
heavy.
There's literally pounds of cheese.
It's literally
Yeah.
like a
Pounds
pie. I
of
mean,
meat.
it's they literally make it like a pie. Like it's an
Yeah.
actual pie.
See, so now there's a crust on top of the meats and the cheese, and then he puts
Too
the
much
sauce on
sauce.
top.
Yeah,
No,
way too much
no,
sauce.
no. You guys
Yeah.
are wrong.
I think
You're
I think it's
wrong.
perfect.
Yeah, too much sauce.
I think the cheese should be more than the sauce.
The
Yeah.
cheese is more
I'm
than
with
the
you.
sauce.
I'm with you on
It
that.
is. Just watch until he cuts that.
Oh my God.
Yeah. It looks good though. It does look good.
I want to try it.
It is good. Just go to Hoover, Alabama. All right, Scott, we're going to Scott's house for the next vodka stream. We'll just hide in your basement like that statue. Your wife will never know.
But my kids probably will.
I'm great with kids. We'll just tell them that everyone is me. Just Amanda's in the house. She's downstairs. She's also upstairs. Yeah, Amanda's downstairs and upstairs. Mom.
Somehow she's both. It's crazy.
It'll be an Abbott and Costello routine. No.
Yeah.
Who's on first? What's the second? I don't know who's on third.
Yes.
I don't give a damn.
Ah.
Who's shortstop?
Yeah.
I want pizza now. Jesus.
Yeah, but can we
Me
stop
too.
can we stop fucking talking about food? Like
Sorry. Sorry.
especially
Steven,
because
come back.
I
They
may
need to
I
talk
may
about
have to
something
give
other
up
than
pizza and all that type of food soon. If my surgery gets approved, I have to give up that shit. I'm like, why are these people talking
What
about pizza?
surgery?
I'm trying to get gastric bypass.
You're gonna do that. Eee.
Best wishes for you. Okay, I have to go so we stop talking about food.
That was not a pleasant conversation. Now I'm hungry as fuck.
Steven, I want to clarify. I didn't yell at her about food. I was yelling at everyone talking about food.
Okay.
Oh man.
While he taunts you with his mug.
Nah, I don't know how. Yeah, we got into. Well, it was first talking about the chicken and waffles fucking pizza, which is ridiculous. But I would try it. I would. But at the same time, I'm like,
Heavy
no.
on the 5.
It's just how she keeps emerging out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Like it.
It's great. But now we're
There's a
hungry.
place
Now
in
I'm like,
Alabama
fuck, I want to make a
Near
something.
Scott that makes it looks legit. It looks super legit.
Maybe there will be some fishes they can eat in Aquaman or something. I don't know. Was that too dark of a joke?
Who's ordering a pizza? Yeah, right. I'm about to order a pizza right now.
The
too.
problem is I got pizza sitting upstairs because my
Oh.
kids. We
We need to stop talking about food.
I
Friday
know.
night is
respect
pizza
Andy's
night.
wishes.
They always get pizza on Friday.
Too late.
Scott, taint,
Okay, we can talk.
taint, gooch, areola.
Dave, I see in your title of
Wait,
this of the
who's
stream
that?
it says Flash Revolt.
Monica Bellucci.
Okay. We could talk about that. We could change it
What
to,
is Flash
to,
Revolt
Tim
about?
Burton. Tim Burton.
Okay.
Not liking things that happen in the Flash. Did you guys see that article or see that interview?
Wait, why does Tim Burton have an opinion about this?
Because his
Because-
characters and world were used in the movie.
Yeah, especially.
Wait, Tim Burton invented the Flash?
No, Nick Cage's
Oh,
Superman.
It was mainly Nick Cage's Superman and Michael Keaton. There was not much talk about Michael
Jesus
Keaton's
Christ
Batman,
on a
but
cross. Okay.
he said he's
Sorry,
kind
I'm
of
not
like
Catholic, I shouldn't say that.
he's quietly revolting against like studios doing kind of like that shit where they just kind of do. But at the same time, is Warner Brothers distributing Beetlejuice 2? or who's doing Beetlejuice 2? I don't know.
It's a Warner Brothers movie, isn't
I
it?
feel
It should be a Warner Brothers movie, right?
Like he wouldn't have had an opinion until he got the check, and then he was like, "Oh yeah, they didn't ask me."
Distributed by Warner Brothers. Yep.
It was kind of interesting to hear that he was like quietly. I mean, but at the same time, he was like, "All right, well, he's got his movie 99% filmed, so he's only got a little bit more. So like when the actor strike stops, he could film the rest, I guess." But yeah, it was just kind of interesting to hear that. I was like, okay, what does he have to say? But it wasn't about Michael. Even though I would love to know what Michael Keaton and Tim Burton conversations had, because you know that they had to have some kind of conversation about him putting the bat suit back on and everything on the set. But I loved what he said about Michael Keaton, how Michael Keaton just got right back into the Beetlejuice character. It was like a possession, like literally like Beetlejuice is possessing him kind of thing, which is great. But yeah, when it came to the Nicolas Cage cameo and stuff like that, he just kind of said he was secretly, or like he's quietly revolting against like studios kind of doing that shit. But it's weird that it's like, yeah, but you're working for him. How are we feeling about that, KC?
I feel like if he gets mad about that, then that's fine. But it's not really his thing
Yeah.
because it's not his original characters. So he can feel some sort of ownership about over those types of characters that he created. But it's not like, I think his the main reason for him opposing it is more to do with how it was presented.
Yeah.
And he probably wasn't consulted for any of it, so that's probably why he was, offended about that.
And not to mention, he did say that he worked on Superman Lives for 2 years, and when you're working on something like that for 2 years, and then all of a sudden you don't do it,
right?
It's got to leave a bad taste in your mouth.
Blue balls.
They're turning his time spent on that into an Easter egg. I don't know. It's
yeah.
It's such a weird thing because, I've spoken with somebody who worked on the movie and they were so excited for that to happen. That's why they had the giant spider and everything like that. But then it's like, Nicolas Cage was like cool, but he didn't.
It's also like,
but yeah,
it's also like Steven said. They presented it as something like the fans would love, and
yeah,
then
who was that
the
for?
studio
Who
people.
was that for? Who was that for?
Right, and then the studio
Me?
people probably at that time didn't make that movie, and it's
Ian
not
Scott.
really like that because his anger is more towards the executives, but the idea was the director who is a fan of that stuff, and probably why he added that into there. So it's misunderstanding, I guess.
Well, I also didn't even read the interview. Was he asked about it and then complained about it, or did he bring it up? I'm willing to bet that this is
Probably
something
asked
he
about it.
stresses out about
He
at
was-
home, and he was asked to conjure up an opinion about it in an interview for something unrelated, and so he gave
Yeah.
an honest opinion on it, and then forgot
No,
about it when he left the studio.
I mean, like right now, obviously these, publications are just interviewing directors. So they were like, all right, we got Tim Burton. So they didn't really ask about Michael Keaton coming back for The Flash. It was mainly about, of course, the Nicolas Cage thing. And they just kind of threw it in there. Mainly, they were just talking to Tim Burton, but of course they had to squeeze in there. Like earlier this year, The Flash had this sequence that had a Superman that you were working on, and I think he was just kind of like, he probably was like, why are you asking me this? Because that was something I worked on for 2 fucking years, and he had a bunch of ideas.
Well, and not only did he work on it for 2 years, but the reason it didn't work out was because of studio bullshit.
Yeah,
right.
Not him, or
So it'd be like if I don't know, I can't think of something equivalent for Zach, but if Darkseid or something.
how come you
Yeah.
didn't make it to your brother's funeral? The flight got canceled. Outside of my control. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
It's outside. Yeah, no, I get it. It's
Can I
an
just say
outside.
that I'm way more excited about Keaton than Nick Cage, but maybe that's just me.
Well, the
just
Nick Cage
generally
thing
as
was
a
just
human
barely
being.
anything. Yeah, but it was just basically just that, and some people were kind of going like, well, geez, he's just a disgruntled old man. It's like, well, No, he's not. He just gave his opinion. It wasn't like anything too bad. I thought
Can't he
people
be
there were
wrong?
some people that I saw on the timeline, after all this stuff that were like, Jesus, he's just like at it because they love the Flash movie. It's mainly people who just love it so much. And I don't love the Flash movie, but I like it a lot, and I dug everything that they put in there. And I liked the Nicolas Cage thing. I thought it was really cool and something really, but it didn't resonate with the guy who was wanting to make that. And that was like, I guess you could say that's like, it's like asking him like, oh yeah, remember that thing that you worked on for so long and you were like probably stressing out about like 24/7 for 2 years and it didn't get made.
Well, and would have gotten made if it wasn't for the studio that is now repurposing it.
Right.
Hadn't thrown their.
That's what I feel like is the difference here, because I feel like his anger or whatever the reaction is right now is towards the executives, but I don't think the executives were the one who wrote that scene, and it was just Andy who wanted it in there because he was a fan of that thing,
Yeah,
indeed.
Probably I don't know. I don't really care about like this. I think that it's a very not even manufactured controversy. It's like one of those things where like I don't even think Burton is that mad about it.
Yeah.
He gave a response, and the internet is being like drama.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're gonna talk about it like I did. I had a video about it and just talked about what he said, and I was like, I understood where he was coming from, but then there's no reason to get mad at him. There's nothing. The main thing I
would probably be a little bit like, it would remind me of something I was frustrated about, and I doubt, unless he got paid for it, it's
which he did.
So I get why he would be frustrated about it, but also like he doesn't own the characters, but also I don't think he's as pressed about it as people think.
Yeah.
Like it's just like every angle, like I don't know. Is that not to totally say like I don't care, but also like
you don't care.
I don't.
That's why he just like his last thing was like I'm having a quiet revolt of of all that, like, hey,
like he's indifferent to it, but again, he isn't like fuck Andy Muschietti or fuck
even look at the word quiet revolt is very just like, oh yeah, no, I'm not a fan, but also like I'm only talking about it because you asked me.
Exactly. But I think everybody was kind of wondering how he felt about all that. I think it was like that was the thing, was like everybody was wondering, how does Tim Burton feel about this whole thing? And but it was kind of funny how it was like mainly like he only answered it when it came to the Nicolas Cage stuff. I was like, I wish there was more about, well, what about Michael Keaton?
But has he even seen the movie?
Probably not. I would not.
There you go. Why would he comment on something? Like, why would he talk about Michael Keaton when he hasn't seen the
because
movie?
He's working with Michael Keaton on Beetlejuice 2, and I'm just like kind of thinking there had to be a conversation about him putting back the bat suit on. So I don't know. That's what I was kind of thinking. So
again, I think because there is because
putting her hand up. She put her hand up at least.
Steven, are you blushing? You look so cute when you're blushing. Okay, no, we get it. Okay, we get it. You have a cool mug. Okay, I get
it. Take the sip.
Hey, Steven, I haven't seen the cool mug. Can I see this cool mug?
It's just a.
Wow.
Ah.
Is it only for the good people at Screen Rant?
I beg your fucking pardon. What is that supposed to be?
Whoever was an editor in like December of 2020 or something like that.
Oh,
there it is.
So it's been that long that you didn't have it, Andy?
I've worked this since 20. I'm not an editor. I'm just a senior writer. But like I've been here since 2019.
You're not an editor, so I'm sorry, you don't get the mug. Those were the stipulations. You did not fall into the purview of the mug giving. I apologize.
I've only seen Steven, Rob, and Ben have it. I don't know if Molly has one. I'm sure she has. And then I should know more names of our editors. But like, yeah, I know how many of those exist. All I know is that I remember one time Rob was streaming on Twitch, and I'm like, "How do I get one of those?" He's like, "You will wait your turn." Something like that.
Exactly. No, but all right. Well,
But
there's
Tim Burton,
that.
Tim,
There's
Tim Burton didn't seem mad when I read it. See, this is
No.
why I need interviews in audio or video format. I cannot
Right.
take.
I'm sure it was an awkward fucking interview because he's just awkward dude. I mean,
Yeah.
you see him, he interviews, he's not.
He's not awkward. He's not awkward.
What do you? What?
No,
Tim Burton, not an
if you know
awkward.
if you know how to do an interview, then and someone that you know can easily become comfortable.
Yeah. Okay, but
But some of these publications, they just care about the clicks, so they don't. They're like, again, like, why would they just randomly bring up Nicolas Cage's Superman? Yeah, they're probably not thinking about the fact. Oh, you know what? He probably had a really shitty time developing that film for 2 years. Yes, he got paid. It doesn't erase trauma he may have faced, because we know these fucking Hollywood studios are capable of that.
But it's also like
not
someone
that
might be
it's,
curious about
not
how
that
he's
I'm not
feeling about
thrilled to
seeing it.
talk about this for longer, but it's late, and are we gonna awkwardly transition somehow to talking about Zack Snyder's student film?
Oh yeah, we should do that. Yeah, I know. I've been trying to fit that in there.
Segue. That's my elegant.
I get it.
segue.
I get it. I'm the
You can
problem.
finish,
I get
Casey.
it.
Look at that. Look at that. Zachary Snyder. This was found today. And
Back
look,
when
it's
he
even-
was
it's even spelled
Z-A-E-H
wrong.
Snyder.
Yeah, exactly. But
Well, it's
did you
spelled the
guys see
same way
this?
it's spelled in the credits.
True. Well, it's Zachary, but But yeah, for a moment alive. Did you guys see this shit? I
No,
haven't
it's
watched
not.
the
This is
whole
the first
thing.
time I'm hearing about this.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
this went up a few out like this afternoon. This is the Snyder shot if I've ever seen one right here too. It's great.
Yeah.
It's what, from 1990, I think, right?
Something like that, yeah.
And was this a film camera?
I'm sure it was some kind of film
It
camera.
credits.
Look at
yeah,
that.
The it credits yeah, a camera placed in Pasadena for rentals, but I don't know.
Oh.
It's got good sound. Good sound, Footsteps and all that stuff. I don't even know what this is inspired by. That's nothing. Come on. Let's go.
This is a vibe.
It really is. Good wide shot.
I'm too busy listening to the score.
But
Well, everything's good when it comes to sound for sure, and even the shots are really good too.
No, it's the type of thing that makes me want to see like a Zack Snyder period piece,
Right? Well, we're
like a
supposed
western
to.
or a samurai.
Horse latitudes. Oh,
Yeah.
whoa.
Whoa.
Whoa. That was intense. Not gonna lie.
Wait, I don't get what happened. Was he drugged?
Watch the movie. Stop.
We
asking
have to
questions
wait
in the
and
movie.
watch.
Watch the movie.
It's too deep for you.
Oh, shut up.
You know how I got these scars? That's what it looks like.
Stop that.
It
No,
just
it's
looked
a-
like that
it's
with
a
the
tin
string.
strip.
It looked like, it just looked like
The production design on this is crazy.
that. Yeah.
What year was it filmed in again?
California.
No, what year?
Oh, year, like
I think
1990.
1990.
Oh shit.
Is this when he was at the Pasadena? Is this
Yeah,
when he
it's-
was at the?
I
yeah.
found credits for it in the Art Center's catalog, and so that's where it says, like I said, circa 1990, I think. So it might be 89 even, but
Zach saw Seven Samurai and he's still imitating that movie.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah,
very
he
Kurosawa.
can't stop. I mean,
Well, no,
that's why I
because
said
this is making me feel like Rashomon, still Kurosawa, but
Yeah.
What has wormed its way into your soul, samurai? I have seen men at war before, samurai. I've seen the look in their eyes. And by the look in yours, the battle is raging now.
I have lost that much ground to it. I'm tired from fighting for so many years. And it's stronger now than it's ever been. You see, it's a woman that's tearing me apart.
Yeah, of course.
So, it is love.
I do not think you understand. I dreamt the dream that we all have of the perfect woman. A woman who would come into our lives and bring order where there was chaos. Give us the love that we desperately need to make our lives whole. My dream was evil from the start. Yes, I am in love with a beautiful woman, Iku. But each time I see her, she lies dead in the stream, red in the water around her head, and my bloody sword to show for it.
Dark.
I've been running from this vision all my life.
What will you do when, after looking back for so long, you find her in front of you, alive?
No, I would go as far as I could from her. At least I would know that she was real. Make the dreams go away. Who can be sure? I know I would have peace of mind.
Then, my samurai friend, we must feed you and get you as far away from this place as
What the
possible.
fuck?
Get some food.
Because I cannot lie to you. I have a daughter named Iku, who lives in a village not far away from where we sit.
Please.
If you love her, you cannot ask me to do this.
Look at me, old man. If I can see her once, for a moment,
Come on, Raiden.
alive, from far away, she doesn't have to see me, and I would be gone forever. I swear.
From far away.
That's a cool shot. Pulled that
It's a
one
split
off.
diopter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You see that? You see the
Yeah,
haze
you
in
see
the
the
middle?
blur. Yeah.
What haze?
there was haze in there was, yeah.
Oh, I thought that was just like the sun or light or something.
That's
coming
why
in.
that's why they were both in focus, even though
Yeah.
it was such a close shot. So I don't think I've ever seen a Zack split diopter before.
I don't know if he's ever done that in a movie.
I wouldn't be shocked if he did, but it's just like not normally his toolkit.
Yeah.
It's a really eerie look. I normally don't like it.
Maybe it was a part of the assignment or something.
And she is
Oh yeah,
alive.
maybe.
No, just fuck off.
Have you seen this all the way through, Najib?
No, not yet.
Yeah,
I haven't.
From the village.
Neither.
I cannot be sure.
I am a fool. I have read the dream wrong all this time. I'm not going to kill her. I'm going to save her.
The way he absolutely
Here we
matches the
go.
style.
He's the most irresponsible father.
Oh, raw. Like who are they? Why are they
I
here?
am the man who will fight for your heart.
What are you singing?
Karate Kid
What
2,
the
come on. Chicago?
Oh, shit.
He did what he saw. His premonition.
Plus 2 more.
That's a cool shot. Written and directed by Zachary
Where's the
Snyder.
reaction by the father?
The father was never there.
No, it's like
Oh shit.
it reminds me of like
Is there a
what's it called?
post-credit scene?
Scott, you know, like the bridge over Owl Creek, is that what it's called?
Oh yes, the Stephen Ambrose story.
Yeah, it feels very much like a
Because that was
short...
that was an episode. It was adapted for an episode of The Twilight Zone.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it
Yeah.
feels very much like that kind of short story structure of like the like
I wanted to
like
see
that's got
more.
that
What the
vibe.
fuck?
Okay, can I ask questions now? Is that okay? Okay, was that water like? Did he get high from that water? Like, was he hallucinating?
He had a
Was
premonition.
He had a bad dream.
Yeah.
or acid?
He had a dream that she died, and he
The
believed
woman
that he
of his
killed her.
dream. The woman
And
of
he-
his dreams.
Yeah, he believed that he killed her because in his dream he had a bloody sword and she was dead. And then so he was going to go away, far away, so that he could prevent the dream from happening. And then
It's basically the nightmare.
and then he saw her and he was like, I'm just going to look at her and then I'm going to go.
And then saw the other dicks.
And then he saw the other guys and he's like, oh no, wait, my dream was wrong. It's actually them who are going to kill her. I can stop my dream from happening. And he went to defend her. And, but in the act, ended up causing her to fall backwards and hit her head.
An occurrence at Owl Creek Bridge by
There we go.
Ambrose Bierce. That was it.
Yeah. It's like, it's not exactly, that's like a weird, it's not exactly the same thing, but it feels very similar in terms
But it
of,
has the atmosphere.
longer.
yeah, of that sort of, and it like in terms of like the length and everything. I've never seen the short. I only know the.
Oh, I watched the short at school.
Yeah, I've only read the short story.
It's got the same feel a little bit.
Is there a reason why Zach released it?
He did release it. Someone dug it up.
Yeah.
Wait,
There's
so-
like this. There's a count on like Twitter that's just like freaking posting all kinds of videos, and then it's just like they posted that. It was like, oh shit.
But did Zach at least approve? Because did he at least approve it? Because otherwise, there's some ethical issues there. Like I wouldn't want my schoolwork to be.
It's
shown.
public.
It's public. I'm sure he would. Yeah, it's not like if Zach were to come on here, I'd be like, hey, Zach, here's what we found, and then show it. He'd probably be like, don't show that shit. You know, he'd have to like warn him if that was going to be the case. But, yeah, it would have been.
So
Yeah,
much of what Zach did with DC is in there.
yeah.
Like the nightmare dreams and the Seven Samurai thing.
Yes.
Except I gotta double check that split diopter now because I didn't catch that the first time I watched.
It definitely was.
But it's kind of funny because just the fact that let's see. Let me see if I can go to it right here or if I can find it.
I don't know if he actually used one or just, did the masking for 2 different shots.
In 1990, I bet it's a split diopter.
That's true.
I can't find it. But yeah, I mean, I always thought that shot, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but I thought it was kind of cool because the guy who was like in the foreframe of it, he turns around. So you kind of could see like the blurry background. You could kind of see the split, which is not too bad because usually you just if you have like two, obviously 2 characters in the shot, they kind of stay, they don't move like that. So he was definitely trying something for sure.
I'm reading the description of this video. This is a student from I found going through my dad's thing. Zack Snyder was a student of his at Art Center's College of Design in the late 80s. So this kid just pulled something out of because usually because my mom, she's a teacher. Usually a lot of assignments or whatever they turn in are confidential. They're not supposed to be reachable by outside people. That's why I was wondering, does Zach even know this is out, and is he okay with that? Because it's a cool film.
He might have actually spliced that film.
Think so? Where's the shot at? I can't find it. I was trying to find the shot.
7:30.
7:30.
7:33.
Okay, I thought it was. Oh yeah, there it is. Yeah, because I was trying to figure out exactly where that was. And so here's the yeah. So there it is, right there, kind of like that.
How? No way.
You guys
no. Look, see, when he turns his head, the area behind his head is out of focus. So I think it is a split diopter.
Yeah.
Right.
But I was saying, you could see the blur.
Yeah.
There you go, guys.
Yeah. That's wild.
It is wild. There you go. There's a student film from Zachary Snyder.
Zachary Snyder.
It's always funny how that is, right? I mean, it's just like when you watch, old episodes, of In Living Color, and it's James Carey. It's always funny when at first they try to hey, let's use this name right here. Well, it's just even with me. Now I would go by Dave. I wouldn't go by David. Some people are like, David, what? What is that?
Yeah. That's
my mom. My mom refuses to call me Dave. Everybody calls me Dave. My mom refuses. She will never call me Dave.
She didn't name you Dave. She named you David.
Exactly.
And you were going to respect the name that she gave you at your time of your birth.
Oh my god. So you sound exactly like my mother when I legally changed my name. Wow. It's like you were literally. Wow. All you just need. No, never mind. I'm not gonna say it on there.
That was good.
Shit, that was exactly what my mother said when I came into her room and I said,
she brought you into this world and she can take you out of it. I'm just saying.
Her name is David. Yeah. No, she's even said that too. She's like, I can't call him Dave. I'm like, yeah, it's fine. But everybody else calls me Dave,
But wait, does your mom refuse to say it, or is she say I just physically cannot say it?
Yeah, she refuses to call me Dave.
Yeah. Then your mom and my mom will probably be best friends and be able to bond over this because shit the silent treatment my mother gave me for a week was unbearable. So I get it.
No. I mean, it's the way it is. I mean, I can't. But then you get used to it. Obviously, you guys are used to oh yeah, Dave. I can't call Steven Steve. He doesn't look like Steve. He's a Steven. He's Steven.
Someone tried once, and my roommates mocked them out of the house.
Fuck that, dude. You are not a Steve. You are a Steven. So it's just there's no way.
He's a Stephen Colbert.
Exactly.
I only have a very select few people in my life who are allowed to call me Scotty by
see, I can't do that. I would not be able to do that either.
I have a friend who their term of endearment for me was Scotty Mac. That only this one person did. At work, I'm Scotty Too Hottie. That's what they like to call me. So
nice. Yeah, Scotty doesn't fit. I have a cousin that we used to call Scotty, Yeah, because he was younger and dumb.
I'm too gray and grizzled. You can't be called Scotty.
Yeah. You're not a Scotty. Steven's not a Steve. But I guess I'm a Dave, so whatever. It's fine.
Najee, but Najee, you're a nah.
Yeah, he's KC. Nah. He's KC.
Nah,
he picked his name. Yeah, and Andy's not an Andrew. Andy is not an Andrew.
I've never been an Andrew.
No, I could never call you an Andrew.
But a lot of people think that when I changed my name to Andy, and they're like, "Oh, is it short for Andrew?" I'm like, "No."
What is it short for?
Oh, fuck, I'm not saying that on air.
Oh.
Yeah, like I don't need.
I thought it
people
was
to know.
Andrew. Oh shit.
It was not Andrew. Like people like because I was like,
Oh.
no, I am no Andrew, and I said to them, and I hope Andrew Dice is still not in here because I don't mean it as a slight at him, but I said to
You
them,
do
that
mean
if-
as a slight as him, and we
no,
know
listen,
it.
listen, I love Andrew Dice with all my heart. He was one of the best co-hosts of the Flashback I ever had, and so I would never ever say anything mean about him. But what I will say is, if I had come home to my mother and said that I was changing my name to Andrew, she would literally have said, "You're changing your name from to something as white as Andrew." That's what she would have said. She would have, like, you know what? She would have disowned me. She would be like, are you? She would be going like, "Are you not proud of your Persian heritage?" I'm like, "I am, but just I don't like this name that you guys all picked for me."
That's funny. All right. Well, I think this is a good way to end this after watching, this student films from Zachary Snyder, and then of course talking about our
Andy's changing his name.
Yeah, and talking about our different names that we have. So, appreciate everybody.
Why did you say that name?
Sorry.
It doesn't work now that I've.
I didn't even hear what you said.
I know. I missed it too. It was like
the moment has passed.
The moment has passed. It happens.
Don't forget to order pizza, Dave.
I know. No, I'm not gonna order pizza at 11:30 at night. No.
What?
Dude's got 30
I order
seconds.
pizzas at 3 a.m.
Jeez.
Just for snacking.
Just for snacking. This guy over here. This young buck over here with the hefty metabolism that just can burn it off.
Yeah, I missed having that.
I never had that. What are you talking about?
I used to have a little bit of good metabolism when I was younger, but now, one eating disorder and one diabetes diagnosis later.
Here we are. It's all good, man. But you'll get the whatchamacallit, right?
I mean, I don't know. I have to wait for my referral.
Okay. Well, hopefully that works out. But
or I die. Or I die on the table. I don't know.
Don't say that.
I will try to leave some.
Why'd you have to get morbid? You had to get all dark and shit. Don't do that.
I mean, anything is possible.
It's a routine thing now. Come on,
maybe a samurai will come and kill me accidentally on the table, and
that's how they're gonna do the surgery with the samurai sword.
No, it will be Zach opening up, doing the operation, being like, "Hey, what do you think about samurais?" I'm like, I guess I love them." He's like, "Good. Now watch my movie."
There you go. All right, let's go around the horn, and let's go ahead and promote everything that we got going on. So, Andy. We'll start with you.
Well, you're about to say Andrew.
No.
I heard.
I was just saying Andy because I was saying I wanted to emphasize that I'm saying it right.
Yeah, I thought it was like, oh my god, if you start saying Andrew, I'm not walking away from this. You can find me on social media at Andy Babakta. I write a screen rant. Again, nothing near as cool as what Steven writes. But you can also find me at Multiverse of Color, the Flash Podcast. I'm back on Twitch now, and as always, I love coming on here, chatting about apparently everything, because that's what we did tonight. Yeah, that's what's up.
There it is. All right, Steven, I can't do it. It's gross.
Yeah, I don't know this, man.
It's gross. I don't like it. I just think of multiplicity with Michael Keaton. Bye, Steve. Good party. Anyways, go ahead, Steven.
You can find me on Twitter at smcolbert. Find my writing at Screen Rant, and listen to my podcast, BVS by the Minute, with Andrew Dice.
Why are there no new episodes?
We both have small children.
That'll do it.
The remainder of the Martha section is already recorded. We just got to get it edited and posted. So hopefully soon.
Nice.
All right, KC.
Like, am I from Blade Runner now?
Yes.
See,
or you're a Man in Black.
A Man in Black. That's where I went.
Didn't Tim Burton's Superman movie have someone named just K?
Yeah, it was the creature. I don't know if it was called K. It was K. It was that creature that brings him back. There was like a creature or something.
I loved your language with hands, by the way.
No. I talking about, yeah, there was like a creature. Yeah, I think it was called K or something. I don't know. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Because you actually see him in the Flash. You actually see him in the Globe. You actually see that character in there. And him fighting Doomsday as well, which is pretty crazy. Anyways, KC.
You can find me at Krypton Caged on X and Instagram. I know Dave hates it, but that's what it's called now. So
I don't like it. Like I said, when you saw my tabs, it looked like I was just looking at a bunch of porn. It's like I have a bunch of fucking Twitter tabs open. Anyways, all right, Scotty.
Oh, buddy. What are you been talking about here? You can find me on Twitter at ScottDC27. You can find my podcast. Where the podcast can be found. Well, video, Facebook, YouTube with entire network of shows. It's squadcastmedia.com. And also join us Sunday nights at 9 o'clock for the Fenime stream here on the Film Junkie YouTube channel, where we'll be talking about the episode The Promethean of Superman the Animated.
No way you did the whole thing.
He did. I'm glad he did that too, because it hit me. I was like, oh yeah, it's Scotty from Star Trek. Let's see if he does.
Hello, computer.
Yeah. Giving her all she's got, Captain. Yes. All right, guys. This has been a fun one for sure. Thank you, everybody. And of course, thank you to Phil, thank you to Seek, who were here earlier, and thank you to Amanda as well for dropping in and making a nice and obviously bringing in the good conversation when it came to pizza and everything like that. And now I'm hungry. I'm gonna have to find something, because there's no way I'm gonna go to bed on my stomach's like, what the fuck, man. But anyways, guys, we love you. Thank you for sticking around. This has been great, and we will talk to you guys later.